into believing that he's only
Classic Jerry. Man, like a second week in a row with no Jerry.
Yeah.
Well, this time it's medical, unfortunately.
He gets a pass this time,
Yeah, I won't begrudge him for it.
but I'm still angry.
Yeah. Fuck him.
But
I'm
I
not
mean,
his friend
you know.
anymore.
A cat so clever as magical Mr. Mysteries. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Are we just playing Cats music right now? I'm not in
Yes.
Parsec yet, but okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Screen
I
here.
didn't know if we were just spontaneously singing that song. I would have been fine either way.
I mean, we could have been.
Man,
Would
this
you rather
really
us
has
be singing "Nothing's gonna stop us
us
now"?
now.
Stop us now.
boy.
This is going to be an interesting stream.
Yeah.
It is definitely
This
going
is
to
going
be
to
an
be
interesting
very
stream.
interesting.
Interesting for sure. Speaking of interesting things, I went to a casino this week and I won.
Oh yeah, you did your trip this week.
$100
Yeah,
bucks?
I won $140.
For real?
Yeah.
How
so
much did you put down?
I
That's
started with 120. So
Nice!
Hey,
That's pure profit, baby.
Yeah.
that's good.
But they're like originally it was like, all right, they gave us $120 to play, and it's
Ooh.
like, okay,
That's cool.
yeah. So, but the idea was, in order to fund future trips, whatever winnings you have, it'd be nice to give
Goes
half of it back
back.
to the company. I was
Yeah.
like, all right, sure, whatever. I had no problem with that from the get-go. But then when we got there, they originally told us that they were going to give us $150. It wasn't until we got there that they're like, "Oh no, it's only 120."
Boo.
I'm like, all right, whatever, that's fine. I'm just gonna play till I run out of money, anyways. Which I basically did until like I was right about to leave, and then like I won like $140 from like one game, basically.
Oh,
And then I was like, even after that, I was like, all right, I'll still probably just give my half back so that it can fund future trips.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
But then I go to submit my lunch reimbursement form today, because I was told that we would get $15 for lunch. I was
Yeah.
like, all right, sweet. I spent like $20 on 2 slices of pizza there because it was just jacked up prices on everything.
Sure,
I'm like,
of
all right,
course.
that's fine. At $15. And call me petty, but when I got back an email from fucking accounts payable saying, "Oh no, you'll only get $10 back."
Oh, what?
Excuse me? I was told 15, and I submit like the form that I received had $15 in the thing, and she sent me a new form with $10 on it. I was like, all right, well, fuck you. So
No.
you better believe I'm not
keeping the
giving
money.
them any of that money now, because fuck them.
Well, they lost their good faith.
Yeah, now if they ask me, I'm like, oh no, I lost all the money. Like I had fun playing, but I left with 0.
Darn.
And that'll be my story.
Ah,
But-
gambling.
Ah.
Yeah.
Casinos
It
are
was,
terrible.
Magical.
Yeah, I think you're well within the right to take that.
Yeah,
step.
I was like, you know what? That makes it a lot easier for me to just be like, I'm taking the money.
You went from
fuck you
having sort of
guys.
a conscience at the beginning, like, you
Yeah.
know what, it would make sense. They gave me this money, I'll give it back so we can do more trips. And then they said, well, listen, that's only where we start. Now you owe us money.
Oh my
Yeah, because I was
God.
cool. I was gonna be like, oh, like even if I give half back, I'm walking away with $70 I didn't have
Pretty
before.
solid.
Yeah.
Like, that's good. But now I'm just like, no, I'm taking all $140 of it with me. Y'all suck it. Although one guy that I work with, he won like over $400.
Holy shit.
Yeah, like he
What was he
doing
playing
real
to
well.
win that money, or was he just all over the place?
He was basically, if you won at like a cabinet, like a game, he would move on to a different one, which was smart.
Okay. Yeah.
I caught
guess.
myself being like, oh, I won. Maybe this machine is hot or something. To just
Oh.
I was just kind of having fun with it because obviously it wasn't my money, so I didn't give a shit.
Yep.
Yeah, of
Um,
course.
I would I had my ups and downs, got some jackpots, and then lost it all. And then at the very end, just brought it back on like the last game. I was like, I'm just gonna spend all my money and then
Put it all down.
yeah. And once I won, I was like, you know what? That's more than I came here with, so I'll take it. I left. But
I don't think I would have that kind of luck.
I mean,
Oh, it's green.
Ah!
oh shit! You
Ah,
can't
it's
see
a
it.
demon!
Hang on.
Demon.
I can
You have to
fix
turn your
this.
chroma key off.
Yeah.
Looks like a Super Mario character.
There he is.
Oh, there it is.
Look at it! It's finally here.
Finally.
It almost got returned to
Finally.
sender. I didn't get notified by my PO box. It was like, hey, it's been in there for 2
fucking-
weeks. We're about to.
I fucking told you. I'm like, I don't think PO boxes just notify you,
They
Jared.
do.
You have to go
Mine
check 'em.
did.
No, they
Since when?
I don't
No,
know.
they
didn't.
I used to
We
get
literally had a PO
email
box.
notifications and said like, "Hey, you got something in your PO box." I'm like, "Sweet, I'll
From
go
the
check
U.S.
it."
Post. Wait, hold on. From the U.S. Postal Service?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Never,
Oh wow.
Never
Okay,
got a
that dude
notification.
from USPS, they're not exactly cutting edge. So
No.
Clearly
like
not.
my
You probably-
my mailbox and the local mail where everyone goes does not give you notifications. The only notification you get is when you owe them money.
Well, I did get
Then
that
they're
as
on top
well.
of it.
Oh my god.
Like, hey,
It's
you
not a
want to
normal
keep your
thing.
mailbox
Well.
and pay us $300.
Do it.
Tie it to the
Otherwise
top of
you
your chair
can't
so
get
it's always
mail.
on stream. You can't fucking see it.
How would you plan to do this?
Ugh, I hit my monitor. Boom, 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 boom.
Does it
Well-
have any holes in it?
Yes, in fact,
does
2
now.
right where the eyeballs are, which is kind of interesting.
It's an odd place to put your penis.
I wouldn't have chosen that, but I'll take what I can get.
I thought you were insinuating there was a nanny cam in there.
Oh.
Oh.
It's funny because Steven and I were on the same page.
You thought I was fucking
like,
this
oh,
dog?
Jared's fucking the dog. No, Jared's like, oh, no, Ninja's trying to spy on me. you're not a very trusting person, are you, Jared? Come on.
Well, either way.
What makes
Ninja
you say
would've
that?
won.
No, no reason.
Paint the green screen blue just so I can show a cabbage dog on stream at all times?
Yeah, obviously.
Seems like a
Change
little
your
much.
production completely.
You know, do it for the content.
Oh, for the content, yeah. This content pays very well.
Hey, you're lucky it pays at all, buddy.
That is
Yeah, I haven't
valid.
seen a dime.
I have offered you several dimes.
I still haven't seen.
I'm waiting for that
anything.
check to come through any day now.
I guess still waiting.
Just waiting for my PO box to send me that notification.
That would or explain all the bounce checks.
I actually do need to go check my PO box. It's probably been 4 months or so.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so bad at checking mail. Even
just
though
most
like
of the
it's like
time-
right across, because like obviously I don't have a mailbox like right outside my door. I still have to like
Yeah,
walk to
you have
the
to go
leasing
down.
office.
Yep.
So even that like I'm like it's fine. I mean I usually don't have mail anyways.
Well, that's the thing. I don't have mail, but the PO box, you know, especially small ones, they just fill up with garbage mail constantly.
Oh yeah.
Because you're getting your all of the. Do people still use these? Those sort of just they're not magazines. They're like newspapers, but it's all coupons.
Little catalog things.
They're, yeah,
I've never
they're
seen
just
those in my
full
mailbox.
of coupons or advertisements.
Dude,
and they
there was-
seem old and dated.
I wish I didn't throw it out because I got one piece of like junk mail that was fucking disgusting. It was like,
Oh,
do you want to get a sore removed on your foot? And it shows like a cartoon picture of a foot with just like a red like crater in it. Like it looks like it goes down like 4 layers of skin. I'm like, oh, why? Why was this in here?
well, maybe you. What if you had that? That would be reassuring to know that you're not the only person
like,
to have
If
seen that
like the
before.
bottom of my foot
I'm
was
not
necrotic,
ugly.
it's like, oh,
my
this is
God,
something
the
that can be
flesh
fixed.
Disappearing. I thought I was alone.
God, damn.
Finally,
Finally,
feel
a
like I
junk
belong to
mail
a
for
group.
me.
it was a bit of paper in your mailbox was the difference between you getting medically treated and not.
It's like, oh, this is treatable.
otherwise-
I never would have thought to check. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. There's a lot of notification
My
stuff.
Jesus.
Okay, we're good.
Oh yeah, I had a really good burger today for lunch. It was
Ooh.
it had mac and cheese and barbecue chips on it.
What? What?
It was fucking
Jesus.
delicious. That
What?
and like a melon beer.
Ooh.
It wasn't like full on melon. It was like hints of melon, but it was like
Okay.
a Kolsch style. It was good. Went to like a little local bar place with some people.
Nice.
Quite
That sounds
tasty.
good.
But man, that mac and cheese on a burger.
I'm
let me
surprised
tell
you're conscious right now.
some good shit. I mean, me too. Dude, I was so tired yesterday because it was a 2-hour drive to the.
Were you the one driving, or were you
No,
a
no,
passenger?
thankfully, I fought hard to not drive. At all.
I don't want to
But
drive.
I was still like, it's still exhausted. Like a 2-hour drive.
Still, yeah, it'll wipe
And
you out.
I'm sitting in the front, so I'm talking to the driver the entire
Oh,
time.
Navigator.
And it's just like, yeah, I wasn't even navigating. It's just the fact that I have to be like, kind of keeping them company.
Yup.
I can't
Yep.
just like fall asleep or just play Switch or something. I didn't even
Yep.
take my Switch, which it's like it's fine, but it drains me so much. So
Dude,
when I
dude,
got
just
home,
walking?
I crashed so hard.
Good lord.
And this was
Yeah.
yesterday.
That was yesterday, yeah.
Fuck. Jesus.
Were you talking for basically the full 2 hours?
Pretty much.
Ooh.
I
Woof.
mean, it was my art director. Like he's cool and like we get along and everything. I'm
Yeah,
like,
but it's
"Hey,
still exhausting.
yeah. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. You run,
the
you run out
drive
of small
back.
talk conversation 15 minutes in. You're just like,
All
Well,
right.
the great thing about that is if you have any energy put into breaking out of the small talk, because you know the small talk is painful, the more time that you're put in that situation, the more vulnerable and scary the conversation becomes. And I've
Yeah.
experienced this with Uber drivers, like Steven, when we used to have
This
to
is
go
why I just don't talk to
multiple hour trips to get places, right? And LA, just because of traffic, like
Oh,
to go into
okay.
the airport or something.
gotcha.
It would take it's supposed to be maybe 30 minutes, but it takes 2 hours.
Oh
to
my
work.
god.
fucked.
And so I would be in an Uber with, and this is back when I felt really pressured to sit in the front all the time when I first started using Ubers, because I thought it was super awkward. Now I tend to get more in the back, and then I weigh out whether or not the person is looking for someone to talk to, and if it's going to be
He's looking for a buddy.
looking
If
for
I-
a buddy. Well, I am in
If I was an Uber
so-
driver, and someone sat in the front of my car, I'd just be like, "Get out!
Dude,
Your ride's
Yeah.
canceled."
I just assume straight up the front seat is only dedicated to like if there's no room in the back.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
here's the thing. I guess most of my early and to this day experiences with ride sharing is that these
You
people.
treated it. You got such a boomer mentality, Andrew. I think that's.
Well, no, hear me out, hear me
You're
out.
Like, oh, you gotta look a man in the eye and shake his hand when you get in an Uber.
There's a trust between men. But the people that I've interacted with in these vehicles, they all seem very interested in the people they meet. Like the whole reason
Oh, yeah.
they go
That's-
into this quote unquote profession is they like people. They don't treat it as a taxi driver where that guy, I mean, there are the taxi drivers, at least in cartoons. I've never been in a taxi, I don't think, in my entire life.
Yeah, you have.
Where they're, when would I have been in a taxi?
If I've been in a taxi,
You've been in a taxi? Well, but we weren't in a taxi together.
I guess I was in a taxi in Chicago, but you weren't there that one.
No, I wasn't.
But I find it hard to believe that you haven't gotten in a taxi like ever.
I've never needed I used Uber, or I owned a car, or I rode my bike. I never had to. A taxi is a very downtown thing, and the times when I've lived downtown, I just never needed to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, see, when we lived in LA, we walked multiple miles to get places.
As
we
you
didn't even
should in
Uber
LA.
sometimes.
I mean, that is true.
Through bad neighborhoods.
As long as you can
I
survive
saw
the
a
heat
homeless
stroke.
man.
Ooh, a homeless man. Oh.
A homeless man, which was impressive because usually there's a lot
A
of
singular homeless man. No, Steven and I were basically homeless men the day the cop pulled us over walking down the side of the highway.
That is straight up hobo behavior. That's
We
for
were,
sure.
I mean, yeah, it was very hobo behavior. We're just walking down the 10 or something like that.
I forget one of the
down,
major
down a
highways.
major highway near Sunset, and it's because we were walking back from disc golfing, which happened to be, we live downtown, and we were over in Elysium Park, which is on the other side of Dodger Stadium, so it's like 2 miles to get back downtown.
Yep.
And we decided, screw it, I'm not going to sit around and wait and pay for an Uber. Like, let's save some money, let's just walk. And we'd done it before, but we tried a new route this time, and this route was not walking around Dodger Stadium, but cutting through Dodger Stadium.
Trespassing. Your plan was
So
trespassing.
trespassing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But here's the thing: we weren't cutting through. You're probably
didn't
imagining
get in the
walking
stadium.
across the baseball.
Oh
diamond.
God, no.
It's the land around Dodger Stadium, but there's a massive fence around it, and then on the other side of this fence is it's basically wilderness, which is wild when you cut under the fence. Because obviously this is where homeless people live, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little shady that Steve and I felt brave enough to do this in the first place.
Well, we were drunk, so.
We were drunk. I mean, this was back when we used to take basically a 12-pack each to disc golf.
It was absurd how much we used to drink back then. Holy shit.
I don't even know how we finished 18 holes doing that.
I don't know. I remember just like getting home after like tacos and stuff because we'd always get tacos after.
And then just being slammed
dying.
with a hangover.
Just being just dead. And then just doing it again the next weekend.
Literally
Those
next
were the
week.
days.
Those were the days.
How we survived, I don't know. But and we did survive cutting through this wilderness despite how stupid the idea was. But on the other side of it, we realized that we weren't going to be able to get out of it and then get onto a normal road or a sidewalk or anything. The only way to get out of it, and we didn't want to have to turn around. We'd walk for a long time to cut through these trees and tall grass.
Down a
These
pretty
little
steep hill. And I didn't
down a
wanna
steep
climb
hill.
up
It
the hill.
was hard. It was hard to get down, and there were a lot of
It was.
like thorny.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
probably because
thorny
nobody was
foliage.
meant to be there.
Very
No, it is not well taken care of at all. And Diesel, that sounds like an alcoholic. That's what Zach always says, and I don't believe him for a fucking second.
Yeah, fucking
You're like girls who don't realize they were having orgasms and think like, I've never had one before. I'm like, that was what you just had.
that was it? Oh my god.
Sorry,
really?
sorry the movies told you it was. So after making it down this hill and finally realizing we had no way out, we took the one way out that we could, and that led directly, not adjacent to the highway. Like you go out the fence and there's a brick wall and highway.
Perfect.
And there's
Yeah.
there's nowhere to walk along the tree line. It's just fence, trees, highway. And so for some reason we felt fine to just do that. So we get out and basically hop down this like maybe 6-foot brick wall down onto the shoulder of a highway, like a main LA highway, and then just proceed to start walking towards the buildings.
Yeah, we're like, this is the direction of home.
It's not going to be that far, right? There's going to be like an exit, like maybe up there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
And
There was
an exit, but before we could make it to the exit, sure enough, a cop pulls up behind us.
Yeah.
And we don't look good. Like we're dirty.
You're covered in
and
thorns.
We
Yeah.
have like little scrapes and cuts all over us. We're sweaty and grimy because it's a hot LA day and we've been sweating and playing in the dirt all day. And so he pulls us over, and I think, like he's probably going to. I mean, we're definitely doing something illegal. This can't be a good thing that we're here.
Yeah.
But I tried to be as sort of cool as possible, and I actually walk over to the car, to the cop, like before he gets out, to be like, hey, like what's going on? And the first thing he said, I thought we were gonna get in trouble. The first thing he said is, "Are you guys okay?" I was really surprised by this.
I think what helped our
actually
case
genuinely
was
concerned about
we
it.
were white.
Yeah, I mean, we were just a couple of white kids, in our 20s walking down this highway. So
Yep.
we looked like we might have
What
just
kind of
been-
trouble
as that
could they
is.
possibly get into?
Yeah,
What
I
could we-
felt like we definitely got a pass there for our
Oh, we
skin
did.
color.
We absolutely did. He was genuinely curious if we were all right,
Concerned about
and
us, yeah.
wondering where we were going. And we're like,
Yeah, we're like,
heading
oh, we're
over
just
to
trying to
Sunset.
we're just trying to get down onto that road over there.
Yeah,
like
we're
that.
Don't ask questions about how we got into this situation, but we're trying to get
And
there.
luckily,
So,
he
yeah,
didn't.
luckily he didn't ask how we got there or like,
No,
like
he
oh, did your
didn't.
car break down? Because clearly,
No, yeah, he didn't ask any of those questions, which led me to believe we just fell under the category of sort of what do you call them? Just sort of like
Public nuisance
street
kind of thing?
urchins,
Street
like
urchins?
not homeless people, but just kids who choose to kind of like
yeah.
wander around the city.
Yep.
Which is a very common thing in LA.
Sure.
It's just a bunch of kids who could easily have or do have money, but choose to look homeless.
Yep.
So I think he treated us as that and felt sympathy for us being on the side of the highway. and then said, "Oh yeah, like no worries. Let me drive behind you so that no one hits you as you're trying to walk off the exit ramp."
You got a fucking police
police
escort.
escort.
Oh my god.
We got a police escort off the highway, and he followed us. It took a few minutes to get over there too. He didn't let us in his car, which would have been nicer. But he
like,
did follow right
got
behind
air
us.
conditioning in there. Yeah.
It was a hot day.
It was
And then
so
proceeds
hot.
to just give us a nice friendly wave when he knows we're safe over there. No problem at all.
Christ.
And that was one of the because I mean we had cops in South Lyon where you're literally doing nothing wrong.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they would be for a reason to arrest you.
They're just looking to start
But-
shit.
But somehow in downtown LA, we run into a cop actually doing something illegal, and he's super nice.
Yeah, super cool.
God
And then we just
damn.
walked and got tacos.
And then we got
after
tacos. It was great.
Perfect. What a
that. Just some
perfect day.
dirty,
It was a
sweaty
good
taco
day.
boys.
It was a good
was.
day. I mean, like we said, we crash hard after that when we finally get home. But
Cool,
that's
yeah.
basically what a Saturday is. Saturday is wake up around noonish,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
disc golfing, and then like walk there and do all that, and then come back. Lots of drinking, and we get back probably around 3 or 4 and just pass out or like lay down, and then
Yep.
wake up somehow and order pizza, and that's basically a Saturday for us.
Yeah, we'd wake up at like 8 or 9 after crashing for like a few hours, and then just order pizza,
Get some Domino's,
get some Domino's, and then like stay up for a little while, like watch a movie or something, and then go back to
and then
sleep.
gone. I guess that Saturday is done.
The good old days.
Ah, the good old days. Now my Saturdays are basically the same thing, just waking up a little bit later, not doing anything, and then stream at 4 o'clock.
Like a responsible adult.
Exactly.
Man, my schedule's been bad lately because, I told y'all how this one road in and out of Half Moon Bay, my town, which is also, we had a mass shooting the other day.
I saw that.
Cool.
I saw that on like I got that
What?
like news or not a news alert, but it was like on YouTube. It was,
I
like,
didn't.
breaking
I
news.
guess it's a pretty big deal. Like that's.
And
what
I was just like,
that's
Half
really
Moon
happened.
Bay, 7 people
Yeah.
dead. I was like,
Dude.
I mean, you had just said something online or something like that. I'm like, he's fine, and I know he's not at. He's
Yeah,
not gonna be at any
obviously,
of these. They're both at like 2
I'm
different.
not hanging out at the farms, so,
Yeah.
so I'm nowhere near.
I was
it.
like, holy shit! I
It is
used to live there.
crazy. Yeah, well,
nuts.
Steven, so you know that place when we're going down 92, one of the first places you hit on the way out of Half Moon Bay that has all those like brown metal animal sculptures.
Yeah.
That's where the shooting happened, back behind.
Fuck.
And and there's like 7 people dead, and it's
Yeah.
just from what I saw, I don't know what his motives were, but it's just this like old dude,
Old Asian guy or something.
old Asian guy, like a 60-something-year-old old Asian man, and it was obviously something personal.
Yep.
But still, the idea. Apparently, he went to 2 different locations. So he went there and then
Jesus
drove
Christ.
into Half Moon Bay and down the road like south, Stephen, of that intersection to some other farm that I didn't know about. And then after that, still no one had stopped him. And apparently, he got picked up at the Dad's Lunchnet. You know that Red Caboose, Stephen, in town?
Yeah.
It's like a little restaurant. That's where he was just hanging out there.
What the fuck?
So that was crazy. And of course, you know, being at work and people brought
Talk
that.
of the town,
The
obviously.
first thing I'm thinking is like, oh, is that gonna get in the way of me getting home? Oh, is there gonna be a
These-
police blockade? I just want to go home.
Families are devastated because
Yes.
one of their loved ones was shot and
shot.
murdered. by
Oh,
some,
that's gonna
like,
mess up my
deranged guy.
commute.
All
Yeah,
I'm
that's
thinking,
all you
all I'm
can think
thinking about is, man, I guess I'll just hang out here. And so that was what I've already been doing because that road has already been like busted up by all the rain, right? So like there's that sinkhole and all that shit. But now we also have a shooting. Oh, come on.
Oh my god!
Can
So
this
actually, I
thing
think that
get any
night
more
I-
annoying.
Stayed at work until maybe 8:30, just waiting for all the traffic to subside.
Uh-huh.
So I was just laying on a couch, passing the time. I wasn't working. I just didn't want to sit in traffic, so I just hung out at work and waited to drive.
Nice.
You're just like,
Sorry.
I live the most burdensome life.
I do. Well, okay. And I think I started all of this by trying to point out that I've been having to wake up really early to avoid traffic. So here's
Yep.
the thing. So I leave work late to avoid traffic, and I go to work early to avoid traffic.
Yeah,
And because of that, I have to wake up at like 6.
fuck that.
Which I don't really mind, but the problem is I like staying up late. I hate the idea of going to bed at like 9 or 10. It
Yep.
hurts me inside.
Yep.
Because I'm first of all wide awake, and I just feel like I'm wasting space. There's stuff I can do.
Yeah.
Like, never get a chance to play video games or things like that. I just want to stay up and do whatever I want to do now.
Oh, yeah.
Because of that, I stay up until midnight or later, and then still have to wake up at 6 a.m. anyway. So I've been getting 5-6 hours of sleep, and I feel stupid for doing it, but I don't have the willpower or the discipline to go to bed at 10 o'clock.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough to get a good night's
Way too hard.
Oh my god.
Why are we talking about pizza tier lists?
I have no idea.
Because you mentioned
Where would
Domino's.
that come? Where would that come from? And what we were just talking?
You're talking about Domino's.
Oh, I did say Domino's. Okay, fair enough. Listen, I've had a lot of different kinds of Domino's. So Domino's is one of the least consistent pizza franchises. There's amazing Domino's and there is shit Domino's.
Yup. Absolutely.
Domini's.
Dominique.
Dominique's. A Dominica.
So, boys.
What a week.
Yeah.
What a week. Let them know what we did this week.
Yeah, we watched a movie about cats.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. We watched.
So we're going to we're going to now review that movie.
Who's your favorite fearless hero? Who's your favorite fearless hero? Who's brave and ready for trouble? Who's so unbelievably humble?
Hey, bet you didn't see that coming.
we had a bit of an interest pop up.
Now, before you guys jumped into conclusions, we did also watch Cats Don't Dance, and we'll
Yes.
be talking about that too.
Yes.
Don't worry.
We just decided to watch this as well because it was a cat movie. It's pretty much the same thing.
It's basically they're kind of the same movie.
They're kind of the
actually.
same. He dances at the beginning of this one.
He does.
true.
So
And I want to see how big of a lie the Cats Don't Dance title is, because there's
that's
a lot of
all they did. That's all they did.
Obviously dance. Yeah. The whole movie. The whole 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Don't be sad, Pomo. We won't talk about it too much, even though I absolutely could.
We're gonna. Well, yeah, we won't do full spoilers. It's still in theaters.
For
so
sure.
It's
For
not
sure.
exactly. It's not like the movie has big spoilers.
No,
in
what?
it.
No, not really.
It's one of the most predictable things.
I
It's-
mean,
the things
yes, but
the only things that we could spoil, I think, are the things that we would talk about or be excited about are stuff that's basically in the trailer already.
Yeah, pretty much. Or like there's
That's
also
true.
they also uploaded like the first 10 minutes of the movie on YouTube, which I am
Oh,
going
for
to
real?
pull up because there's a
Oh,
lot I wanted to
okay.
point up about that.
just Pomo, we watched it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't have just do a VPN to the US if it's only Portuguese or something. But I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
assume the English version would be on there too.
Yeah.
But it does cost like $25 just to rent it. Just FYI.
Yep. So we can get our thoughts out of the way for this real quick before we dive into the movie that I saw this
Happy
afternoon.
to talk about this one.
So, long story short, for me, at least my thesis for this movie is that like this is what I wish more kids movies would be like. Personally,
Yeah.
it's how do I put this? I was trying to think of the last like animated movie I've enjoyed as much as this one is. Probably fittingly the Lego movie, I think, was the last like
Yeah.
animated movie where I watched it and I finished it. I'm just like, that was pretty fucking good. I like really liked that. Because I was
There's
going
like
through
a whole
like
category of movies that are just non-Pixar. This falls under non-Pixar animated movies. And
Yep.
for a very long time, other animated movies are just trying to either be Pixar
Yeah.
or are so far removed that they're just cartoons.
Wait, no, I take
they're
it
not
back.
animated movies. They're just cartoons.
I take it back. Into the Spider-Verse is probably the last animated movie I've enjoyed as much as this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like I was looking.
Consider that like Puss in Boots is still a kids movie. I don't think
Yes.
Into the Spider-Verse is like a kids movie.
Sure.
It just happened.
Yeah.
Sure,
It just
sure.
happens to be animated.
I like because I was looking through all of like the Pixar movies and all of the DreamWorks movies. I was trying to remind myself like what other like animated movies did I really enjoy, especially recently. Discounting Soul because I still don't think that's a kids movie. Take that one out of the equation. I think the last one among Pixar and DreamWorks movies that I like thoroughly enjoyed watching was probably Toy Story 3. Like,
Oh, wow.
I actually didn't get into.
2010 or
I
whatever.
know there's a lot of apparently just pretty great DreamWorks franchises out there now, like Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon. I just never really got into them. I've seen most of them too.
Those movies are fine. I'm definitely not like I like Kung Fu Panda, but obviously like the sequels aren't as great. And then How to Train Your Dragon's good. I know
I like the
people
first
really
one.
love How to Train Your Dragon, but I'm kind of just like it's
they
good.
were decent,
I'm
but like
I'm not gonna be like "Ugh."
yeah. But watching like Puss in Boots, I'm just like I thoroughly enjoyed this. Like
Listen,
pretty like
I
99% of the stuff in this movie I really liked. There's a couple of things where I'm just like, okay, it's a kids movie, but
Yeah. It's also just like it's a fucking spin-off movie.
why? Like I said, I had the same vibes as like the Lego movie. I'm just like, why is this movie
Why
good?
is this good?
This did not have to be good. Like
I will say that I think part of my like enjoyment of the movie is skewed by the art style. I think I liked parts of it more because I just liked what I was looking
Dude.
at, and I feel like if they just had the like Puss in Boots first movie art style, like the Shrek style,
yeah.
I feel like
I
I wouldn't.
wouldn't
like the
have
movie
It
as
would- well,
much.
it
I
wouldn't have
probably wouldn't
worked.
I probably
It
wouldn't have cared.
I
wouldn't
feel like
have
a lot
liked
of
it.
the story probably
Yeah.
wouldn't have worked. I don't know.
I
Like-
mean, it's just the painted style. Like it's
Yes.
not.
Oh,
Yeah,
it looks
I mean, they
objectively
obviously-
better than.
They
like,
obviously
Shrek.
had like more like exaggerated animations and stuff, and a lot of the stuff obviously than Shrek,
Uh-huh.
sort of,
Yeah.
or just any DreamWorks movie, because DreamWorks honestly not really known for their animation.
No.
No, not at all.
And you know
Like,
what?
they make good movies, they make iconic movies.
They're known for making
Can't deny
very
that.
accessible kids movies. They're not
But-
known for making great animated films.
It's not what they're not groundbreaking like stuff.
Yes.
No.
I was like, I mean, obviously, like I've seen this sort of style before, but they did such a really good job with this.
Yeah.
I was legitimately impressed with this movie.
Because like it would warm my heart to know that this like would be a kid's favorite movie growing up or something. I think this would be a good movie to pick. What was I gonna say? Oh, one of the things that sort of bums me in terms of like, yeah, like they shouldn't have used like the Shrek style or whatever.
Oh, wait,
Especially-
hold on.
Yeah, no, I see what
Ninja-
you're just saying. Slow down.
We're not
We're
talking about
currently
Cats Don't
talking-
Dance.
We're currently talking about Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Yes.
I need
also-
to be very clear about
We
this.
also watched that this week. We're gonna get quickly.
we're
get through
doing a
this,
little
and then-
detour here
and then we're gonna do a full discussion about Cats Don't Dance.
because I didn't want to
gotten
not
Cats
talk
Don't
about
Dance
this
yet.
movie.
Yeah, we just happened to also watch this movie this week, and we have to talk about it. So,
Especially
sorry for the
after
confusion.
yeah. Especially after seeing
hold your hopes up
everything
too much.
in this movie.
Yeah.
Especially after seeing everything that happens in this movie and like the character development of Puss and all the characters in there.
Puss.
I remember thinking once the movie was done, I was like, doesn't really feel like this dude belongs in the Shrek universe anymore. Like he shouldn't go back to the Shrek universe at this point. Like
I did think it was
That would
weird.
be
that-
weird. It would be
Well,
weird.
dude.
I guess I don't want to spoil the ending, but that,
Yeah.
like anything, I was like, I don't
Yeah.
want that to I don't want that to happen.
Because
I don't know if they're
it
gonna
almost
make
feels like a
another movie or not.
completely
Who
different
knows?
universe to the Shrek universe. I would have been totally fine to be like, hey, this is a completely different Puss in Boots, like alternate universe, whatever. Shrek doesn't exist here, but this is still a world of fairy tales. I'd prefer that more than to think that this even took place in the same universe as Shrek, because they are not the same at all. Like tonally, or just like Puss in Boots went on more epic adventures than Shrek ever did. Like whatever.
I mean, Shrek does some pretty insane things. I mean, they literally go to a dragon castle.
Ooh.
That's true.
I guess he
so,
does
yeah, I
like
think there's-
turn over
there's something-
reality completely in the fourth one, I think. But
I don't know enough about the other
I've never
Shrek
seen the
movies,
fourth
so
one.
I can only
Shrek
talk about
1
the
and
first
2 are the
second one.
only one that exists in my head because I haven't seen the other.
from what I've heard,
Yeah.
Shrek 3 is dumpster fire ass. But everyone's like, but dude, Shrek 4 is actually like they that should have been the last one, the third one, or
You see,
that should have been
like-
number 3 is the fourth one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I could be wrong, but I just don't care. You know, I don't have an
me,
interest. in it.
me neither.
I don't care. I like the Shrek 4 could be the greatest movie ever made, and I still just
I have no energy.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
no
I'm
need
not
to
gonna
watch this.
watch it, so it's fine.
I don't think I'm missing out. Like I get Shrek, okay? Like, I
But-
understand Shrek.
But a
If they
spin-off
make a-
movie.
If they make a Shrek, honestly, I really hope DreamWorks is just like, hey, let's just make all of our DreamWorks movies in this like Puss in Boots style now.
Yeah.
Art style.
But hold on. Look at the other franchises that they're dealing with. You want Boss Baby or whatever in
yeah.
this style.
You know, if that's what gets me to watch Boss Baby, that'd be it.
I think DreamWorks' problem is, and again, I don't view this as like some amazing accomplishment of technical creativity or art. It's
Yep.
because again, it's been done. It's been
Sure.
around for a long time.
Yep.
So yeah, it's hard for me to see that. So I don't see DreamWorks as being like, wow, like they've finally done it. It's like, yeah, finally, finally, like you've understood that
Yeah.
use actual good art direction in your movies. But I think their underlying problem is the material that they use to tell stories from.
Uh-huh.
And honestly, Shrek was fine. I mean, I
Yeah.
like it, but it's extremely cartoonish. It's
Yep.
all parody.
Yep.
It's all hey, look at these fairy tales that you're familiar with. Like we're gonna do some funny adult like irreverent things with them.
Yeah.
Like Smash Mouth, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that gives Shrek like an edge because if you compare it to other full-length animated movies, you didn't get a lot of that irreverence and sort of dark adult.
You didn't
style
have that
in
kind of
those
tone in
characters.
animated movies, really.
No.
It's like the boys' version of fairy tales.
Oh god. Oh god. Honestly, that's not a bad comparison because
It's a much-
that's
like,
why
obviously
people
much
that's why
sweeter,
people were into Shrek was because
Yeah.
of it being a little edgy, right? Like, ooh, I didn't know that they would do this in a kids movie or in an animated movie. It opened up a doorway for that type of
Yeah.
storytelling, which
And-
is fine.
Andrew, do you mind unplugging and plugging your mic back in? I'm getting
it fucks?
I'm getting some crackle is all.
Just crack-a-lacking a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I still crack?
You're,
Would you
you're
mind
probably
just
good.
unplugging it for the rest of the stream?
Mute real quick and then y'all can tell me when I'm good.
So yeah,
I'll
especially
give you a signal.
especially looking at like the slate of DreamWorks movies, there
Can we
weren't.
pull up? Can we actually? Would you mind
Yes.
pulling up?
Oh,
I just wanna-
absolutely.
would
Because I
like to
looked this
look at
up. I looked this
I
up
forget
yesterday.
this all the time.
I don't
And
know.
I think I give them. I feel like some movies I think are DreamWorks and then they're not.
Yeah.
What'd you guys think of like their like little like
Oh, the intro.
DreamWorks
I-
opening
That's cute.
thing now?
That was
That's
actually
cute.
that was actually
I was
super
like, oh,
interesting
this is
because I'm like,
actually nice.
wow,
And
they
then it
have.
showed Boss Baby. I'm
That's
like, fuck
exactly
you
the
guys.
moment I had where I'm just like,
I know.
oh wow,
I'm
they
like,
really
I'm
carved
cool.
out like a nice
Yeah,
like
they've
slate of
got the-
IPs here. That's that's
This is
Boss
nice.
Baby.
Oh, that's Boss Baby.
Oop.
Fuck you.
And see that, and that's my big problem. Like I was saying with DreamWorks, is they have some of their IPs are stupid, and you
Yes.
can't fix it. There's nothing you can do to fix it.
They started.
And
They
the other one-
debuted with ants.
Holy
Prince
shit.
of Egypt though.
Yeah.
Fuck
See,
yeah, that movie's
like
good.
the Road to El Dorado,
to El
man.
Dorado,
Back in
Chicken
the
Run.
heyday.
Chicken Run.
Chicken
Oh,
Run.
Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas.
I
which
never watched
I-
Sinbad, Spirit.
I'm gonna
I feel like
start-
Spirit was pretty good.
Like so, you have stuff
I
like
never
it's such a weird like
man, they are
hop.
no
You got like
consistency.
Prince of Egypt, Road to El Dorado, Shrek, Shark Tale, Madagascar, Over the Hedge, Flushed
Madagascar.
Away,
Over
B movie,
the Hedge.
Kung Fu Panda, Madagascar 2,
yeah.
Monsters and Aliens, How to Train Your Dragon. Megamind I remember liking a lot more. I didn't when I saw it.
Never
I haven't
seen it.
seen it in a very long time though.
Yeah, but-
Kung Fu Panda 2, Puss in Boots, Madagascar 3, The Croods,
The
How to
fucking
Train Your
Cruise.
Dragon 2, Penguins of
I don't know if I've seen that. I'm pretty sure.
Madagascar.
Ugh. You see what they do? They they wring out any
Yep.
idea they have.
Yep.
Every
World
drop.
Tour.
The Trolls.
Fucking
movies.
trolls? Are you kidding me? And see, how the hell are they making another Croods? The fact that there are 2 Croods movies? Why? Why? Oh, it's embarrassing. That is
Yep.
some of the ugliest animation. I've never even seen it, but I've only seen pictures of it, and that's some of the ugliest animation, some of the ugliest artwork in movies I've ever seen. It's got
Nick
Nicolas
Cage is in
Cage.
it? Oh,
No,
shit.
look at their designs.
Nice.
This is the ugliest shit
Their
I've ever
Neanderthals
seen.
are supposed to be ugly.
yeah.
Look at how
You calling this
is
ugly? Yeah.
That's hot.
Oh, it's
That's
so
hot right there.
bad. This is bad. See, people want to shit on the Good Dinosaur, but
Yep.
look at this. Look at this.
So like, yeah, there's never really been many DreamWorks movies that I've really connected with outside of maybe I think I have the fondest memories for Shrek, like the first Shrek.
Oh man, I forgot Home was a dream.
Oh yeah.
That was another weird one.
And so like nothing really like grabbed my attention with DreamWorks as much as it did
No.
Pixar, but this is like the one movie outside of like Shrek where I can say that that's the exception for me. Because
And I'll agree with what Steven was hinting at, although I don't think that was his overall opinion. But
Yeah.
I do strongly think that this movie was only good because of its presentation.
heavily disagree with that. I think the presentation was a huge part of it, but I think the dialogue and the characters and the themes of the movie were, I think, just a cut above the rest for DreamWorks movies in particular. And I think it's just like a cut above the rest
Like,
of like
above
most
DreamWorks,
animated.
yeah,
I think
yes.
also most
Above
animated
DreamWorks,
movies
yeah.
these days, because you also look
That
at
one,
Pixar.
No.
I wouldn't have watched this movie if it wasn't for the art style.
Sure.
Just period.
Same.
Full
Sure.
stop.
Same.
Full stop.
But
It-
like,
it was
can
no
you
matter how
many people-
legitimately
no matter
tell
how
me
many
that the
people
art
said-
style was the only thing that you enjoyed? That was it?
I mean, like it's not like this. I enjoyed some of the characters. I like John Mulaney's character.
Sure. Yeah, he's great.
He was there. Like the joke, they had some funny jokes and stuff in it. But
Uh-huh.
like, the overall story was pretty like.
There's really nothing that
There's not
interesting.
a lot of
about the
crazy
story.
stuff.
I disagree. It's
I
not.
don't
It's
get
not
it.
gonna blow your mind, sure. But like, I'm just
You know,
saying,
mild
like, what's
spoiler? I won't go into why, but no one pissed me off more than fucking Goldilocks and
Oh
her.
my god,
I
thank you.
liked her.
Thank you so much. I hate Goldilocks
She's a
What?
goddamn
much.
bitch, Jared.
I
She is a
fucking
fucking
hate her.
bitch.
Oh, the worst. Dude, okay, so
That pissed
I'll
me
tell
off.
you-
I was like, oh.
So you want to know the point that I started to get like, oh no, with the movie was when I found out that her and the three bears were gonna be around for the long haul. That's when
liked
I was
them.
like, shit.
I liked them. They were
No,
fun.
they're
They were
the
fun.
worst.
I liked
They're
them.
the worst. Because they tried to bring a joke. They tried to turn a joke into something that you cared about,
Uh-huh.
and it made it weird. It was so uncomfortable. You can't bring in these. So first of all, Goldilocks Three Bears is a very Shrek thing. It's like, look, these
Yep.
characters that you know about, they're here and they have some funny relationship. It's a classic Shrek joke, a throwaway Shrek joke.
Yep.
And they not only that, they give them all these really thick British accents.
I loved it. I loved
Pure,
it.
they are all joke, all parody. And then they're like, hold on, we're gonna like soften the mom's voice over the course of the movie so that she becomes like this nice character.
Yeah.
And we're gonna give them their whole story of like adoption, and we're spoiling. I don't care right now. This whole idea of transforming their joke into something honest and authentic is so disjointed and unearned that it makes me uncomfortable, and you read it from across the room. It's not special anyway, and all it's doing is pulling attention away from the things that I do like in the movie. Dude, get Goldilocks and the Three Bears out of this movie. They did nothing for it.
I
They're
will
the worst
respectfully
part.
disagree. I loved them
Okay,
to
I'll-
pieces.
On the flip side, the Baker's dozen though.
Oh, like
Baker's dozen
they're
were hilarious.
Jack Horner's
Yeah,
fucking
they
Mad
look like
Max
hard.
machine going down.
That's funny. That's good
that's-
stuff. See, I would have
that's
rather
good.
spent more time with
Jack
Jack
Horner
Why
was
are we?
fucking awesome.
Why are we
I loved
distracting
him.
from like we're
He is
making
fucking
these
great.
weird? We not only have like the evil and the good characters, we have the in between characters too
Yeah.
that we have to care about. This movie is only an hour and a half long, and they're trying to like make me care about way too much.
I can
because-
totally see the fact
care
that like
about
the
Kitty's
Goldilocks
soft
characters.
No.
I can totally concede that the Goldilocks characters were like the weakest villains of the movie, but I still really liked them.
They only took
I
away
have-
time from the things that I liked, and that's why I'm more upset about it.
They had a
I have
chance
no
to
notes.
Make her story arc to be better.
Sure.
And they ruined it by making her a total cunt.
They did, yeah. She's like, I want a new family.
But I think
You bitch! You bitch!
You don't say that to their face, you ass.
Oh my goodness. And because they're jokes, it just makes it worse. It doesn't make it real. It's not earned in any way.
But I think we can at least all agree that we basically have no notes about like Jack Horner other than he wasn't in the movie enough. In my opinion.
well, because there was nothing to Jack Horner, right? We
Which
gave
was
so much
great.
time to-
You don't see
And
that
I think
in animated
I
villains
think
all that
that's
often.
fine. That's like that he was purely kind of a one-dimensional thing, but
Yeah.
he was at least, and I was more entertained by him. So if this movie was meant to just be entertaining, because I don't think any of us is going to argue that we had some emotional reaction. I don't know. We'll get to that. But if this movie was just meant to be entertaining,
Yeah.
then I want to be entertained. Jack Horner and the Baker's Dozen, all of that, it's so outrageous,
Yep.
and it's doing the Shrek thing. It's from the universe of pulling out these jokes. It's got Jiminy Cricket. It's literally just all pure fun entertainment. You're not meant to like feel anything or learn anything from him. Great.
Yep.
And then on the other hand, then we have the arc of Puss in Boots,
Yep.
who actually does have something to say, and that's great. But no. You don't get to be fully entertained. You don't get to be fully massaged with a beautiful story. We have to waste your time with the in-betweeners, the ones who are half joke, half message, and they take up a third of the movie.
Wow. I did not
It's
realize
not-
that
it's
y'all had
not a-
such strong opinions about one specific character.
Not
I
a
was-
very
every
just
ti-
right approach, you know.
Every time, yeah, thank you. Every time they showed up, I got upset because, man, and we'll talk more about this. I think we're beyond the point of spoilers. So watching this movie, as soon as it started, I was like, I'm gonna like this.
Dude,
I'm going to like
I,
this
I
movie.
really want to go over
right
the
away.
intro. I really want to go over the intro stuff because I've rewatched that intro scene like 6 times after I've seen that movie, and there's
Let's
so
open
many.
it up and talk
There's
about it.
so many tiny
my
little
first
details.
My first reaction to the movie was stellar. I
It
was
is.
excited.
This is a fucking great opening.
It's that whole middle portion.
So
Big spoilers incoming. Hold on, let me type that in chat first.
Okay, just so people understand.
well, for this at least, it's the first 10 minutes of the movie. So that like, it's not going to spoil any major
Yeah,
plot
but-
details.
But
It's,
if I'm like I'm gonna watch this movie tomorrow, like Poma's
Yep.
going to, I
Yep.
wouldn't want to see this.
Don't
right now.
don't
Fair.
watch
Well,
this.
I'm giving
enough.
him a warning.
so
Just
I'm
look at another
gonna
window or something.
I'm gonna crank the music up because there's a lot of really I love the stuff that they do with sound in this whole opening sequence here. And I didn't really like notice it until I rewatched it. I'm just like, motherfucker, this must have been really hard to make, not just from like an animation standpoint, but just everything coordinating together.
It's impressive.
Mwah. Fucking
Yeah.
good.
I strongly agree that there are great isolated moments of this movie.
Sure.
I just wish they would apply that
I'm
same
not-
gusto to the storytelling.
I'm not going to
the whole
debate
thing.
you on whether or not the story and the characters are worthwhile. Whoopsie.
Because you'd lose.
No, because I know it's a fruitless effort, especially with you
Yeah,
guys.
it's
Well,
all
it's-
opinion based. Like
it's
But I would like to
For
hear
subjective.
Okay, but we can go through this. I would like to hear. I mean, we're not here to try and change each other's minds. I do want to hear what things you did like about it, though.
Yep.
Beyond, because basically everything we just saw was all presentation.
Yes.
Like, and
Yep.
that's something I already said. Like, we all agree that the movie has good presentation.
Absolutely. Yep.
But like outside of presentation, what you thought the movie did well.
Personally, I liked all of the characters. I thought that particularly all of them. You shut your mouth.
All.
This is why we're not going to come
All.
to an agreement on these things.
All.
So, I thought that the death villain was sufficiently
Death is
intimidating for
cool.
what he is,
Death
and
is cool.
his whole like just him and Puss's whole thing. That whole arc was great.
Would like more of that, and they didn't do it.
Sure, I found the Goldilocks characters to be sufficiently entertaining, and I at least like. I'm not shedding tears over any shit, but I thought that their arc was like nice, and I
tears
enjoyed
of
it.
anger over there.
No,
I was.
There was
rolling my
nothing-
eyes when like.
Listen, I'll
down
be
here.
honest. I liked them when they first showed up. I'm like, oh, this is
I know the
interesting.
first
Like
time
an
they showed
interesting
up.
take on them.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they're still
Here.
Oh, and then they're here the whole time.
that's a damn
When-
shame.
honestly,
That's a
when
damn
they
shame.
fight- Okay,
the
so-
problem was they focused on the joke of them way
Uh-huh.
too much.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And I never got any actual like character from them. I felt.
Sure.
Well, there was no the character. Their character was the joke. That was how they were introduced. Their character wasn't that they had something to bring to the table besides that. It wasn't until that you realized they were sticking around where you're like, okay, so it's like a family thing. Oh, like the mom's a little less British than she was when she first started. Okay, they're starting to try and make them less of a joke now. Oh. And then of course, it's a mile miles away. You see what they're trying to do, and you're like, can we just get to that already? Can we just do that?
Yeah.
And then they drag it out to the end of the movie. That's exhausting because that means there's no growth to happen anymore. It's just you already know what it is,
Sure.
and you're just waiting for those things to happen. And so these characters that showed up as jokes are sort of in a very just trite way forced into that final moment that you knew was going to happen 30 minutes ago, which it's not an exciting thing to happen. It's just, okay, fine, can you just do that so we can go back to the main character who's literally losing screen time to these other characters who we don't care about.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to cut out them and honestly Kitty Softpaw.
Kitty Softpaws.
I liked her too.
I like the idea of her. It's just like just
It's
have
distracting.
Post and what Perito? What were they called?
Perito, the little dog.
Yeah.
I'm
How great
surprised
would that
y'all.
have
I'm
been?
surprised y'all
I like-
didn't have problems with that little thing, because that.
He's super one-dimensional, but I expect that.
Yeah.
That's for the kids, so that he can be the moral compass of the movie.
Exactly.
What's interesting though is that like when that character was first introduced, I expected that I was gonna hate the shit out of that thing because he's like, I feel like it's so easy to make a character like that just the most fucking annoying thing in the world.
Yeah.
But it was I'm
I thought I would hate
trying
him
to
too,
think.
but
I'm
then
trying
some
to
other
think what
characters
actually
showed
made
up.
it. I'm trying to think what actually made that dog work for me. But yeah, so I enjoyed the themes of like mortality and that whole stint with death. You don't really see that kind of stuff in especially kids movies. You don't usually see blood in kids movies either.
That's
That
true.
was hands down my favorite part of the movie.
That blood, trickling down his fucking face.
That was
When-
my favorite part.
When
of the
death
movie.
was
So
first
fucking
introduced
good.
and like you had like a close-up shot of Puss and he like turns his hat and he's already there, I'm just like, ooh, that's good.
Can I tell y'all what I thought this movie was gonna be and probably why I got disappointed as it went further?
What?
Because I loved this movie right up until the point that the Goldilocks showed back up at the house. Okay, that was when I stopped being really into the movie.
Okay.
But up until that, I was super into this.
Yeah.
Because that he goes through this whole thing, right, of finally he's not immortal anymore.
Yep.
And that's like okay, that this movie is about coming to terms with that. And he's still like you see that he's at the bar, but he's still feeling pretty confident in himself.
Yep.
But then here comes this guy who apparently like he knows now that Puss is no longer immortal.
Yep.
And now he's here to finally collect on the bounty because you don't know he's death or anything at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And they have their little fight, and now Puss in Boots shows fear for the first time ever, and they do it in a very sophisticated,
Oh my God,
very
yeah.
creative way. They don't just be like, oh, he lost his battle or something. It's not a joke. They don't make any
He
of this a
fucking
joke.
runs.
It is fucking dead serious. It's not even a joke when he escapes through the sewer. That's how I knew this movie. Well, that's when my hopes jumped through the roof.
Yeah.
didn't
It wasn't
even
a joke.
make
It was
about the
desperation.
sewer. Yeah, the toilet was not a
Death-
joke, and I knew
It was like, oh, I stink. Oh.
Everything
when
surrounding
Jimmy-
death was never. Nothing about it was ever silly at any moment.
No.
Which
I
is
agree with that. Death
kinda
was-
crazy.
Death was one of the most meaningful parts of the movie.
Yeah.
So here's where I thought it was gonna go. So when he escaped and went into like hiding, and then I saw the Goldilocks showing up. What I thought was going to happen, because I'm like, oh, there's a cool, funny little parody of a fairy tale group.
Yep.
I'm like, it's going to be almost this John Wick style. All these other bounty hunters all heard that Puss in Boots is down to his last life or something.
Animated
They're coming
smoking
after him.
I thought it was
aces.
gonna be.
And then over the course of this, like, death will still be around, and even though Puss like gets away through all this, death always comes no matter what at the end.
Yeah.
And everything was going to be around this idea of mortality and life and stuff. And I know that that's very adult, but the movie really was leaning on these heavy concepts at that moment in the
Yeah.
bar. So like it literally ended the first act on that heavy tone,
Yeah.
and started the second act with obviously the joke of the cat house. But I thought going into the second act, like everything that I learned from the first one was going to be this journey of facing mortality, and it technically is, but it drops a lot of those adult themes in favor of some of these more accessible kids ideas of, you know, throwing more characters and jokes at it to fill in the spaces,
Sure.
so that they can come back to and they would drop in the mortality here and there, but it's just I really was looking forward to some of that. So when it took a back seat and I saw more of the other characters than I saw of Puss, like, and I agree with Steven on this Kitty Softpaws. I don't hate her, but she was just another reason that I didn't get to see Puss in Boots' journey back from I can die to I can live. I didn't get to see that journey because I was too busy. Oh no, Kitty doesn't have someone she can trust. What does that have to do with the story? And Goldilocks wishes she had a family. Well, obviously the bears are her family, so can we get that over with? And then Jack Horner, what's his deal? Oh, there is none. He's just meant to be funny. I'm like, okay.
He was raised with a loving family. That was it.
Yeah.
But talking about Kitty Softball, I'm just never really a big fan of them introducing a character that has so much history with the main character, and then
That we've
there's
never heard of.
that I've never seen this character ever. I mean, I don't know if she was in the first.
Apparently she was, but I'm glad that you
but-
didn't need to see the first one to get everything
either way,
out of
like
this.
I'm sure you knew none of the information about her in the other movie.
No.
But I'm not a fan of them just being like, yeah, and now you have to care about the story that
I
part
was
of her.
I was okay with that, with
I
the
haven't
only
seen it.
stipulation
I haven't
being
seen any of the trauma or tragedy. Why?
How am I supposed to be convinced?
Yeah.
so the thing for me is like I was okay with that under the assumption that like this is different, like this Puss in Boots has never met Shrek. This is his own life story and this is his own world he lives in. Because like
Wow.
But he has met Shrek because when his
But he
life
has.
flashes before his eyes.
Yeah,
I
you
know,
see them like doing
I
like a
know.
Hakuna Matata little walk.
They have the
like-
Hakuna Matata walk.
Which
and it's like
I didn't mind. I was like, oh look, there he is.
I
thought
guess
that
it's a
I
little.
thought they had to do that because to put a complete barrier between him and Shrek would be
I
like
know.
saying that Shrek
I
is
kind
stupid
of
and
wish
this is
they
cool.
did though. But well, it's not like Shrek is stupid and this is cool, and it's more of just like the stuff you're seeing in this movie is going to be no one's going to be breaking out into all-star during this movie. Like it's more of like it. I can tell by that if you disagree with me, but more of what I'm saying is like I guess it's a little better because these aren't like Puss in Boots like prequels. This takes place like post Trek. He's already met him and stuff. But I just can't imagine this Puss in Boots interacting with Shrek in a movie now.
Oh, I agree.
So
I mean,
like
at
that's
this point, no.
that's kind of why I'm just like I'm fine with these other characters because in my mind it's like, oh, this is just a completely different universe. Like whatever. It doesn't matter that these characters haven't been established before
Not
because
canon.
like right. Because like this is where they're getting established now. So like it's not like I'm trying to think of an example where you see like it's the classic problem of like when you have a really great movie and then they make a prequel where like these important things have to happen and these important characters that you've never seen before have to be established. But
Right.
then like once you see that prequel and you watch that movie again, you're just like, this character doesn't look like they've been through any of that shit in the prequel. Like they're like crying over a dead loved one that like was a
Yeah.
major part of the prequel, and that's why they're not in the latest movie. And it's like, okay, it kind of looks like they didn't go through shit now.
Right.
But because
Where
this
they
takes
just
place
sort of-
after Shrek and has, in my opinion, just a different character in Puss.
More mature
than in
Puss.
than in like Shrek 2, where he,
Puss.
like Puss in Boots in Shrek 2 was literally just, let's make this cat sound like Zorro, and wouldn't it be funny if we cast Zorro, and that's the joke. The end. That's
That is the
all it
joke.
was.
That was
That's
the
it.
whole.
That was
thing.
his
That's where he
whole
started and ended.
character in Shrek 2.
That's it.
So to think that like a character with the same name as that can actually go through like an emotional arc in this movie, I can't picture him hanging out with Shrek anymore. I just can't.
Oh God, no, they don't exist in the same universe. To me now.
Yeah. So, long and short, that's I think why I didn't mind Kitty Softpaws coming out of nowhere. I didn't like the last like 10 seconds of this movie.
Oh, yeah.
I
where
wish they
where
didn't do
say
that.
Puss, we're gonna go join our friends. Wait, no, you're not talking about like Shrek, are you? That
Yeah.
weird green looking dude? No.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was so weird because like they pan over to like another just throwaway joke in Shrek 2 where they have like far, far away in like Hollywood letters.
Hollywood
That
sign.
was just meant to be like, haha, that's goofy. But they pan over it in this movie. I'm just like, that looks weird. That looks weird now.
It does not fit with the style of the rest of the
No.
movie.
Goodness, no. Can you imagine a Shrek movie where Shrek's moving on twos to fight something?
And that's
well, it's
that's what I
also-
was just like, oh, in like the
It's
last
also
10
just like
seconds of this movie.
remembering Shrek 2 and like what like far away like looked like the city and stuff, like kind of like modern.
It was meant
It
to
was
be
very
like a spoof
modern.
on Hollywood, I think. Like
Yeah.
just it was
And-
kind of
and-
like grimy and like
medieval Hollywood.
yeah.
Yeah,
You had like
where's all
paparazzi
that-
and shit.
Yeah.
Where's all that modern technology in like I guess Mexico
Puss
where
universe.
people hanging out?
Yeah.
Like there's just a bunch of poor people over there, I guess.
And also you
That's
think
it.
like say what you want about like the development of like the trio, but after this movie, they're kind of a package deal now, right? Like you're not just gonna have
friendship.
Puss. Well,
In friendship.
but
They're still workshopping it,
yeah,
Jared.
I know. But you're not gonna like if he appears in the next Shrek movie. It shouldn't just be Puss, right? Like it's gonna be the trio, and that I can see even less working in like the Shrek universe
Oh,
with
yeah.
Shrek and stuff. So I'm just like, what?
Yeah, how
I know
Burrito
you
and
gotta-
Shrek gonna interact. Like
Yeah.
I can't even fathom.
Like I know like you guys gotta like set up a franchise and stuff, but
Bring me
did you
back Lord
have to with
Farquaad.
this one?
Lord,
Like,
Lord Farquaad.
yeah, I just don't. Weirdly, I just am the least fan of all of the Shrek callbacks in this movie. I'm just like, didn't need that really.
I didn't mind the one where his life was flashing.
Sure,
before his
that
eyes.
one
Like,
was fine. That's
obviously,
kind of like a little
you
Easter
can't
egg.
ignore it.
But
Yeah.
but they didn't have to go back to far away.
But it was also just like basically just a silhouette of Shrek and Donkey with like
yeah.
Yeah.
like, oh, look at his old friends that he's remembering.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
like really bring too much
Yeah,
attention.
no,
feel like
I
you-
guess
I
I don't
feel
mind
like
that.
I think you have to do that because
Sure.
I think I'm insulted by this movie if they try to ignore the fact that Shrek exists.
Sure.
Because
Listen,
you
Shrek
can't.
made you, puss.
Well, the fact that like if Puss exists in this universe and it's not trying to insist that this is before he ever met Shrek,
Mm-hmm.
then the idea that this character who had a lot of interaction with Shrek and has no
Yeah.
thought about him, nothing about him exists in his world, that
Sure.
would be weird.
Sure. Yeah. No, so
Why
like
did
I
Puss go
I'm,
off on his own, anyways?
I don't know.
have no
Maybe
idea.
that's in the fourth movie. I have no idea.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Because so like yeah, maybe I exaggerate. I also didn't mind when like Shrek just popped up in like that flashback thing. I thought that was fitting. I'm mostly thinking about just that those
ending.
last 10 seconds. I didn't like them.
Yeah.
I didn't like them at all.
Yeah,
That-
I agree.
that
Well, 'cause it
and
sucks
the
all- it
obvious,
sucks all of
like-
the maturity out of those
Yep.
characters at the end.
That and the pretty obvious like Shrek 2 callback with like their back and forth kitty eyes. I also didn't like that scene. I was like, okay.
Yeah, for the kids.
This is the 4 kids scene. It's made just a tiny little bit better because they like harken back to it for a major like plot thing at the end.
I did like.
It was a
climactic.
clever little callback, but I just didn't like that scene where it actually happened. Just like, okay, it's like, haha, remember
It
this
wasn't
face
enough.
in
It
Shrek
wasn't
2?
enough for me.
Oh, it
was
wasn't
funny
enough to
when Perrito
redeem
was
it, but I'm
trying
just
to-
like, yeah, I liked it when Perrito was doing that stuff.
Well, no, like when he was trying to do it, and they're like, "You're gonna like pop an eye out or some shit." Like,
Are you
they
about to have a
actually
hernia? Like, what are you? I also like how similar to like Death being like played 100% serious 100% of the time.
Yes, not a joke.
Flip the coin for Jack Horner. It's exactly the same thing of just like
Yeah.
he has no moments of sympathy. He is just pure evil because he wants to
Right.
be, and he's having fun doing it. So
Yeah.
even in like his final moments when like he's looking at the dog, he's like, "Oh, that's so cute that you think that would work." I'm just like, I'm glad this motherfucker never changed for a second.
I appreciated that too. I like
Dude.
Jack Horner.
The first way I thought he was gonna die was like when he's falling through the bag. I was like, oh shit.
I thought that was,
he's
I thought that
going
was
back.
game over for Jack.
Yeah.
I was like, that's fucked up. Infinitely.
damn.
But they did show the cookie like 8 times.
Yeah, they
so-
did. I think I had that thought during
I'll
like
save
the
this
death.
for later.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I bet you
okay.
will.
Okay.
I do like how like when he was packing up for the journey, I'll have to rewatch it again, but I'm pretty sure every single thing they showed him packing in there, he used at some point,
used.
which is pretty great.
It might be true.
Yeah.
Unicorn horns and all that.
Yeah. I also love. I think every single scene when death kind of came out of nowhere was pretty effective for me. Of where I'm just like, oh, like he's kind of just like standing in a crowd or something, or you hear whistling.
Yeah.
I thought the whistle was a little contrived, or not
Sure.
contrived. Like it was very unoriginal.
Sure.
I thought they could have done something that's so overused. Is like, oh no, I hear the whistle. That means the thing that's going to kill me is here, and it's like
here.
really confident that it can kill me. It doesn't even need to hide itself.
Yeah.
It's been in Hunger Games. It's been in Walking Dead. It's been in anime. It's
Sure.
been everywhere.
Yeah. Maybe
So
it's just
I
a
wish
trope
they
I
had done
like.
something. It's not bad. I just, I wish they could have done something cool.
Sure,
It's
sure.
death. They can get as abstract as they want with it.
I did like the fact that
Not
like
too abstract
never-
because they still want you to believe that he's just a bounty hunter.
That is true. That is true.
a while.
Yeah, it needs
Another-
to be something realistic.
And another thing I liked is that like, unlike the other two villains and like the main character, you never really see like him traveling through anything or like, because you could have easily had a scene of him going to like the poppy field or whatever, and they do their whole super intimidating thing, and he just like eviscerates them and move on or whatever.
Oh, death actually pursuing.
Yeah, but like I like that they didn't do that because it made
it
him
was smart to not do
it made
It's
him
better
feel
that he
like
just
way more like just a
appears,
force of nature,
shows
just
up.
like he's fucking coming for you like a fucking It
There's
Follows
no way
creature.
to
Like he's
escape.
just
Yeah.
taking his sweet time because he knows he'll get there.
It would have ruined it to actually.
It would have, and that's what I'm saying. I'm glad they
materialize him
didn't.
and-
I'm glad they didn't
yeah,
do that.
that was a smart choice.
Was there anything else that I wanted to say about this before we
Well,
move on to a
talk
different
about
movie?
like the main Puss like message arc.
Yes.
Like this idea of he lost his lives and then
Yep.
fear of death. Like walk me through what you thought about that.
I liked that a lot because it basically, I mean, like I feel like the moral of this movie is less so like, or like the theme of this movie is less so like about mortality and more so about like appreciating life, but in a different way from like Soul. I feel like because it's more of just like Puss was living most of his life frivolously because he knew he couldn't die, which led him to lead a life where he never formed any meaningful attachments with people or did anything that was like worthwhile to another person. And when he's on his last life throughout this movie, he learns to live like that or sort of create those kinds of relationships while at the same time also overcoming his crippling fear and anxiety of death. So like those two things kind of played together and basically came to a unified head at the final fight between Puss and Death, because he's obviously still in that moment when he's on the star, he's still just like petrified of dying, and he's always like a couple seconds away from just wishing for his lives back. Like he was genuinely felt like he was going to be doing that until like Death kind of like roped him off there. And that's kind of when those two themes of like overcoming that fear of death and learning what it means to live a meaningful life and forge meaningful relationships, those are basically the reasons why he's able to overcome death and death lets him live. I thought all of that stuff developing that was neat and I really liked it. And it's not like I said, I'm looking through the list of prior animated movies, and really outside of Soul, which is like one stipulation, I feel like the last
just
time
not fair to compare.
the last time that I felt like in an animated movie, especially an anime movie that I was like definitely targeted at kids, surprised me with not only like the theme it was tackling, but also the maturity with which it tackled it, I haven't felt that surprised since, I want to say, the first Lego movie, which was a long time ago for me. So that's kind of why I feel like I had a stronger appreciation for something like this, because it's not something I see very often. So yeah, that's what I liked about that, at least.
So what do you think was what helped him succeed in the final act there? What made him overcome death? What was it? Because it's a little murky to me, but I'm curious the way you read it.
Sure. Let me think here. So I'm trying to think, because there are certain points in this movie, and particularly around when Kitty Softpaws and Puss get like separated by like the Crystal Palace thing or whatever, where they sort of specifically, like, it seems like they mutually agreed at that point to put a hold on their journey to get to the Wishing Star to go save Perito. Like, that was their the one thing that they wanted to focus on doing. And that was at least a moment that kind of illustrated the fact that there's something in Puss's life that matters more than just him. And I feel like the adventures that they sort of go on throughout this movie do a good job of sort of establishing why these characters would feel the need to do something like this. And then as he's flashing, like, they're calling back to the whole life flashing before your eyes sequence when Death like corners him on the star. He starts remembering basically a bunch of these moments with these characters that he held a lot of value in. So that's kind of when he sort of realizes that he's been living his life caring for these other people, and the only reason that he was ever cautious enough to let that happen was because he was on his last life and trying to come to terms with that. So it's almost like his fear of death was what brought him closer to these other characters, to actually have something meaningful happen with them. That was probably pretty rambly, but that's
I get it. My confusion with the movie was just like what lesson had he learned, or what clicked in his mind that made death go away? And it wasn't really clear to me, because
his thing was that he was finally like fighting, like normally he didn't give a shit about like if he lived or died, like whatever, like I'll have another life. I think the fact that he's like, I'm gonna fight as hard as I fucking can to preserve this life, and I'm gonna treasure the people that I love.
Death,
blah blah blah.
Yeah, the reason Death walked away. Well, the reason Death was originally hunting him is that he was essentially doing it out of spite, because this little prick was so arrogant about his lives.
I like that. That's cool, because it's kind of characterizing Death in an interesting way. I
imagine that Death has done this with like a lot of other different people. Like he goes around, like, for people just like Boots, just murders them. But Boots is probably one of the first ones that actually is like changed, I guess.
So he stopped fighting him, particularly I think when Puss like pushes his weapon back at him, because he could have very easily probably run away at that point, wished for 9 more lives, and it would have been. No lesson would have been learned, and Death would have just killed him 9 more times.
You see how like that. So this is where it gets confusing for me. Okay. So the thing that made Death leave was him not being afraid of death anymore. But when did that get learned?
It's when Puss is just like doing like a little speech. He says, "I'm gonna fight to like my teeth for this life," like saying like, "I'm gonna." Like, no matter how many lives I have at this point, I know this is my last.
Yeah, but he was already going to that. Like, he already wanted to live, and that's not. It was more of he was afraid of dying.
Well, it was
and
that.
That's why he was running.
It was that, and he was also living without purpose. He was living without purpose, and now he has a purpose and actually like meaningful connections. Like he's living his life like by developing as a person now, rather than just like partying every single weekend because I'm never gonna die. So that was what it wasn't the lack of fear of death, because his fear of death I feel like was overcome the moment that fight started. Like he was ready to go, challenging this thing. He's not like limp-wristed, like still shaking in his boots by the time that fight starts. And it's not until Death sort of sees that that character is now sort of living with purpose, and he knows, well, he sees in Puss that Puss understands running away from death is pointless. So if he wants to preserve the life that he has currently built for himself in these last day or two, he's gonna have to fight tooth and nail with death, and he's not gonna do that unless death has all of his weapons. So he kicks it over to him, tells him to pick it up. Like, that's when like Death sort of sees just like, fuck you, you learned a lesson, but I really wanted to kill you, sort of thing.
Yeah,
that's what I saw.
I get the acknowledging death now, so that makes sense of him kicking the weapon back, and because again, that's why I read this as, oh, he's not afraid to fight death to stay alive anymore. But again, that's confusing since he was already wanting to stay alive.
Sure.
So when we talk about his real reason beyond that is that he had a purpose to live now. Is the purpose to live the friends he made?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that it? And then is the argument that he was incapable of that anytime before this?
No, he wasn't incapable of it. He just deliberately chose not to.
Well, but is that the case though? In like Shrek and stuff, was he?
That's why I don't want this to exist in the Shrek universe.
I also, to be fair, I don't think he ever got like deep with Shrek and Donkey.
I don't know.
Wasn't
They
he
were just
part
like,
of, their crew?
they were kind of like party acquaintances for the most part.
Is that true? Or
I don't
were they
know.
not
I think
I don't know. I don't know, and I almost deliberately choose not to think about it because I think the Shrek movies and the Shrek universe weakens this movie.
I agree with that.
I just don't think, like, I don't remember there being anything like super.
Because he has.
emotional.
So my problem is the movie has a flashback to him hanging out with Shrek and Donkey like friends.
Sure.
So it's well established that Puss.
And I
has
wish it
friends.
wasn't. Like,
And
that's what I'm
it does even so in this movie it shows this, but
Yeah.
then it has lines from him where it's like, who are you gonna go stay with? Who cares about you? He's like, oh, I don't know. It's like,
yeah.
you absolutely know who you can go be with.
Yep.
Why are you acting like Shrek doesn't exist?
Yep.
We had
So
a falling out. We just haven't. We got.
so I guess I haven't seen the other movies to know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it struck me as odd that if is the movie about a fear of death? Like, no, because he obviously was him overcoming his fear of death and saying I'm gonna fight to stay alive is he's of course he wants to stay alive, so that can't be it.
Well,
so is it that
a fear of death and like fighting a fear of death and like confronting and accepting death are two very different things. Like, or like
wanting to be alive?
Yes, like surviving. What am I trying to say here? Like,
I think I know what you're trying to get at. Is the
dreading
the life that you
death
live,
is a different thing from like,
accepting death as a reality.
yes, not letting, like, the thing that he learned was like not like letting death monopolize his life, I guess. Like, what am I trying to say here?
I don't think it is so much. It's like letting himself live now. With like, this is his last life. He's actually like gonna live for once instead of just kind of just going through the motions as he was doing before.
I can't put into words how fearing death is different from wanting to be alive. But there is a difference there, but I can't articulate it.
Yeah, like wanting to live is different than not wanting to die.
Yeah.
I get I think I understand what you're trying to get at.
People can go into like an existential crisis just sitting on their living room couch thinking about death. And that's kind of the mindset that Puss was in after his first brush with death.
I'll just go hang out with the grandma, which hot, by the way.
Like, yeah, those legs. Did that make anyone else uncomfortable? When
It did. That seemed grim. Like,
it was gross.
Yeah.
I don't like how much of her legs we could see. That really bothered
Well,
me.
I mean, take solace in the fact that apparently Gravity just decided to throw his arms up with regards to her dress.
Oh,
Thank
that dress
God.
did not move, which made it a weird
she-
choice for them.
She uses starch, like heavy starch.
A lot of starch.
Ironing,
Think of
so-
all the cat dander on that shit.
Oh man, think of the smell of that house. God damn.
I also think they spent too much time in that house, considering what they
Yes.
wanted to do with this movie.
Yeah.
Just
I agree with that.
Because I agree with you, Jared, that death is the coolest part of this movie. The only issue that I have is that I feel like they just thought because death was a part of the movie that it was an excuse to not have to explore that really beyond him just being scared of dying and then making friends and then wanting to like not die. It's a much more advanced concept, and I think that it's really easy to give the movie a lot of credit just for touching a subject and then giving it meaning instead of actually like looking at the evidence of the movie to see what it said. Because I don't think the movie actually puts anything really amazing forward. I think it's easy to draw our own conclusions about that message because it touched a subject that we like.
Sure.
I like this wolf. I like the idea of personifying death and that it chases him, and it marries so well with him being a cat and being down to his last life. It has a joke and a parable at the same time. Like those are great, but I don't know that I want to give this movie credit for just being like death is in it. That's not usually in kids movies.
Sure.
So that's cool, you know?
Sure.
Nothing was presented to me that showed that there was a really interesting or substantiated message. Just friendship and not dying.
In my opinion, I just disagree.
Pretty shallow.
I guess. I think
Okay.
I think the things that the movie did put forth were effective enough for me to appreciate what it was trying to do. Quick sidebar though. Does anybody know the origin of Cats Have 9 Lives? Like,
No clue.
how is that such a universally known thing that, from what I can tell, doesn't? I don't know where that would even come from, other than I just know it. You know, like why
It
cats
probably
specifically?
came-
Why do they have 9 lives?
I mean, it's
Why
probably
the
the
number
same
9?
thing of. It's probably the same thing of like, oh, like cats always land. It's just something that people said, like, oh,
What a
that
weird
cat got out of
thing,
that
though.
Situation.
I
Oh,
guess.
they must, like 9 lives. Who knows where shit comes from?
If I had to
But
guess, it has to come from something religious or
Sure.
satanic.
but I
that-
find it so.
The idea of 9 lives, like a specific number.
Uh-huh.
I just find it so odd that like it is something that literally nobody questions. Like everyone seems to know this like
Yeah, cats
this
have 9 lives.
folklore thing,
That's just a given.
and I have no idea. I just got here, but I loved this movie. Well, we're about to talk about a different movie soon.
Yeah.
Well, if you
was
like-
about-
I
was
really
about
loved
to
this
say-
movie as well. The Ruds loved
was
some
about-
certain aspects of it.
Well, I was gonna say let's just move into some quick final thoughts so we can move
Yes.
on to the actual
Yep.
movie that
Oh,
we're
that's
supposed
that's
Yep,
true.
yep, yep,
because-
yep, yep. So for me, this is again probably one of the most enjoyable animated movies I have seen since. If you don't want to count Into the Spider-Verse, then probably the Lego Movie, which let me just Google real quick.
14.
Yeah, it was a while back. 2014. Yeah. There have been plenty.
Wow.
There have been plenty of animated, like recent animated movies that I thought were, fun to watch. Both Pixar, DreamWorks, and others. But none of them have. I haven't had as much fun watching them as I had with Puss in Boots. Obviously, it looks incredible. I really enjoy. I enjoy. I hope that the success of this movie, assuming that it will be a financial success, who knows?
Probably as good as Boss Baby.
Well,
Hey.
I would hope so, because Boss Baby is unfortunately a massive cash cow.
Well, you know what the scary thing is? They're gonna make a TV show about Puss in Boots, just ruin it now because that's what they do with all their IPs.
But more, I'm more interested if this becomes a big financial success. I want it to be part of a trend for animated movies to not have to try and push for like the photorealistic route and can like branch out and be more stylized, like something like Into the Spider-Verse or something like this. Like
I don't want
hope
them all to just start doing the same thing.
Yes.
I don't want them to all just shift to doing this.
Unfortunately,
I want-
that's probably what will happen, but I'm hoping that it
That's-
just like, I'm hoping it at least like, it stands as proof of like, oh, we don't need like the highest fidelity water physics to have a blockbuster movie. Like we can make this look like something fucking crazy because we can do anything we want. This is animation.
You can be art direction first, technology second.
Yeah, I hope that more movies take notes from this movie, because if you took a side by side shot of Shrek 2, Puss in Boots, and this one, like,
Oh man.
granted, Shrek 2 came out in like 2003, but still.
Come on, Jared. Cut-
well,
cut
the
Shrek
first
some slack,
the
goddammit.
first Puss in Boots came out in 2011, which is still fucking almost over 10 years ago. Fuck.
Yeah. You're an
I-
old man, Jared.
I
About time you
personally
recognize that.
really enjoyed all of the characters. I will concede that Goldilocks is probably the weakest one, but I still really enjoyed watching them.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, I still really enjoyed watching them. I don't think the only parts of the movie were. I don't think there was ever a part of the movie where I was bored. But the only parts of the movie that I would say probably objectively didn't enjoy was basically anything where Shrek was incorporated. So like the last 10 seconds of this movie, cut it the fuck out. And the whole like cat eyeball sequence that did not have to,
the cuteness.
I rolled my eyes when
It was
when Puss
important.
first started doing it, and then they kept going
kept
for like
going.
30 more seconds. I'm like, oh, this is not landing for me. All the other
That's like a lot
jokes
of things
pretty
in
much
this
landed.
movie.
All of the other jokes pretty much landed for me. I really enjoyed pretty much everything else about this movie. So yeah, I would probably have to give this one an 8 out of 10 for me. I
Holy shit.
really liked this movie, and
Okay.
I would easily watch it again tomorrow. Easily,
Okay.
really liked
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
And this is probably, I think this is going to be a similar thing to like Roger Rabbit, where it's like, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I like this movie. And ain't nothing y'all are gonna say or gonna convince me otherwise.
Be that way.
So go ahead and
Stick with your sport.
get to yours then.
Yeah, I think obviously, like I mentioned before, but I would have watched this movie if it wasn't for the art style, and I think the art style for me kind of carried the movie.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Obviously, I really like Jack Horner. I thought he was hilarious. There's a lot of really
John
funny
Mulaney's
moments.
voice.
John
What
Mulaney was
what an
just-
excellent casting choice there.
It really
That
was.
was
But I-
finally a John
I,
Mulaney
kept,
voice.
I
that I
kept
can get behind.
picturing John Mulaney as like a fat guy, and it just kind
Yeah.
of made me chuckle every time. Like that was great.
Mm.
Obviously, like parts of the Goldilocks, like when they first showed up, fine. I think they overstayed their welcome by quite a bit. I think yeah, I'll agree. Like I didn't expect to like Perito or the little dog, like, but he
He
ended up
had
being
all
pretty-
the trappings of someone I would hate.
Exactly, but I kind of liked his humor too. It was like super stupid and goofy, and then like when he was like when they were like bleeping him out when he was like talking at that
What a
point, I was like, oh my god, what?
Yeah, what a weird
It
thing.
was
Like
fucking wild.
that like made me recoil. 'Cause I'm like, why? When the fuck have I ever heard a fucking bleep in an animated
In
movie?
a
Like
movie.
an animated kids
in
movie.
any
Yeah, so
in
that-
any movie,
And even
a
like-
bleep in
like-
any movie.
If there's ever like a censor of like swearing and stuff, it's always done diegetically, right? It's not just like
Yeah.
someone's leaning on the bleep button. Like that's like post
It'll have
production
like a car
Yeah.
horn or
Yep.
something.
Yeah.
Something obscures the audio.
It almost feels like more transgressive when it's just a bleep. Where you're just like, oh shit. Like,
Damn.
also, the fact that I
really
guess
just-
Perito has like the most fucked up backstory a little dog
I
could have
appreciate
too.
that.
I thought that was-
I thought that
He
was
thinks
good
it's all
character
just
design.
I thought it was
a
too.
joke and stuff. Like, oh, they're just messing around. Like, I thought that was funny.
They threw me in a
Um,
river with a sock and a stone in it, but I got out. Those
Yeah.
crafty fellas.
Yeah, the other
Jesus.
character's like, what the fuck?
I guess I'm still it. I'm like, oh, fuck.
And then I did like the part where he like lays his head and like comforts Puss like
That
when he's
was
in the
sweet.
forest.
That
I'm
was
like,
very sweet.
because his dream was to become like a an
Therapy
emotional
dog.
support therapy dog. I'm like, oh, okay, there's his like story arc.
Yeah.
That's nice. See, and then the
All of
whole
that.
like
Good.
the touching the map and him having like the easy path and all that. Like,
Which
Like,
then
dude,
everyone uses somehow.
Could you? Now that I'm thinking
surprisingly
about
enjoyable.
it, Jack Horner never got his version of the map. We never
Nah.
saw whatever fucked up things he would have
Dude,
to go
that
through.
would have been completely fucked. I don't even want to know what was going to happen with that. But yeah, like,
Why was Kitty Softpaw's path so bad?
I
Because
think
the
it's just
path,
like
the path was
boost.
based on what you want, right?
was it.
I think it's probably like
The
I think it
your
gives hard
character.
pass to-
Soul.
the more you want the wish and like all of that and like you're gonna fight for it, the harder it's
degree
gonna
of
make
that,
it on
yeah.
you. And the
That
fact that
makes sense.
Burrito is like, I don't care about the wish. I just want to hang out with my friends. So it's just like, oh yeah, easy path. You can have it.
Come on, buddy.
It was like obviously it was gonna be obvious that they were gonna like use the switching paths to their benefit at some point.
I thought
but
that was
I
a
was
cool
hoping that-
mechanic.
I was hoping they were gonna do it where they're like a little more strategic with it instead of it being like a last minute thing. They're like, oh, and then we get across this thing, and then let's switch it back to the evil one while they're in the middle of it and kill them. But obviously they're not gonna do something like that.
Yeah.
But I think overall, like I didn't dislike the movie. I enjoyed the movie. I would probably watch it again. Obviously I take some issue with some characters, and the story's a little bit like, kind of generic at times.
Sure.
But it's not such a bad thing. Like I still think, even though it is generic, they do a good job of it for the most part. Obviously Art and Jack Horner carry the movie.
Art and Jack Horner.
Of all nursery rhyme characters to
like some random fucking like putting his thumb at a goddamn pie. Like who gives a shit? Yeah.
He has no art. There's no reason for him to be evil. They don't even.
No,
even
there's
when they show
every
the
reason
flashback-
for him not to be. Is the hilarious.
He just wants all the magic. We're almost done, Pomo.
We're wrapping up right now.
Yeah, so I think I'm kind of hovering around like a 6.5 out of 10. I know we don't really do halves.
Yep.
I'll just give it
But it's a strong.
I'll
fit.
give it a 7 just because I liked some of the painted look in it. I
Sure.
thought that was cool, and obviously like the intro thing was super nice. So yeah.
The show. Andrew, you're
Right.
up. I don't
All right.
expect you to have like a complete breakdown, but
No big breakdown. But I mean, I did give some points to it so that I could try to articulate that.
nice.
But I won't go into crazy detail. So, but using these as a metric, is this movie original? I mean, not really. It's the whole point is that it's a spin-off character in that universe. But I will say that the whole joke is that it's fairy tale parodies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I want to give this, like Bad Cop is saying, credit to this movie for being this idea of running from death and stuff. But that's really not what the movie is, unfortunately. From it mostly the whole time. So even though I want to give it credit for that, I can't really give it full marks. So it's not super original. This, again, trying to chase down this thing, and there are different factions in play. It's extremely predictable. So it's not super original. I give it like a 3 out of 10. It is creative, but I wouldn't go so far as again to say that it's really like opening new doors with anything that it's doing. That's not like this animation style that it did gave it some access to storytelling that we didn't have before. They do some really interesting things creatively with it, though. So it is creative. I give it a 6 out of 10 for that. They don't use it to do anything storytelling-wise that's really unheard of. There really is no theme in this movie. I think it has a few different ones that kind of compete with each other.
I disagree with that, but I'm just gonna keep my mouth
Well,
shut.
here's the thing. Puss
Sure.
in Boots. His whole angle is that he's lived life as an immortal being, and now he is mortal. So he has to learn what it's like to be mortal. That is itself a very strong concept that the whole movie should be built around, but it's not. Like, how does this justify the existence of any of these other characters and what their play in the story is? They're all just a contrivance of ultimately what he's trying to do. So the idea of him getting a wish to basically be immortal again is just they all want to wish too, and their wishes have nothing to do with his. It's not revolving around a central theme. Kitty Softpaws wants someone to trust. What does that have to do with this? The Perito is just the moral compass to say like you guys should just enjoy your life. That's at least somewhat related. The Goldilocks thing is just, well, we are a family, so that's good enough for us. And again, they were a joke to start. They were a joke to start with. Like, they don't revolve around this concept of mortality. And if you want the death to feel strong, you can't make the movie then just about appreciating what you have. That's not challenging the concept of death. So these things don't really bounce off and strengthen each other. They just feel like they compete for time on the screen, and all it does is weaken the death motif, which is the best part of the movie and kind of laid to rest next to a bunch of other concepts that are much weaker. So that is the reason that the story is not so great either. Like, I can't extract much emotion from it because it's pulling away to go look at other things. Nothing really binds them together, unfortunately, so I don't get too attached. I was super excited like 20-30 minutes into the movie, and then it got really distracting and predictable, and I thought it was going to try and subvert my expectations at least 1 or 2 more times, but it didn't. And I had higher hopes because the movie dropped some hints that it was going to do that, and it didn't. But obviously the presentation was the best. But I still can't give it super high score because it wasn't actually really consistent. There were a lot of times that they were animating on twos when they shouldn't, and it made it uncomfortable. Like it worked really well when they were doing these dramatic, kind of like in an anime, they'll do that where the animation shifts because there's a really intense action happening.
Yep.
But if you do that when you're just like panning a camera across people, it just looks like claymation, and it really pulls me out. And they did that more than once in this movie, where I couldn't understand that if they were just trying to figure out how this animation style works, or if they really just didn't understand that it was weakening it. But that kind of was the bummer. But other than that, the actual concept of the style was solid. But again, it's well substantiated. It's not like they were breaking some new ground.
Sure.
So this movie's a 4 for me. I don't hate it. It's just I don't think it warrants being up there with the. It's not like one of the best animated movies even in the last few years. I think it's got some good ideas.
What's one of the best animated movies you've seen in the last few years? I'm curious.
Oh, Soul. I mean, and honestly, if I think back even to like older stuff, Wreck-It Ralph is one of my favorite.
Sure.
Like these are movies.
I liked this
examples
more
of-
than Wreck-It Ralph. I'll just say that because I looked at that one too. I looked at. I'm just like,
hurts, Andrew.
That's
yeah,
rough.
I think
That's
I like
really rough.
this one more.
I
Wreck-It
think
Ralph
these
was
other
great.
Animated movies. I think these other animated movies just understand how to build around a theme better, so that
Sure.
I can care about the characters a little bit more. And I think that the concept of death here is too deep for them to have tried to accomplish in the hour and a half, and they spread themselves out too much to really appreciate it. And there's nothing I appreciate less than a shallow look into a deep concept.
Sure. Sounds good.
All right.
Well, that's quite the spread of scores.
We are all over the place for this one.
How about I go refill my drink and then we can start talking about something that I feel like we'll all be on the same page on.
I have a feeling we should be pretty synced up here.
Yeah.
Now hold on, just a second.
Oh yeah?
Don't dance.
Oh, can't. Whoopsie.
Can't don't dance. I can't do it.
Can't dance.
Finally, we're gonna talk about Cats Don't Dance. Oh my god.
The movie that everyone in the chat has watched and been waiting for,
Also-
correct?
I know the past like 2 weekends we talked about 2 movies and each time. It won't happen this next
This
week,
is-
I promise.
It's not a regular thing.
So
It just
before
kind of happened
before
that
we
way.
get too hard in the paint on this, let me hit the bathroom and refill my drink. Because I'm probably not gonna get up by the time we start talking. So
No, we're gonna get into this.
I'll be back.
I wonder if Ninja's still around to hear us talk about this one.
Oh wow, you guys really like the movie. So you're like, no,
Hold
we're
on.
not talking about that one yet. Just you wait. Just you wait.
Man, yeah, but just overall on Puss, I was actually really excited at the beginning. I felt betrayed by the movie.
I'm
I'm so glad that you agreed on the Goldilocks though. That was my number one
that one was like big for me, and I definitely agree about like the themes and all that for you, but I think just the entertainment value is what kind of just
See, and that's why I said if you just get rid of Goldilocks, honestly, so like the way you fix this movie is you shorten the like cat house scene. There were way too many cat jokes. I get it, they're funny, but all it's doing, you waste so much time there. Shorten
it's a
that.
big waste of time.
Get rid of Goldilocks and have more Jack Horner because he's hilarious.
Yep.
More stuff getting into the castle. Like, wouldn't that have been more entertaining? As like a sequence of them breaking in to get that happened in like 3 minutes. It took
was
no
so
time.
fucking fast. Yeah.
Like, man, this movie would have been so much better if it was, and then you get more time with him and Kitty Softpaws. Like more time with Perito. Like you just spend more time with at least Perito, like characters that actually add to the theme and build up Puss as a character for me to care about. And then get rid of freaking Goldilocks. And then have a much longer journey with more interaction, more time with Jack Horner by himself and things like that. More glimpses into Puss's mentality of death and how he sees that versus how he sees his friends. And then I can maybe see myself even caring about it later, and that when he finally faces down death, he's doing it to like protect someone or something, because he wasn't really there protecting anyone from death.
No,
it was still a selfish thing at the end. So it didn't evolve him as a character. That's why when I watched it, it just read as, yeah, of course he doesn't want to die. Of course he's fighting for his life. That's not exactly that interesting. So,
and to some extent, I'd kind of agree with you. I think it definitely should have been just like someone's like on the verge of dying and he needs to go save them. Like
that would have been cool.
basically. And then Death
And
is
that-
like, no, actually, I'll help you because you're better now. You're cool now, or something.
Yeah, then Death actually helps him save some. That would be crazy.
I thought
Right.
the reveal of Death actually being Death was going to be like super lame once he started saying I was there for every single death. I'm like, oh, please don't cut back to all these flashbacks of how he
And
was
show him.
responsible for all of these deaths or some shit.
Like very.
Oh yeah.
I'm
That
glad
would've
they
been really
didn't
funny.
do that.
Agreed. I was a little worried about that too. I was really happy on the I am Death personified reveal.
Yeah, he's just like not, metaphorically or poetically or nothing like that. I'm fucking Death, man. That's it. That's all it is.
One thing Steve and I were just talking about. Would you agree that the movie would have been better if they shortened that little cat house scene and made the getting into Jack Horner's castle to steal the map a little bit longer to be more entertaining?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with you guys that
I
they
wish
stayed
that
in
had
the
been
cat
longer.
house way too longer than they should have, for sure.
Yeah. I think y'all know how I am with movies. When I see wasted
You are
potential,
more
I
upset
get-
about wasted potential, for sure.
I
Yeah.
hate wasted potential.
Speaking
But
of wasted,
speaking of wasted potential,
Was there potential?
Actually,
All right.
No, I don't even know what the potential is.
Here we go. Okay, so if I could describe this movie in one word, especially when I first started watching it, it would be suffocating. I felt like I couldn't breathe for the first 20 minutes of this movie because it would not fucking stop with super zany, cartoony. Everyone. Okay, this is a movie
dude.
that is filled with a bunch of goofballs and no straight men. Every single person is trying to steal the scene in every single scene they're in, and it is exhausting. And when somebody's not speaking, which doesn't happen very often, there aren't a lot of quiet moments where things can breathe and develop. Because even when
there's no
characters
downtime.
stop talking for a couple seconds, you just hear like there's this really loud music in your face, and I think I was leaning back in my chair. I'm like, "Stop." I felt my breath
Panic
getting
attack.
short. I felt my breath getting short. Where I was like, just oh my god, just okay. I probably had an elevated heart rate until the first moment where Don, whatever his name was sad. When he was sitting on that
Finally.
box. When he was sitting on that box after his first little stage thing.
Yeah, his outburst.
Yeah, and he's just sitting on that box. That
halfway
was
through the movie.
I know. That was the first time where I was like,
Oh, okay, I can breathe. Everyone's quiet for a goddamn second.
holy shit, man. It was just nonstop. It felt like I have a lot of very disparaging sounding quips that I could just throw out oh my god. This movie felt like it was made for TV, first of all.
Oh, it's a cartoon through and through.
But not in the sense that it's so normally when you have a cartoon and then they get the movie version, think SpongeBob. You think of a regular SpongeBob episode and you see SpongeBob the movie. You can see the budget that went into the movie, right? This looks they spent a lot more money and the animators worked a lot
absolutely.
harder to make this look high fidelity, like a feature film. This
Triple A.
looks like something that was made for TV on a TV budget.
It looks like a Saturday morning cartoon.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
This looks like
And
Looney Tunes on Saturday morning.
The thing that I think I kept noticing or just couldn't get out of my mind was that basically anything that was on screen that wasn't moving was boring and flat looking as shit. Empty. The backgrounds
awful.
in this movie were empty.
Void.
It made most of the scenes simultaneously boring to look at, but also exhausting to witness.
It's kind of it's unreal how empty this movie is. I've never kind of like you're saying, you feel assaulted by it, but at the same time there's nothing in it.
Yeah.
It's so contradictory.
I don't know.
You notice the emptiness immediately. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
moments. This movie is instantly vacant.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about it, every character, every design, every background, every song is just
I
empty.
didn't mind some of the musical okay. The only musical number I enjoyed, and you might hate me for this, is the last one, just because it's the only one that I remember. Like
Yeah,
there was
I
like
guess.
5 or 6 songs in this movie.
Oh, I like the Spotlight song.
The Spotlight song of
something in the Spotlight. I don't know. I heard it. I'm like, that's a good '90s song.
Yeah.
was that the last musical
How
number?
does it go?
Because when that last musical number started, when that last musical number started, I'm just like, I know this one and I don't know why. Is this like the only thing I like subconsciously remember about this movie, or because I knew the chorus of that song before they started singing it.
But I'm like, I've definitely heard this song in other places. It wasn't directly from this movie.
Nothing's gonna stop us. Nothing's
that
gonna stop
song.
us now.
That one.
I know you're thinking
definitely
of it.
not from this movie, right?
I knew it
I have
before
no
they
idea.
started singing it, and that was the only one that I liked, just because that's the only one I remembered, man. Like,
Dude, watching this movie, I didn't think I would remember so much about this movie when I was watching it.
I actually did
'Cause I
not
feel like-
remember much about this movie.
I feel like when I was a kid, I probably only watched this movie like maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
But holy shit, pretty much the whole movie, I'm just like, oh my god, I remember this part. What the fuck is happening?
No.
It was
I-
weird.
I didn't have
It was
much. I had moments
weird.
of that, but this
My
movie apparently
subconscious
had zero
This
impact on me. When
this
Same.
I was a
movie
kid.
like stuck with me.
I
Apparently, don't know
weirdly
why.
the only
Deep
thing that I
down
remember
there.
about this movie is basically like all of the character designs. That's all I remember about this movie.
All I
I don't remember
remember
any
is
of the
how
plot
thick
points or the
Darla is.
scenes. I did not like that at all. Every single time we'd get like a weird like sneaky upskirt shot on whatever thing she was wearing. I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Angel. Oh, like, oh my
No,
god.
stop
What
that.
are you doing?
Yeah, I did.
How old is Darla?
Like probably 4. She's obviously meant to be like a Shirley Temple
Shirley Temple
reference,
type,
but she
yeah.
looks like a fucking like she just learned how to talk.
Infant, a baby
Yes.
infant. The way
Yes.
she's built, she has that style of legs where
And
she
yeah.
has like tiny little feet, but like really thick baby toddler
And
legs.
it's not like
Yeah.
it's not like the baby in Roger Rabbit where he just has like a grizzled old man voice. Like she's
Yeah,
trying
voice.
to sound like a young child and has the physique of
She's
like a
voiced
toddler.
by an actual kid.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it
Oh,
doesn't get
God.
any more infantile than that.
Yeah.
It's extremely uncomfortable.
She
watching it.
was like
She's
she was
moving
supposed.
around like yikes.
It's almost like
Yeah.
she was meant to be like a representation of Shirley Temple, portrayed like she's Marilyn Monroe.
It was
I
odd.
didn't like it.
Sure.
I
It
didn't
was some,
like it
yeah,
at
it was some
all.
Harvey Weinstein depiction of child actresses.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
I get how old men animators like were trying to condense all of Hollywood like socialites into one despicable little villainous character, but what they made is a little pedophilic Goldie faced demon.
Yep. I don't know if you know this already, but if you could guess what year this movie came out, what would you say?
Well, I already know it, so I won't say.
1997.
What
Yeah.
the fuck, man?
Yeah.
97. Lion King came out in
But
1994.
this does make sense when you look at it from what you said initially. This is a straight to TV like weekday cartoon movie.
This movie
Yeah,
had
like,
let me compare some budgets here, because this movie had a $32 million budget,
Wow.
and it made
Alien had like a $7 million budget, right?
dude. Well, I feel like animated movies are just on the whole more expensive, especially in that era. You know,
Even this one is an hour and 14 minutes.
this was
Not that short movie.
that's another thing of just like this movie was an hour and 14 minutes, and boy did it feel like it in the worst
I was
possible
surprised
how
how
worst
long
possible
longer.
way.
I'm surprised how
felt
long
longer.
it felt. When I started it and I saw 1 hour 14 minutes, like, oh, I'm gonna be able to like do stuff after this. But I felt like
Yeah.
my night was gone after the movie ended.
Yeah.
Yeah. The pacing is so just
Oh, obnoxiously slow. It is
Yeah.
a
It
slog.
It felt breakneck for the first like half of it though.
and then it just screeches to a
So
halt.
I hope you'll take solace in this. This movie cost $32 million to make.
Yeah, it's good.
And worldwide gross for this whole movie was about $3.5 million.
Oh,
Abject failure.
Oh yeah.
That's
Undeniable failure.
Opening
What
weekend,
a-
it didn't even crack 7 figures.
What was the
Holy
studio?
shit.
What was the studio? I forget.
Warner Brothers.
It
Warner
was a
Brothers?
different studio. It was associated with Warner Brothers.
Oh, okay, but they didn't make it. Well, maybe they were just the production company.
It was.
Maybe.
Hang on, I had the name in my head for a second. Yeah, I mean Warner Brothers is on the poster there. What was the?
I don't
Damn it.
recall.
But basically, I think the studio folded shortly after this movie came out.
No,
I was
no
gonna
kidding.
ask like what other movies did the studio make? 'Cause I'm like,
gonna try and
Yeah,
figure that out.
If we can find it.
Yeah.
obviously probably not much after this because they got fucking.
When you lose $30 million in 1997,
That's big. That's not something you walk away from.
you
Like,
ain't gonna
holy
survive that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
like-
get the. Yeah, it made 3.5 million gross worldwide. Opening weekend, it made 939,000. Budget estimated 32 million.
But
At least they almost made $1 million on. That's crazy. Like, cause now you think about movies making in the hundreds of millions on an opening weekend or something.
Yeah.
That a global movie in 1997 couldn't break
disaster.
7 figures. That's
Dude.
wild.
Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't look like something I would watch in a movie theater.
I wouldn't pay money to see this
Are you
movie.
kidding me?
Like, I'm so glad it was free.
90s was a revolution for animation.
There
It's
was
the
so
golden.
much
It's the
good fucking
golden
animation.
era of Disney.
Oh,
So the
no.
standards were freaking high.
What?
Dude. So this movie came out in 1997. The movie they made before this was in 1994, and it was a little ditty called Page Master.
Page Master?
What? How
They
do they
made
go
the
from Page
Page
Master to this
Master.
bullshit? What the?
Right?
Page Master
Page
had the
Master was so
benefit
good.
of Macaulay Culkin and also a lot of live action and Christopher Lloyd.
For
Yeah.
Lloyd, yeah, that's true.
Live action stuff. They had way more going on. This
There was
one
a lot of-
relied fully on 2D animation and nothing else.
But like cheap 2D animation.
The
It's
worst
like,
kind.
No, I think this movie
It's-
was really banking on. I feel like its soundtrack.
I
Like,
guess.
given
But
what
it
this
reminded-
movie was
Original
supposed to be.
songs? Are those
Apparently,
some of them were-
some of them were.
But the
Really?
animation style reminds me of like how when it jumped from like Prince of Egypt, great animation, and then you watch Joseph King of Dreams,
Yeah.
Holy shit.
gutter trash animation, and
Yeah.
that's what it feels like. Something that was like a straight because Joseph King of Dreams was like a straight to VHS, like
Really bad.
not in theaters. That's what this feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels like a shitty Disney sequel where they just didn't give a fuck, or like they started making a TV show or something.
This is the song that I like. And
bring it up.
it's just because it's not like it's a good song, but I like this song. It made me feel good. This is the classic, almost like a Goofy movie song.
It had the very.
When did
like-
this
It's a
play?
very 90s. It's a very wholesome 90s. This played when he was on the bus ride.
Oh.
This is not original from the song, is it?
It can't be.
Because this sounds like just like a normal
It's
fucking
movie
song.
version. Our time has come.
Yeah,
Let's see
but-
here.
You know what I mean? This just has such a wholesome 90s feeling.
It really does. No, I agree with you. This song is good.
It may not be an objectively good song, but it feels good. What the
This
hell?
is-
All right,
doesn't
so
seem
that's
right.
not the same. That's not
What?
the same music. Okay, cool.
Our time has come is probably pretty.
Oh,
generic.
you know.
Huh?
That's not it. Oh, that might have been it. Nope.
No.
Why
Oh,
not
no. It's too generic to be able to find it. But yeah, come on. This is the best part of the movie. It had the visuals sucked.
I
and
would
hated
say
everything, so-
the only part of the visuals that I enjoyed was I liked a couple of the visual gags for Max. That's about it.
Oh,
There are some times where he made me like chuckle just based on how he moved. That was it.
Right. I did laugh when he went back through his hole that he punched in the wall, and he
Yeah,
did
and
it
just-
perfectly, and then like blew through
Yeah,
that.
just
was
like a
great.
blast of light. Just-
I liked that, and I liked when Danny was leaving Dimple's place, and he's at the door to let them out, and then once they cross the foyer to like the door outside, he's just standing there
He's just
too.
sitting there, and then
Yeah,
Danny
yeah.
reacts to it too. He's
Yeah.
like, "What the fuck?" Like,
I
what are you
liked
so
that.
there?
I liked that,
That-
and
yeah.
that was about it.
Yeah. I mean,
I maybe liked how he like originally walked in like his intro
Oh,
scene.
that's like leaning forward.
Leaning forward and just like slow walking. I mean, Max
but
is
it had
iconic.
much less of an impact on me because by the time he was introduced, I had already seen like 5 or 6 different out of this world characters just being larger than life, where he just pops up and it's like, all right, let's throw
Okay.
another one on them. Let's do
another
it.
one.
Let's go.
That's gonna be everybody, right? From now
Yeah.
on.
I think my least favorite character in this entire movie, even though it's such a petty thing to hate, is the fucking director. I hate him so much. Like
Director guy?
that scrawny looking director dude who's
Yeah,
just like every
the cartoon
single
director.
molecule on his body has to be moving at all times. It's like this.
I liked when he dressed up as Darla. That was
I
pretty
didn't. I didn't like a single goddamn thing he did. I hated that man.
You know what my favorite part is when Sawyer finally sings and her voice sounds nothing like her.
Her
character.
voice sounds way blacker than she sounded the entire movie.
Also, when they're like, "Yeah, Sawyer, she's really talented at dancing and singing," and I'm like,
It's like,
really? And then
Really?
she dances.
Never-
and
She
sings, and I was
dances and is like-
"Oh,
Her singing
is that?
her singing sounded like, objectively speaking, her singing sounded fine. It didn't fit with her character at all, but her dancing was
No.
nothing impressive.
She
Just
sounded like a
sort of
raspy,
bounced around.
like smoker, like." in my
I
opinion.
could not understand. It really threw me off when she started singing. I'm like,
I
what? I'm sorry,
I
what?
noticed
What?
immediately that I was like, that's not the same person.
Weird. I'm okay with them being different people, but at least have the way the person sings,
Yeah.
or like cast it so that the voice actor doesn't feel so far removed.
Yeah.
Even personality, it felt like a different personality altogether.
Yes,
not
it
even
did.
just a vocal sound.
so strange.
Yeah, which I feel like you especially notice when you see the same face making those noises.
Yes,
I did think
immediately.
it was a bit of a strange choice, and this is when I felt like, oh, this movie's gonna have some pacing issues, isn't it? Like it's kind of a strange choice to introduce the first thing the audiences hear come out of the main
Narration.
character's come out of the main character's mouth pretty much at all is a song. Really, I felt
Oh,
that was
yeah.
weird. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
he comes out of the
It's a
bus and just
song.
starts singing. I'm just like, I don't know who you are, sir.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like-
They're just
Why are you
some
singing?
dude singing. Like, what the fuck?
That for some reason, like it felt like I have an understanding of how these movies are supposed to go, and the way that this movie was going about was like, that's not how you should do this. And it's not like this movie's not doing it like other movies, and I don't like it. It's more of like, I feel like there's something that I can't really explain, but I almost intuitively understand of just like ooh, that's not gonna work kind of thing, you know? Like when I see these sorts of like these sorts of standard things or like these patterns in animated movies being ignored, like in this case, for some reason, like I notice that and I can subconsciously I feel like, oh, this isn't working for me. And then my analytical brain's just like, oh, they're not doing it like it's normally done. Is this why it's not working? I don't. My brain was going some weird places when it started with that song. I'm just like, what is happening right now? I don't know you.
Why?
This penguin's gonna be a main character, isn't it? That's okay.
Pudge, baby.
Fuck Pudge.
Oh, Pudge.
Fuck every character in this movie.
Just
like, okay,
all the characters.
the movie
all
also
the
did a pretty great job of establishing the protagonist as being like an objective asshole too. Like,
Oh yeah.
he's literally trying to like steal the spotlight in the middle of a movie where he's just meant to be an extra.
Is he just an idiot, or is he conceited?
He's a
It's-
dreamer.
Is he
Andrew.
narcissistic?
It
he's
seemed like he
passionate.
was like 80% idiot but like 20% conceited, and that's kind of what like pushes him into these situations. When he was doing all that meowing stuff at like during that movie, it 100% felt like this is my moment, sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Like even
Do it on
if
your own
that
time.
even if little CP girl's coming down on the rope, like and that's her
Oh my
movie.
God.
Even if she's like a major asshole, you still look like a dick in the context of I'm just supposed to be an extra in this movie, but I'm gonna try and make my part shine. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate that about his character. He wasn't some good intentioned just trying to make it. No, he really felt entitled to everything.
Oh yeah.
Well, his stupid list is like, by Friday I'm gonna be a star.
Oh,
like, shut
fuck
And the
you.
movie doesn't, and his confrontation that he runs into isn't like the reality of how hard things are. It's no. The reason that you're not immediately famous is
racism.
because of racism.
It's kind of racism, but not
what
real.
the-
Like, I don't know what this
No,
movie
it's
was trying to
100%
establish.
racism.
Oh yeah, well, it wants to be 100% racist, but like the way
like
that this movie,
it's like a shitty Zootopia. Like,
It is a
it
shitty
feels
Zootopia.
it feels like I'm not even that big a fan of Zootopia, but that feels like a massive insult to Zootopia to even compare. because the world in Zootopia is at least
It
like
is what it is.
established. You know,
Sure.
like there's
You at least
rules
understand-
and there's
you
a
understand
society
the
there.
rules there.
What the fuck does it mean? Like these
Oh, what
animals.
are the rules here?
These animals are like have very human behaviors, thoughts, feelings,
They
and
have
emotions.
jobs.
They have
Yeah.
jobs. They have jobs, but like the animals can only play animal parts because they're animals, and that's just what it is.
Human jobs doing
What
human
the
things.
fuck? What does that mean? Like, why? Why are
their
there no
entire
animal
towns are-
actors? Why? Why is it?
Yeah.
Why is it that animals can only play animal parts? There's
Hollywood
literally
is looking
no
for talented
reason.
people.
There's no
not
reason for
animals.
that.
Racism, Jared. That's the reason.
But that
Well, okay,
racism
but-
doesn't.
Well, don't. But what really confused me was that when they're talking to Wooly or whatever, the mammoth guy.
Yeah.
And he's pointing out these old pictures. Of course,
Like these people had a chance, like they had their moment in the
They
spotlight.
had
and taken it
careers.
away.
They
Yeah!
had, like he said, they used to.
they're-
So
they
that,
used to be
it
something.
doesn't mean that Hollywood has just been racist and not letting animals in, and that Danny is going to be the. No. It's that they were famous, so it can't be a racism thing.
That's
because
what I'm
Hollywood
saying.
Was casting them.
No, I think, to be fair, those pictures were like stage productions for them. Like, I think the movie Hollywood movie stuff was different. They only wanted people. Like, that's
But
where like
didn't he
no
say-
animals. There's no animals as like leads at any point. Even like those old pictures, those were like either like stage dancing or like.
So is
Okay.
this
It was
just
all-
like
Okay.
is this just
musical,
supposed to be
like,
like
production.
racism in Hollywood and acting, or is this like society racist against animals? What were they trying to establish
don't-
there?
I
That's
don't know. I don't
that's
think they
the
were-
thing
I
that
don't
upsets
know.
me.
No.
Why are you gonna try and represent this kind of
what
stuff,
I'm-
but just be
what
like,
I'm
we just
tell-
don't like animals. They belong in the
What
ark. and
I'm
that's it."
telling you is the theme is racism, but they don't talk about it or mention it or do
No.
anything with it at all. So it's
Yeah.
just like, I don't know what's going on in the movie. I don't
It
know what
looked
the
like-
point of anything is.
Why even mention that it's a discriminatory conflict if you're not
Yeah,
going to
just-
confront
Just
it?
make it
When-
about like that they don't want new people coming in with like,
Yeah.
shitty talent.
Yeah,
We
like
just
this.
make it that
Danny's
Darla
not that
doesn't want
good.
them. Darla is the star, and she doesn't want these animals working. I
Yeah.
mean, it's so simple. It's not like
It's
it's
the
that
same
of a
thing.
complicated of a story.
Yeah.
But no, we have to show like a line of
simple.
animals like living in slums as Danny's riding off on the bus, and with the
meanwhile-
most racist bus driver in the world.
Alright, so-
Dude,
so-
what the
They belong back in the farm. Know what I'm saying?
The
No,
way
listen.
he
Just
said that,
imagine,
holy
imagine that bus driver talking, but replace animals with like black people or any other race. And just how like fucked
It's-
up that is.
Dude,
the thing
I
he's saying.
remember recoiling as he's talking. I'm like, okay, like
felt
there,
it when he
like
said
every
that.
other single character in this goddamn movie, this dude is way over the top with his animation and is just slobbering his
Putting
sandwich
mustard
all over the place.
windshield.
Because God forbid any character acts fucking restrained in this movie.
Hold on. You mentioned the sandwich. I just have to bring it up real fast.
Okay.
Where the fuck did all that mustard come?
It was
from?
a lot of mustard.
It was a
lot of
lettuce. It was a
mustard.
lettuce sandwich. There was nothing else on it that you could see.
And he
then,
takes
like,
a
when he
bite
bit
and it's
it,
like someone's head just
yellow
fucking
goo
exploded.
everywhere. I'm like, what is that?
But yeah, he's just going off on how much he just fucking hates animals and how they are just a
Yeah.
lesser species. And
Listen
I remember
with me, buddy.
I remember as he's talking about that, like, theoretically, throughout this movie, they've been establishing these fact that, like, animals are, like, viewed as a lesser species.
Yeah.
But it wasn't nearly established enough to the point where this thing that this dude was saying felt like it belonged in the universe. I was like,
No, it just sounded like he
what
was
the
being just
fuck?
cruel.
What the
Because-
fuck?
No,
that,
that's
like-
so real compared to everything else.
Another thing I liked was when Danny has his little like come to Jesus moment. He's like, stop the bus. The only person in control of stopping that is the bus driver. So he's responsible for slamming his own fat fucking face into the window.
He did this to himself.
He's like, wait, what are you doing there?
The emergency court or whatever that you see in movies all the time. No, like the bus driver stopped. He panicked and
slams
stopped.
his own brakes.
Yeah, I thought that was super
bus.
funny. I was like, what the
Oh my
fuck is
God.
happening? And I just, you know how I just loved how one-dimensional every fucking character
Every
was.
aspect of the movie.
God.
Every single supporting character, like the tortoise has got his fortunes, the goat's grumpy about everything, the fish has got her like debutante
She's a
cigarette
whore.
thing.
She's a whore.
The hippo's fat. You know, it's just all just things.
Everyone's got their thing.
Oh, also, all of the moments where they're trying to like garner sympathy for these animals or make them feel likable,
Yeah.
they did like the opposite for me. Like especially when Danny invites them all to the theater to see the preview, and all the animals are like coming in to like get their seats, and they are just fucking up this couple's movie going
They don't give a
experience.
shit
Every
about the
single
people.
one of them. And it's obvious that it's framed to just be like, oh, haha, this is funny, isn't it? Whereas like I'm just like, I get why they hate you now. This is
You don't deserve
just
to
a
be
bunch
in
of
movies.
assholes.
You treat
I'm
people.
starting to become racist against animals.
I kind of hate them too. Well, and see, when they hire animals, they realize that their part
They
in the
do.
movie is to say meow. But then, against the wishes, they were hired to do a job, and apparently they don't have jobs in the animal universe because they showed up
belong
and
on the
immediately
farm.
said, "No, I'm going to do whatever I want to do, and you need to accept that. And if you don't, you're racist."
And another thing is like just in the fact that like Zootopia established a world, this movie didn't. Have animals, are anthropomorphic talking animals a new thing in this world and people are learning to
Did they
accept
just
that?
show up?
Or have they always been here and this is just how it is? And if so, why? Why is that how it is?
It was the 50s.
Explain.
That's just how
At
things were
what-
back
okay,
then.
so all of these animals got cast to say like meow, roar, bark, or blow their trunk. If these animals have existed for as long as humans, why do humans even have that expectation of cats say meow, dogs say bark? No, cats fucking say get out of my
Hey,
way.
hello.
Where did
Like,
they get the meow from?
Hey, I'm walking here.
these animals don't just make their animal sounds. They fucking talk and
They
have
have
goals and
full-on
dreams.
conversations.
Like what the fuck is this world?
Yeah. I don't understand. Yeah, because it definitely makes it seem like there was a time where the animals couldn't talk. They were just normal animals. So what cataclysmic of like apocalyptic
Some
happened
magical event
that
happened.
created this monstrosity that is these walking, talking animals.
and
that-
It's
you
a
can-
new race of animals.
You can make an argument of just like, oh, why are you trying to think so deeply about this lore of a movie that's meant to be silly? But it's
bringing it up in the movie.
it's because like this movie is bringing up these like societal challenges that these
Yeah.
animals are going through. I'm just like, okay, I don't understand why these are happening, and it's because I just fundamentally don't understand how this world works. So like I'm trying to figure out, okay, why do people hate animals? How did that come to be? I don't understand why these people think this way, so I can't relate to them or understand their motives at all. Like it all kind of, it's because they're just like sprinkling in these little themes that are easy to explore on like a surface level, but just don't make sense in the fucking Looney Tunes Animaniacs-ass universe that like every character apparently lives in this world.
The way the discriminatory behavior comes off to me is purely a narrative band-aid for the fact that Danny is obviously talented.
Yeah.
All of these characters are obviously talented. So why
can't they
aren't
get work?
they getting work? Oh shit. Well, we need there to be conflict and
Yeah.
a reason why that just not getting to work in this movie isn't enough. Like why aren't they getting other jobs? Oh, it's because of racism.
Darla
And then that's it.
literally,
That's all they'll ever say about
literally
it.
says how much she hates animals. That could have been the only like antagonizing force that would prevent these animals from like pursuing their careers. It could have been her.
all about.
It didn't
It
have
could
to be
been all
society.
her- all just
enough.
her just like ruining their chances at like every
Yeah.
chance she gets.
Yeah.
She's the only one that needed to be like the negative energy in the world, and it would have been fine.
Yeah, maybe the movie could just be about these actors, like specifically these actors at this studio can't find work because of a bitch coworker. It doesn't have to be. It's like, no,
this
animals have
writer-
to be animals in movies.
Then
all
they
of them.
couldn't call the movie Cats Don't Dance. Then it could only just be like Danny can't dance in
Danny
a
can't
specific
dance.
movie
Danny
because of
can't
Darla.
dance.
But that's all he fucking does in the movie.
But they also make it clear that, because Darla's supposed to be an animal lover, right? So, and that
Or an
if
animal
she-
hater.
If she was found out to be she's the public views her as an animal
Oh,
lover.
yeah, okay.
When they introduce her, they're like the animal lover, Darla, sweetheart.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they make it sound like if she were to be found out to be an animal hater, that she would be the pariah. So it makes no sense then. So where does the discrimination come from if the public, like society, views animal haters as bad people?
I don't know if it's necessarily like if she was an animal hater, she'd be like outcast. I think it's just like, oh wow, she loves everyone. She's so sweet and adorable. She even loves animals. Ew, gross.
But see, then if you
Imagine
draw that, if this movie is meant to link to racial tensions,
Which
that's
it's
really
clearly
fucked
trying
up.
to do.
Really fucked up.
In this
what I think
goofy
that it
movie
is
where
doing.
everyone's a fucking animaniac and they're just dancing and
Yeah.
singing, doing fucking.
And they're like,
what
hey,
the
now,
fuck?
and then the movie like turns really slowly and looks at you and says, now picture us all as black people. And then, holy shit, this movie got really fucked up.
so dark.
But the movie tries to do it in like these weird,
It's like,
sincere
no,
ways.
don't think about it. We're silly.
And then,
But here's why things are happening.
minorities
Don't
were
think
just
about that
animals.
next show tune.
Yeah. Look, now they're all in movies, and now they're in like parody covers of movies that you've seen before.
Yeah. That's the
Nothing.
best part of the movie, though.
I don't think
Isn't it upsetting that only that select few that were on that stage are famous now? You don't see
Yeah.
a bunch of the other. What happened to the other
Also,
animals that also
weirdly
wanted to be
enough- weird-
famous?
I also found it odd that the fucking goat guy was in like 90% of those. Like,
Yeah, is he supposed to be good?
I don't
What
know.
was he doing that was
oh, it's just
special?
some
Well,
old
the
fucking man.
audience saw that he could sing, which means he also gets to be the fucking Terminator or whatever he was in. I forget.
He was in a bunch. He was in a
He
bunch
was in
of
a
that.
bunch of
He was,
things.
he
Like,
was.
like every single one he was in there. I'm like, get the fucking goat out of here. He's the worst character.
I hate the goat.
I hate him.
and
I hate
that's-
old people. They should all die.
I've never felt this way about an animated movie before, but like for a movie that was trying so very hard to be silly and goofy every single second on screen, outside of those two moments with Max that I described to you, I don't think I cracked a single fucking smile. And I've
no.
never
I was
felt that.
cringing
I've
more.
never
I was just
felt
kind
that
of
watching an
watching the movie
animated
just feel like,
movie. Like,
oh,
I
yeah.
I love animated movies. They're like the things that I watch most.
Yep.
Like I said, this
I feel
movie took
like-
my breath away in the wrong ways.
I feel like there had to have been like some like pun joke that I might have laughed at. I can't remember though off the top of my head.
I hated the sequence where the elephant was tipping the room around. I'm just like,
Well, that was just
Oh.
obnoxious.
Just a lot of the jokes were kind of annoying.
yeah, and went on for a very long time. Like, I'm surprised about how much time they dedicated to all of those animals, like dancing around and like playing instruments and stuff. That felt like it went on for like 10 minutes. And then
did.
there was the
They
whole
were long.
And then there was the
scenes.
whole sequence of like the ark flying through like the studios and stuff with all that water. That went on for so goddamn long.
Yeah.
Like they
Jesus.
not only flooded that studio, they flooded all of Hollywood apparently
Right.
because
Yeah.
God.
But also at the same time, you would also have scenes where, like, I swear there were some scenes where they would cut to a reaction shot of a character for like half a second and then cut back to the person who was talking. And like sometimes it would just like nonstop, like cutting all over the place. And I'm just like, stop, please, stop,
Hold on,
please.
wait.
Breathe, Jared, breathe. We need to give him like
Get
a paper
Prito in
sack or
here.
something while he watches.
Was this just a different era where that was what people were entertained by? That kind of pace
I don't
and
think
shallowness?
so because
I
1997.
don't
What else
know.
came out?
I think there's plenty of other good shit that came out in 97.
Yeah. What the fuck
But
was
this,
Disney
this
doing?
feels on par with Warner Brothers, though. This
Herc-
is just
Hercules,
shitty
Brave Little
Warner
Toaster.
Brothers animation.
It does feel like a Warner Brothers animated cartoon for sure.
I don't
Very
think I
much
like
so.
them then.
No, I do not. Oh,
The
Nanas.
Pussy in Boots yet? We just wrapped it up, so
We
you're gonna have
just
to.
talked about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nanas, you missed our rant about that.
A quick
but
a quick TLDR. I gave it an 8. Steven gave it a 7. Andrew gave it a 4. Steven gave it a begrudging 7. It's close to a 6.
I give it a 6.5, and
Sure.
I gave it a pass.
Yeah,
And to a
I
7.
really enjoyed it. Andrew was upset by some lost potential. Steven thought it
potential.
was okay.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about an even better cat-based movie.
Big Ebony Booty Reviews 3. Oh, we'll
Big
put it on
Ebony
the
Booty
wheel.
3.
Put it on the wheel.
Yeah, submit it to the wheel, and then who knows? If it lands on it, we
Imagine
have
that
to watch-
getting
It's just I'm gonna put a porn movie on.
just a porn, but whatever
I
we want
know-
has to be a feature length. It can't be like
Well-
45 minutes or something.
And you have to make sure you find one that Jared hasn't seen already.
That's going to be the
Oh, that's
tough
gonna be a
part.
lot more
That's the
difficult.
tough
That's
part.
tough. That's a hard sell right there.
You know what? I'm actually not seeing all that many Well, hang on.
Was 97 just like a dead year for movies?
Well, 97 in
animated
particular doesn't like have
Definitely is
that
coming out.
many 97 animated movies. No, 1997.
Look at
Sorry,
the
not
archives.
97. So 1997 animated movies. We had Hercules, and then some like
Classics.
Hercules, Brave Little Toaster, and then a couple of like definitely not for kids movies that were like Perfect Blue, Princess Mononoke.
Mononoke came-
Yep.
Anastasia
Wow.
came out in
Emma Evangelion,
97.
Anastasia. Yeah.
What? Anastasia?
Yep.
Yeah.
See, Disney was just crushing it through the 90s, man.
Because like, but then you also think of like just let's even go to like the decade,
Yeah, the
right?
beast.
90s.
I have a feeling. if
90s
we
animated
watched
movies.
Brave Little Toaster, we would not like it.
I think I agree. I don't think that
That
I
is
feel
probably
like
true.
because that's a Don Bluth movie, right? I feel like
Bluth?
I think it is.
Or was that a Warner Brothers movie? Hold on.
I don't see Don Bluth anywhere. I see a Robert C.
Oh, Jerry
Ramirez.
Reese. Okay, never mind. I must be misremembering. Yeah, never mind.
Ramirez.
Well, let's put it this way. I know Zach loves this movie, Brave Little Toaster, so that means it's probably bad.
This Brave Little Toaster strikes me as a nostalgia. You watched
Yes.
Little Toaster? It was all right at best. Okay, see, that's
Gotcha.
what I
I
expect.
figure,
I
I
feel
figure.
like you look back fondly with kid glasses thinking it was good, but there's no way as an adult you would genuinely think it's good.
So let me
Right.
list off a couple of like just 90s the decade animated movies that came out in the same decade that
That's a big decade.
it is. You got
Wait,
stuff-
Brave Little Toaster had a budget of 2.3 million. Why
What?
Did,
Holy
why,
No.
why did Cats Don't
What?
Dance have such a big budget? A budget of 10 times the size of Brave Little Toaster.
I don't
What
know.
happened?
What did they do with the money? They didn't pay matte painters for sure, the layout artists.
Aw.
They literally, anyone could have done
Oh,
the layout.
Ano-
All that money went to getting Scott Bakula to play Dan.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Another-
and also
another,
Gimli.
like,
They got Gimli.
Oh, that's true.
Another like
John
tech, like a technical aspect that was like a little nitpick but really bugged me was when the first time Danny's just sitting on the box sulking after he was an asshole on set. And
One day that someone's not mean to him and he is distraught. He's
Yeah.
broken because one person was not nice to him.
and what was the girl's name, like Hawken or something?
Sawyer.
Sawyer, yeah. When she walks up
That
to him and
cunt.
she's talking with him, the way that the cuts are in that, you look at their eye lines, they don't look like they're even looking at each other. They look like they're in completely different fucking rooms. And I'm just like, I couldn't not notice that.
Oddly set up. The animators just did not understand actual storytelling. They knew how to animate, but they didn't know how to storytell and storyboard the animation.
But yeah.
That scene's pretty great though. Where this is another issue I have with the movie trying to be sincere at any point. It does not earn it. But this is a good example where Danny's like, "But I just want to do what makes me," and it's trying to make this sound so beautiful. But I just want to do what makes me happy. Is that
So you just
wrong, or-
deserve like a big budget part then?
Yeah.
You just
But-
come
and
here
he's-
from fucking
what-
Kokomo,
oh.
Indiana, and you think you're just gonna be a
You
star
just-
on day one?
You
Fuck
just,
off, Danny.
you just come on over
Entitlement.
here. It's like leading role, please.
And
Yeah.
he's the good guy. He is the
Yeah.
mentality you should have. you should aspire to be like Danny when you watch this scene.
Oh,
but all
Follow
I'm
your
thinking
dreams,
is,
Andrew. Follow your dreams.
but all I'm thinking is he says what he wants to do is like perform. I assume he doesn't just say I want to perform, but you assume that's what
I want
it
to be a
is.
star
Like
is
that,
what he
if-
wants.
No, he wants to be famous, which is
okay,
the best
okay.
dream to have. Fuck you, Danny, your garbage dream.
Damn narcissist.
If you wanted
Entitled-
to perform, if you wanted to perform to make people happy, then I feel like that would have been a
You
good
could do
story.
that.
'Cause then
Yeah,
it could have
in
had him
Kokomo.
doing like street performances or
You
something.
would be satisfied
like,
doing
going his
anything.
way up.
And then
that-
being
yeah.
discovered out on the streets.
That genuineness
that-
is what
that's
will lead
cool.
you
And
to like
then-
a
Yeah,
no.
like
Yeah.
he gets discovered on the streets, and then he gets put into a movie with Darla Dimple, and she's upset that some nobody is on the same movie as her, and she's trying to sabotage his career.
Yeah.
Now that's a movie I would watch,
no.
not whatever the fuck this is.
No, this is how to take a shortcut between your dreams and someone being forced to give it to you.
This is like
And
yeah.
I actually felt bad for Darla because clearly Darla is a product of Hollywood, but they overlooked the whole point that her being this child star in Hollywood turned her into this villainous little creep. And they overlook that in favor of no, you should be able to just get your whatever you want right away, just like Darla. But no, but you'll be nice when you get what you want.
Yeah, it's fine.
Why am I supposed to get on the side of a guy who lands an extra role the hour he gets into Hollywood and he
Yeah.
treats that as like, this is my opportunity to get discovered. This
big
is my
break.
chance.
Uh-huh.
Like, fuck you.
Fuck you. You're literally getting paid
Asshole.
day one. Whereas obviously anyone who has any understanding of Hollywood would know that that's not the case, or that
Yeah.
his dreams are coming true, even just getting that side gig.
Another part of this movie that made me laugh, but unintentionally, was at the beginning of the movie when the bus is entering Hollywood and it's showing just how glitzy and glamorous
looks
and
like
beautiful
a
it looks.
garbage dump.
I remember watching that. I was be like, oh, they're not playing this for a joke. This is what they're gonna portray Hollywood as for the entire
That's
movie.
what Hollywood looks like. Yeah.
Okay. I guess this is
Yeah.
kind of what people thought it was in this time, but that's kind of fucking hilarious.
Yep.
It actually does that shot with where you see Hollywood in the distance and the lights. It actually does look like mounds of garbage. It's some of the worst art I've ever seen.
Not great.
And then they
But like the
proceed to
streets
actually
are all
get
like
into
glittering
Hollywood.
with
And that-
like gold and shit.
Well, that is also interesting because that's the first example of where you see just absolute empty streets.
Yes, huge
and-
empty
and-
streets.
And the things farthest in the background are just washed out completely to a solid color.
There's
so you
nothing
only
going
only
on.
have foreground elements.
Yes, anything that's not moving looks just dull as shit.
It's
There's
a
nothing.
flat color.
Yeah.
It's just a color in the background. I don't know how you get away with that with a $32 million budget.
Well, you
How the hell
don't.
did
You
they get away
don't
with
because
that?
you lose
$30 million.
29 million. They didn't
they
get away
deserve
with
that.
it.
Well,
they-
that's
yeah.
interesting because that means no one even wanted to go see it at the theater. Or the first people that went and saw it told everyone not to watch it. And this is pre-explosion of the internet.
Yeah.
So for a movie to lose that badly just from presumably word of mouth is
Honestly impressed.
fairly impressive.
They did a great job at failing.
They
Kudos
failed.
to them.
You could
Almost
make an
as good as
argument that
Daniel
maybe
was
they
at
just didn't
succeeding.
like market it properly, but I
Maybe.
am not upset about this movie's turnout in terms of return.
It needed a
No,
movie like this has to
it
fail.
makes sense. I'll be honest.
It does upset me that the IMDb rating is currently sitting, I think, at like a 6.9.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's yeah. And
That's
Page,
a- that's a
Page
part-
Master is sitting at a 6.1.
That's fucked up.
Isn't that
What?
fucked up? Isn't that fucked up?
No.
Super fucked
Okay,
up.
you know what? I'm just gonna say it. The community holding this movie up are furries, and that's it. Because the
You take
Page
one look
Master-
at Sawyer and it's like, okay, I think I know why some people like this movie.
Okay, I want to fuck
Yeah.
that cat. So obviously, like, I'm
It's
gonna.
literally just the cat.
But the
romance
but the
is it.
unfortunate thing is that I would argue that like the two main cats in this movie are the only designs that are like remotely appealing in any way.
Well, everyone is super ugly, and also
I don't
ripped
know,
off from
like-
Disney. I mean, the way they draw the turtle is identical to how Disney draws turtles in that time. The goat, all of these characters are straight up ripped out of other Disney movies.
Pretty sure I've beat off to this movie. You know what?
No,
That makes
Everybody gets one, Dactyl.
Nanas, can you tell me the specific character that got you humming?
Please don't say Darla.
I got my phone on speed dial. I'm ready to go. Is it Darla? Despite how much the
save
movie
Darla.
tried to make you think that way.
Well, the animators clearly had something going on.
The turtle.
Jared, can you show me what your eyes were doing when Darla was flipping and turning and showing her legs?
Oh no. Well, I
She
think
was like spreading like
okay.
in front of
So
the camera.
I think this is where my mind was of like I was simultaneously just not wanting to look at all, but there was a part of me that was like, did these animators fucking go there? Are they really gonna try and get a whip?
Are they gonna do this?
Jesus, this is really
man.
flirting close.
They're
Why the
Right
fuck are they
now.
doing this? Why are they framing a scene transition around her fucking ass while she's wearing a dress rolling over a piano? Why are they framing it like
And
this?
Weird.
That's a
Weird.
Oh, we're spending a lot of time looking at her butt, and that's a baby. That's a real
why-
baby right there.
Why'd they make her so damn thick?
Why'd they make her so
Dude.
attractive? I've never seen dimples like this.
Wow.
I thought the dimples were supposed to be on the face.
Oh God. Yeah, wait, does her character have dimples?
I never even noticed.
I don't
I
know.
was too busy looking at other parts of her character, so I don't know.
Well, they were trying to draw so much attention to her fucking thighs. It's ridiculous.
hold on,
yeah.
now I need to look up a picture of Darla. If she doesn't have dimples on her face.
She had fucking like Dexter's mom thighs going on.
Oh,
like,
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. She had torpedo legs.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not seeing dimples on this character, guys.
I'm not
Uh-oh.
seeing much of
mean, it's just her
Darla.
last name, damn it.
Just- hang on, I'm not gonna bring this up on stream, but I'll share it on Discord so you guys can. Wait, no, you're parsecing. I'll show you what.
Did you just show us right now?
Yeah, I'll show you what I see when I just literally type in Darla dimples on
God.
Google.
Oh Lord.
Wait, you
What
put in
the-
dimples?
wait.
No, it's just dimple, not dimples. You made a
Okay,
mistake.
wow,
Look
a
at the
single
difference
S,
one S
a
makes.
single S does that.
Look
Holy
at the bottom right.
shit!
The bottom.
What the fuck?
That's a pretty great
happening?
face swap. Hang on. I think that's our souvenir.
I like that. That's
I like
good.
that a lot. God
That's disgusting.
damn. Oh God, this side by side with Honey Boo Boo. That's not great.
Ew, gross.
I'm not seeing a lot of dimples on Darla Dimple
She
here.
doesn't have dimples.
Even
They
when
call
she
the
is
character
full,
Darla
even
Dimple.
when she's
Fucking
full
name,
faced,
guys.
when she's
No.
full faced smiling.
You
Not
can't
a
name a
single
character
dimple.
That's like saying calling a character Evan Tall, and then he's like not. There's nothing remotely. His size is just average.
Isn't it ironic that she doesn't have any dimples though? That's
No!
No, it should have to be the opposite or something. You can't do that and not follow it up. That's creatively absurd.
She has
You're
negative
ignoring
dimples.
you're
They push
ignoring the
out.
framework you created with your character design.
I don't like this movie.
I also think like obviously it's like near the end of the movie, but
yeah.
like how just like extra like stupid cartoony she gets like at the end.
Oh,
when
dude,
she's,
over the top Looney
flattening-
Tunes.
flattening
yes.
and like doing all that
Yeah.
shit. Like,
Where did
None-
this come from?
none of this sort of like Tom and Jerry shit has happened up until this exact point, and it's only her. Like, what
Yep.
the fuck is going on?
It's beyond.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know why they pull that out either. Because I thought that's what I expect from the Saturday morning cartoon, and I thought, oh, they'll be a little bit more restrained and just make things just sort of bendy and poppy. But no, they finally just let loose and unzip their pants completely at the end of the movie.
And I'm cool with her like over the top face reactions of her just like screaming, getting
Sure,
mad. Like that
sure.
that makes sense
Yeah.
with her.
Making that face.
But like as
face.
soon as she starts just like defying the laws of just even the physics they laid out within this movie, that's when it's just like, okay, what?
I'm
what's going
sorry.
on
I'm
here?
sorry. Are you telling me that the universe of this movie was not well thought out?
Yeah, because if she doesn't die, because now Looney Tunes rules apply. You are immortal. You cannot die. So now the whole threat
Much
from
rather.
before of the flooding and stuff has no weight.
Oh, I didn't feel any tension or weight during that scene in the first
no one
place.
was
so
no
that's
one was
fine.
ever in danger. No one was
there's
ever in
no-
danger. Why were they even looking scared?
It was all just one joke. It was like, look, it's the executive.
The whole-
like they're basically water skiing on the anchors. Isn't that funny? Oh no,
The whole okay.
Now
that,
look out.
That scene took like 8 minutes to go through, and the
was a
only
while.
purpose that it served was that Darla sabotaged the animals to make them look bad.
That's
That could have been easily accomplished. Like, you see the water, it floods out, and everyone's like, "Oh, geez, oh God, I'm all wet."
You ruined everything.
Yeah, and that scene could have been done in like a minute. But they had to have this whole sequence of them just flying through all the studios, knocking people around, and like, oh no, throw the anchor. And it just kept fucking going and
They
establishing.
were
Oh,
stacking
thing.
jokes. They kept stacking more and more jokes.
Oh, were there jokes during that scene?
It was trying to be funny.
Cats don't joke, I think, is a more apt description.
When you think about this movie and the amount of I guess wasted time. The whole movie is a waste of time. But when you think about scenes like you're describing and how many of those exist, where they just drew something out for the sake of flamboyance
The
and
whole
animation,
animal or the whole
It's all
elephant thing.
fucking filler.
It's all
like
filler.
if you were to actually shorten those to what they should be timing wise for the
movie would be like
this
10
movie
minutes long.
really is 30 minutes long.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is just an episode.
Just an episode from a morning cartoon.
it is. That's all it is. I feel like I feel like I'm being really mean, but I can't. I already listed the things that I liked about this movie. There were like
It's
there were
a
like
short
two
list.
there were like two moments that I liked.
A couple of max moments.
And then I'm trying to, man, I'm racking my brain here. The music was
My only
fine.
enjoyment.
The music
came
didn't
to just
annoy
be-
me. How about that? I liked the
That's
I liked
fair.
the last number, but like most non-Disney animated movies around this era, the music was like there but forgettable. Like I couldn't tell you a single melody out of this
Nothing's
movie
gonna
other than
stop
"Nothing's
us now."
gonna stop us." No, that's it, and that's only because they repeated that a lot, so it
That
got
was
into
the
my
only
brain.
lyric I felt.
That was it.
I couldn't hear anything else.
I couldn't sing you a single other melody from this movie.
Also, can we talk about how like that was like the thing that Rocket like that got them to be like stars and stuff, and like I wouldn't hire them after that. That was kind of bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
garbage. Like,
Yeah, was
it was-
that really? Is that so far beyond human? So
Like,
if the
That
problem
was
is
a
that
fine,
humans do not
fine
want,
performance, but
if humans just on the face of it, because of prejudice, do not want to hire animals to work in Hollywood, they don't want them to be the face. If that's the issue, did these animals before them right now just do something so beyond human capability that it shifted their opinion about animals that hadn't been done before?
They
Clearly,
sung a
animals
song.
have been talented and done, like we pointed out, they did stage shows. So humans are aware that the animals have talent. That was never
But
the
it was
issue.
almost like this audience just suddenly discovered the fact that animals can have talent.
That's what it makes it seem like. They weren't aware that animal. But when you notice when the animals first step out, that everyone's heart sinks into their stomachs.
Yeah.
As if it was a race thing.
Yeah, they were just
didn't-
like, and this will be an all animal performance. And they're like, oh.
oh my word! Oh,
Yeah. What the fuck are you trying to say,
I'm-
movie?
I'm pretty disgusted by animals too, so I'm kind of with them.
Oh my god.
I think most of my enjoyment just came from just weirdly remembering more about this movie than I could have ever possibly
I
imagined.
did not.
I don't know why.
I did not
not
remember a
have that.
single thing other than the character
This is
designs. Maybe
This is
maybe
one of
this
those
is
just
another one
like-
of those I saw commercials for it but never saw the movie because I remember
Maybe.
all of these
I
main
wonder if that's
characters'
possible for me as
designs,
well.
but I
I'm
do
like,
not
'cause
remember a
this is
single
just-
thing that happened in this
It's
movie.
just one of those like random dumb Steven things where I just
You have some
it's just
strange.
locked- it's just
strong
locked into my
memory.
brain for some fucking reason. I didn't even like watch this movie a lot when I was.
We
a kid.
didn't
I
own.
watched-
We didn't own this. It would have
No,
been impossible
I-
unless
I
you had
like-
a friend.
I rented it
watched
maybe
it?
like I think I rented it and maybe saw it on TV. Like I don't
Yeah.
remember watching this like a lot. Like saw it maybe once or twice, but the fact that it just like stayed it with me this time that was wild.
That's
to me.
kind
I
of
don't
absurd.
know why.
I was expecting that a little bit, but it did not happen
Boy.
for me. I kept waiting for some, oh man, I remember this, but it just didn't happen. It kept convincing me that like Jared, I think I was remembering commercials.
Yeah.
Because I recognize the characters like Max and Darla and the cats. I recognize them.
Yep.
But I do not know. I didn't even know the story. Like none of that came back.
None
at
of
all.
that was familiar to
like
me.
all pretty much any scene with Max and I remembered. I remember the part where she's biting the heads off the animal crackers. I remember the part where like King Kong shows up randomly. I don't know why I remember that part.
And he was
that-
super
that I rolled
effeminate.
my eyes
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
hard of that. Oh.
So stupid. But yeah, like just weird like random shit. Obviously I remembered like the scene like towards the end where they're up in the rafters and like Max is
don't.
chasing Danny around and then him flying like past
On the balloon.
like, on the balloon and stuff. I remember that. Like
All the way to Paris somehow. He
Yeah.
flies on a balloon losing air across the Atlantic Ocean.
Well,
lot of air.
that
No,
balloon
no, actually, no.
was meant to represent Darla's like thick thighs. So there's plenty of air in there.
They are
yeah.
thick. There's a lot of.
there's enough to go around, you know.
What does that mean about how Max was very handsy on the balloon?
Oh God.
That is true.
Max. Ooh. Not a good look, Max.
Max.
Not a good look.
Explain
People
yourself.
see.
God damn it, man. Like
One of my biggest issues with the movie is how the fuck was that elephant playing piano?
right.
I was thinking the same
Right?
He just bashing the keys and like
Dude, you have hooves. How are you playing these keys?
And it's not like hiding away from it either. He's just going like.
No, they're showing it. It wasn't even a joke. They were just like, yeah, no, he can play piano.
Yeah.
It wasn't a joke. They meant
Yeah.
it.
No, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
it's
Is like they
funny 'cause,
didn't try
like-
to hide the fact that like his hoof was just like bouncing around on the piano.
Yeah,
It did not
that's
look
it.
very like precise or anything. He's just like, and he's just
I
going
don't
like.
even know if they were animating the keys. I think they literally were only animating just his fucking cylinders.
I don't think
bouncing on
the keys were
vibrator.
moving.
The funny thing is, just like a couple days before, like a random video came up as like where animations never do piano right or like animate
Oh,
piano
yeah.
correctly.
I wanna see them
So it
do
shows,
this.
Like, it's like, oh, this is what they're actually playing.
Yep.
I want to see them just like bashing the keyboards. Like this is what it would actually sound like if he was
Just hitting like 6 keys all at once every time he touches it.
There's even great parts where again this movie they didn't give a shit. When the elephant I think at the end is playing piano, he literally lifts up his tubes and turns to look at them and the piano keeps playing and it's supposed to be
Dancing.
from his hands.
He's dancing with them and doing all this stuff, but the piano's still playing. I'm like, where's the music coming from now?
Now where's the
What's
music
happening?
coming? Like, who's playing the piano now? The
Yeah,
real
the goddamn
human.
piano woolly piece.
They
of
had a
shit.
human playing the piano the whole time. That's the bit.
Oh, yeah.
Hang
Because
on.
the humans are the ones actually talented.
I want to take a look at one of these. Oh, that's just there. Just,
Oh, I've never seen one of these before.
oh wait, I added this to the wrong. All right, we're gonna get rid of this real quick.
No,
I
Darla.
have to add it again.
Darla. Ew, is this from like Trolls or something?
This is an Illumination movie.
Sing.
Yeah.
See, these are movies that I don't think I could make it through. Oh.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think I could make it through Sing.
No,
it
me
strikes me as an
neither.
animation that would make me truly uncomfortable.
Oh, this
And,
this
like,
also summarizes my thoughts about Cats Don't Dance.
Oh, nice.
I hate your
You got the thickest thighs.
You make me vomit.
Your scum between
Gum beneath my toes.
toes.
love alpha.
Alpha.
Oh,
Okay. Man, I am very nostalgic about that movie.
Oh, rascals! What a
I
great
am very nostalgic about that movie.
It is, yeah. I'm sure it doesn't hold up, but I also watched
no
it.
way it
I watched
does.
it a ton as a kid as well.
Nah, I'm sure.
This was one that we owned, so we watched it
Whoa.
infinite
a
times.
lot of times.
Yeah.
Love Alpha.
I hate your
It has,
stinking guts.
What's her name? Reba. It's
So any movie with Reba in it is a good movie.
easy 8 out of 10. I don't even need to watch it again.
Okay, so that's probably the same score you'd give Brave Little Toaster, right?
Oh God.
Easy
See,
8
I
out of
don't-
10. I
I
don't need to watch it again.
That's how most people would be. I don't have any memories of Brave Little Toaster.
Me
We didn't
neither.
own it.
I've never seen it.
I don't think I've ever seen it. I know I've seen the VHS
cover art.
Yep.
cover art everywhere, and like friends would own it and it'd be on their shelves. But don't think I've ever
I
seen.
feel
this
like I
movie.
haven't
I
either.
have no memory. Maybe
We
it's
were,
That is
Disney
not an
family.
invitation to put it on the wheel.
Please
Maybe-
no.
maybe,
God, we're trying to
you
watch good
know.
movies. We're trying to watch good movies, and
That's all I
luckily
want.
this week we watched 2, so that we had a better chance.
Thankfully, I really liked the other movie that we watched, so at least it evens out
Yeah,
for me.
well,
Sorry,
I like
Andrew.
You
poor
compare-
Andrew.
No, but see, okay, my score, it doesn't mean that I didn't enjoy any part of Puss in Boots. It
Sure.
just means that I saw that movie being better and it could have done things better.
Sure.
Now, if you compare Puss in Boots to Cats Don't Dance, you compare these movies on any level, for any degree, for the art direction, for the storytelling.
Are
for
there
the-
any
the-
movie?
the
Are there any
design.
characters in Cats Don't Dance that you like more than Goldilocks?
Oh.
That's a tough.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I like Max. I like Max
Okay,
more than I
all
like
right,
Goldilocks.
Cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Because,
All right.
because the problem
over
with
the top.
Goldilocks and the Bears is that they annoy me. So I was
Yeah.
trying to think of, are there any characters that don't annoy me or annoy me less?
Yeah,
And
I'm not annoyed by Max.
I was never annoyed by Max. I was annoyed by
I'll
every
accept
other
that. I'll
character.
accept that. But the fact that
Every
you had to
other
think pretty
character.
hard about that.
I did have to think. I had to think about it.
Yikes.
And Goldilocks is what I think is the thorn in the lion's paw of
Yeah.
Puss in Boots. The thorn in Puss's foot.
That is the character that
Goldilocks.
like is the lightning rod of all of your ire for that movie.
Dude, if you take out, I fully believe you take out Goldilocks and the Three
Oh,
Bears,
hang on,
that
Dactyl, one
movie
sec.
jumps in quality by
Jared first
3
has to make a
points.
thread.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the thread doesn't exist just yet.
My bad. I'll make that. You'll have to join our Discord, Dr. Dactyl.
Oh,
Dactyl.
non is.
Or if you don't want to do that, we'll just
If you're really against joining that, you can just put it here. But the rule is, if you submit a movie and it's picked, you have to be here when we review it.
Also,
That's-
no
that is
intentional troll movies. If we deem your pick to be an intentional troll, it will be neglected. You have to genuinely think, I think you should watch this movie. Like,
Well, the goal of
Unironically.
our sort of movie book club is to try and introduce Jared to good movies because he hasn't seen a lot of movies.
yep.
That doesn't mean that everyone's taste is great,
Yeah.
but at least everyone should try to put movies that they genuinely believe are good, not just, a movie that they
That's-
remembered from when
that
they were a
being
kid.
said, so yeah, there's the Discord. Movie, is this it? Okay, so here's one of these is a link to the movies that we have watched, and then the other one.
thread.
I know, I need to put mine on there.
I threads.
Hurry up, damn it! I'm just gonna make one.
And then
Just make it red.
the other one is the list of movies that are on my watch list. So if you don't have anything that's like coming to your minds immediately, you can just go to that and then just pick one off of there. Just be like, what? You haven't fucking seen The Godfather or some shit? I don't know. There's a lot of movies on this list. Just grab that and put it on there. Oh, there it is. That's what I wanted. All right. I got you. Don't worry. Let me just copy paste this link. And I will make that thread.
Threading the needle.
Boink.
Yeah, see, I can point to things in Puss in Boots that I'm like, that could be stronger, or if you take this out, I would like it better. I can't do that with Cats Don't Dance.
Yeah.
I can't point to this is how you fix Cats Don't Dance.
It is
What was the
broken
movie
to the
Diesel
core.
wanted?
Clue.
Oh, he wanted.
Clue. That's right.
Oh yeah, Clue. Get a clue. I bet what he really meant was Glass Onion.
Your favorite
No,
movie.
Hot.
Your
hot
top
new-
movie of 2022.
Oh my
I do
god.
think that is your favorite movie ever.
Oh my god. Man, I love Glass Onions. I just
They're my
love
favorite.
listening to Daniel Craig do a really tortured Southern accent.
Oh
for
god, he's southern in
2
those
hours.
movies?
Yeah, he's doing this
Yikes.
like Louisiana accent. It's super obnoxious.
Like
I don't get why
last
people
shot
think
out
it's
of-
funny. It's not funny. It's annoying.
It's funny because he's British.
Oh, he's British.
Ugh. Like,
Just
look,
imagine
he's wearing funny clothing. People's entertainment is so shallow. That's how you get movies like Cats Don't Dance.
Oh God, Dactyl.
Oh, I think Jared's seen the Aristocats.
I have seen that one actually. So.
Oh, is that what you putting on as Aristocats?
Yeah, that's what he put.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're trying to make sure it's
It
movies
needs to be
Jared
something he hasn't seen before.
Yes.
That's kind of the whole point of this.
What the fuck?
Akira is pretty good.
I
Kind of surprised you haven't
it.
seen that because, you know,
Me
it's
too.
Japanese.
Me too.
I am very surprised I haven't seen it.
Do.
Guess I should put mine on here.
Cats don't.
Homo, whatever happened to your like hardcore dedication to pushing Coco?
Yeah, suddenly you switched over to Hardcore Henry. Where'd that come from?
You're allowed to change your mind regardless of how bad of an idea it is.
Yeah, even if you think that Hardcore Henry was somehow a better suggestion than.
Oh, absolutely,
Coco.
absolutely.
Of course.
As long as you think it's like a legitimately like you.
If you think it's a good horror movie.
This is a movie that's like you legitimately need to watch this unironically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't submit The Thing or The Orphanage. Just haven't seen 'em all.
Or Alien or The Mist.
Or Alien.
We've seen
or
all
The
those.
Mist.
Is it midst?
Midst or mist?
One of
And I'm missed.
these days, I will reference the title of that movie without you guys devolving into that joke.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
I see. The problem is I need to watch Portlandia to get it out of my system, but I can't.
Did
I'll have to
Hulu take
pirate
it
it.
from you?
Gone from everywhere.
Yeah, it just doesn't
Rough.
exist anywhere.
Oh,
It's on
damn.
like some
Fubi or
random
something
shit.
stupid.
Some
Peacock?
garbage fucking shit.
Free. Maybe it is. I'm sick of things just being free, but with ads. I'm willing to pay, but just don't split everything into 5,000 different services.
All that being said, I do think that free with ads was the ideal way to experience Cats Don't Dance.
Well, yeah, because I just
Why-
ran it. If it's on YouTube, free with ads just means free.
Yeah, basically.
Here's my
Is-
problem. I wanted to watch it
You want to
comfortably in
experience
the
the-
living room,
Yeah.
and I wanted to give it a chance.
Oof, you
So I
spent money on
Do
this
that.
movie?
Oh, I guess.
I spent $3
Ah,
on
man.
this, and I am upset about that.
Yeah.
I've wasted a lot of money in my day, but and been okay with it. This
Whoa.
felt like
Should've
an
just-
actual waste.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Boy.
sorry. My condolences.
$3. For the 25 for Puss in Boots was no problem.
Sure.
That I don't regret.
Yeah.
$3 for this I do regret.
Big
Damn.
regret.
Damn.
Not worth it, because Puss in Boots was absolutely worth putting on my TV, turning out the lights and
Oh,
watching
yeah.
with like full volume and just getting into the mood for watching a movie. Like
Mm-hmm.
no problem. This movie, I absolutely could have put on the side and maybe done work. I could have done it today. I could have watched this movie on the side, like over on like my right screen while drawing on the left, and gotten the same quality out of it.
You would have still had plenty of stuff to talk about.
You would have
The
actually
same
had
amount.
you probably would have had a more pleasant experience though too, because you would be
I would
looking
have,
at
because I would
you
have
look at the movie
overlooked how
less.
annoying. Oh man, I wouldn't have been glaring down the barrel of an empty background. I want to look at their credits and just see if they actually have credits for layout artists or matte painters, because they didn't do it. They don't exist. This is almost as bad as Meet the Robinsons, and at least Meet the Robinsons had some stuff back there.
Yeah, it had like
mean-
some, at least like you can say whatever you want about like the fidelity of the Meet the Robinsons backgrounds, but at least like some of them had like unique features to them, right? Like literally all you get, especially if it's like an outdoor shot, all you get are like flatly colored rectangles, like meant to look like buildings, and that's it. There's no detail to them. They're just like, and they're all like the same color, just different shades. There's
Yeah, I
nothing.
want to find a good example. Like the Hollywood
Oh,
scene
I got a
is,
good
is,
example.
is pretty tragic, just because it's the first big scene and it's so empty.
Yeah, I'm sure I can.
And it's not,
I'm
and
sure
it's
I
not
can
like
just
it
find
benefits
some
from the
spots.
simplicity where that's kind of the style, you know.
No.
It's exactly what you expect from a Looney Tunes, like a Whack-A-Maniacs, or what was a
Animaniacs,
an
yep.
Animaniacs cartoon.
Yep.
And there's just so much precedent for better artwork.
Yes. Yep.
Although I did laugh a little bit, Steven, at the depiction of Hollywood, because I thought, you know what, Hollywood is a bit of a disappointment. So
Yeah.
this
So
is pretty
they
this
got
is pretty accurate.
I don't know. I never felt like they really delved too deep into how disappointing Hollywood can be, other than everyone here is fucking racist. I feel like the movie was
without-
constantly trying to like glamorize Hollywood, and it's like, this is where dreams come true.
It really
What
did
Andrew's
because-
saying is they accidentally portrayed how
Sure.
disappointing Hollywood.
Yeah, though they did not mean to do that. Because like you said, they have it being really sparkly, and that
Yeah.
was in lieu of actually designing environments in our. Oh, dude, Con Air, solid choice.
Oh,
Nod.
yeah.
That's a good choice. That's one that I do think Jared needs to see.
I am into that.
Because, dude, it's Nicolas Cage. It's got
Long
John
hair.
long hair. John Malkovich. Super iconic things that other people reference when they're talking about other movies. Good one-liners.
All right, this might be a good example, and I'm sorry for what I'm about to subject you guys to, because it's
Oh, it's gonna be from the movie.
oh no, YouTube recognizes screen sharing because it's a
wait, YouTube
movie.
will actually,
Because it's a movie, I'm assuming.
wow, they actually switch up their code just on a
Damn.
movie screen.
Fuck you.
Damn it! We need to find one day. We're gonna find a way around this.
Other
Hang on.
sites.
We just need a different kind of tunnel between the thing we're viewing on our screen and sharing it.
Here we go. I think this is what I was looking for anyway. It's just her. It's her introduction scene, which is, supposed to be. You're introducing a major character here, like the villain. You would think it's going to look more interesting than this.
These just painted solid backgrounds.
Why are you? Okay,
Little
hang on.
gradient in the background.
Let
that's
me
it.
just have the little
That's
rant
insane
about
to
how
me.
much this director fucking sucks.
Oh, I hating this.
What are you
Look
talking
at
about? He's the best character.
Why are you moving so much?
Because that's what you're taught in animation in the 90s.
He's nowhere. He's in a void there.
No, it's just a solid background.
Everything is just like a void. This doesn't even look interesting. But when she's
Yeah, that they had to reshoot that thing for every
doesn't-
movie. Like they didn't just record him doing that one time and just reuse it.
yeah.
which is what
All
they
right.
actually
Here's
did
the
in real
main
life.
villain of the movie. That's
Solid
the
background.
background. That's all it is. What is this? I know it's
even the
supposed to
elements
look a
of
little
the scene.
chintzy, but like not this flat. Like you
There
can,
should be-
if
there
you
needs
want
to be
it, if you
something.
want it to look chintzy, make it look cheap. Make it look like the stuff looks like it's about to fall apart. If that's what you're trying to
No,
go
they-
for, but no,
Yeah,
this
they
is kind of
didn't
just
do
like
that.
they did this because it's easy.
Yeah, these are shortcuts. This is actual lazy, cheap animation.
What is going on in the background? Nothing. This is supposed to be. They're filming a scene in a movie. This is a movie set.
Yeah.
And this is even if like oh, you can see the rope, you can like maybe if they digitally edit the rope out for the movie or whatever, this is still what it's going to look like. This is your set. This
Oh,
is
that
also
always
still
is
boring.
pretty.
This is still pretty brutally boring.
Flat colors everywhere.
I do want to point out. Did y'all notice at the end when they're screening the movie at the
Uh-huh.
reveal or whatever that it's a color movie,
Yeah.
even though this is supposed to
This
take
takes
place
place in
during
like
black.
the 30s.
It takes place in the 30s.
Yeah.
And when you see photographs there in black and white, but this movie is somehow in color.
Fuck you, Danny.
Meow.
Danny is an asshole, right?
He's an asshole here. Like he's literally stealing other extras scenes.
He's ruining it for everybody.
Yes. And then he literally steals the spotlight here.
Fuck you, Danny.
Fuck you,
If I
Danny.
was Carla, I'd want him gone too.
Yeah, he's literally being a dick here.
And he wasn't even doing anything that good.
No.
Let's beat Dolphins.
What are these backgrounds?
They aren't.
They're nothing.
So they have decent because I don't have.
Oh, get these fucking thighs out of my face.
These thick little,
That'd be a memento.
just
God.
little girl lips.
I think it could.
Oh,
I-
oh, just grab a frame of just thick legs.
Wait, hang on. Let's Let's see. Oh my god. Okay, so do we want do we want? I think I want one in the. There we go. That's the one. That's the one right there. All right.
It looks like the bottom half of a turkey.
Oh,
All right.
horrifying.
Oh, whoops. I need to change to movies. Boink. All right, I'll set that up. What were we talking about?
A
I was so
Oh,
distracted.
the backgrounds.
by
The
her-
backgrounds.
lack of backgrounds. You can
Yep.
take so many screens from this movie, so many frames from this movie, where the only thing that exists, the only thing that was created were 2D characters animated in the foreground, nothing else.
Yep.
Which is really shocking when I hear that it had a $32 million budget.
That's
It
nuts.
had to have gone to the talent, right? Like it had to have.
Got back
It has to. It
cost
has to.
$29 million apparently.
Okay, I want to. So I'm not familiar with the Brave Little Toaster, but I
Uh-huh.
want to look and see what backgrounds look
Nice.
like in Brave Little Toaster.
Sure.
They seem like comparable movies, in my opinion. I don't know. I've never seen Brave Little Toaster, but like just looking at the
Something-
art of it, something tells me that
dude, there's no way
be-
this is a good movie. There's no
I
way
just-
this is a good
I
movie.
doubt it. Yeah.
Oh god, no, it looks just as bad. But it,
Watch the Max intro.
The what intro?
The Max intro?
Find the clip of Max.
Maybe we can find that. Hang on. This is important.
Could that just be like coming from the bottom of the screen?
Yes.
Somewhere. Hell
That'll
yeah.
just be like right in the corner
Oh,
here.
yes.
And that is
I almost-
a
I almost,
souvenir we will never forget.
I almost want you to.
Oh,
I almost want you to cut it out a little bit, just so it's just.
Oh,
the
so it
legs.
feels even more like they're floating there.
Oh,
Can we
fuck,
erase
yeah.
some of?
And then-
I mean,
then
it's
we
not
can
like
make-
there's a lot of background to erase.
And then we can make them a little bit bigger too.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
that's true.
I'll get to work on
That's
that.
true.
All right, perfect.
No, Brave Little Toaster. At least when I'm googling it now, it looks just as bad as this movie. So,
Rough.
but it had a $3 million budget.
Like even with
Literally 10 times
backgrounds and
less.
stuff. Well, what kind
Yeah,
of
the
what kind of
background-
cast did Brave Little Toaster have? That's
Oh,
probably an important
that's
thing.
That's a good question.
Because if it's just a bunch of nobodies, then that would maybe explain where the budget went.
Yeah, I'm not.
Weirdly, this is going to be super easy to crop out because I could probably use the magic wand.
This movie was so cheap, they were hiring people to do impressions of famous actors that they wanted that character to be.
I remember that.
Apparently,
I remember that
Lopez-
red carpet thing. I was like, I don't know who any of these people are.
Apparently, the
funny.
air conditioner is voiced by someone named Phil Hartman, who's a fucking nobody, but he's doing
Okay.
an impression of Jack Nicholson.
Oh, good.
So, I mean, that does explain how cheap this is.
Oh my god. Look how much the magic wand does on its own.
Yeah,
Oh.
because there's no background. Because this movie is cheap and lifeless, and the people making it didn't give a shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Pomo. Just like how weirdly cartoonish she got at the end when she was dying. But I am just realizing that is a full-on upskirt when she
It
gets
is.
flattened.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Like what the fuck?
Oh, I thought those were her tits.
She hangs nip in this movie.
Shut
Darla hangs nip in
the
this.
fuck up.
Gross.
Disgusting.
Okay, I feel you guys are just gonna have to watch me do this because I feel
Oh,
gross.
Lord. Jared feels. Oh, God,
get out of there! Get out! You gotta get out of the crotch,
We need
man.
to, yeah, hold on. There's
I
still some. You need to fix that. Get in there. Get in there.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Oh, Jared, you're making some really odd shapes
You're
down
making
there.
some. You're making a
some
little
odd shapes. Oh,
Okay, there we go.
camel
There we
toe
go.
down there.
making some valleys.
You know what? I feel like
Holy leg.
Streams needs to see this too.
I want everyone to appreciate the work that we're going through to get Darla's legs isolated.
I don't want to go more. I don't want to do it.
You need to fix it. Get really into the nooks. Get into the nooks. I want to see those. Oh, the more you carve away, the more uncomfortable it gets. Use a smaller brush.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
go
When
on.
it's
full ham fist with it right
I
now.
want it to be really.
I want you to like take your
Accurate.
time, be tender.
Pretend you're actually doing this to Darla.
Oh God,
Caress those wrinkles away.
this
What are
feels
we looking at
wrong.
here, Jared? Describe it to me.
Here's
You're
some Darla nip.
Yeah, if I wasn't able to watch the stream right now, what would I be seeing?
Oh my God, I hate this. I hate what I'm doing right now.
No, this is great. I think we're
All you
doing
did was type
something
out my name. You didn't do.
You can't just type someone's name.
Oh,
What did you think was gonna happen?
oh.
All right, it's okay. Now you're back to her panties. Doesn't that feel better?
Good.
Look at that page.
Zoom in more.
All right, this one's for Dactyl. God, why is there that crease there? What the
Ooh,
fuck?
That's a deep line. There is a lot of bundled flesh right there.
God damn it, that's still not good enough. Fuck me, I hate this.
Jared, I want you to just make like a really serious artist face. Lean in while you're working on this and just show me how much you care.
Watering.
His eyes are watering. He's
It's getting too intense.
All right, so it's
He's
more
getting
like,
aroused.
It's
like,
something.
oh
It's
God.
something like
This is the kind of thing I would imagine going over to someone's art stream and it's quiet, no one's really talking to them, and they're just really seriously working on this exact thing.
That would actually be really, really funny. That they're just like doing this, and you don't know what they're working on. Then they zoom out, and it's just Darla's legs.
yeah, it's just,
But they're being serious. It's not a joke. They're working on a real project.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just really, yeah.
Watching Jared do this with the mouse, it just
This
like
is
a
weirdly
brush.
therapeutic. Oh my goodness, Nanas is bringing up old memories.
this that girl has a booty hole sound.
Girl, that's a booty hole.
Like,
New stream.
yeah, Jared, can you just like make a little
Awesome.
black dot and you know exactly where to put it?
Oh no, that's like get that out of there, rock hole.
Oh my goodness.
What have I become? Is this what I'm destined to be now?
I think so.
I imagine that one day your parents will ask you what you were doing on stream on January 27th, 2023.
Just
You're gonna have
just
to
talking about
remember.
movies.
Yeah.
You know, normal movie discussions, the intricacies of animation.
Yeah. Oh God.
Did this movie have a message? Because I completely forgot once I started looking at these legs.
Cats are a lesser people, and we should
that
draw
is
parallels to that in our real lives.
Oh, and racial tensions and actual history. Man, that is a detailed look we are getting right here.
Woof.
The longer I look, the more the panties disappear,
Good.
and I
What?
feel like
That's scary.
I'm getting a really privileged look.
All right, that's as good as it's gonna get.
Wow,
Not bad.
that's a lot of stuff.
That's
A lot happening here.
no toddler should have this much ownership over a bakery.
They look like two elderly breasts.
What?
Oh my God. All right, let's see what it looks like. Oh, where'd she go?
I mean, it's gonna look great.
I think you cropped the original one within
Oh, I
this,
did.
didn't you?
Yeah. Hang on. Let's just transform.
Transformation.
Oh, that's
Holy
big.
moly.
That's
Make
big.
them nice and big.
I'll just throw them right there.
There you go.
Yeah, that feels good.
Kicking up
That's a
Mrs.
booty hole.
Brisby's.
Mrs. Brisby. Yeah, Steven gets all the thick characters right around him.
Yep.
Yeah, I do.
I am
do.
not the same person I was 5 seconds ago.
You're a changed
You
man.
can now say you are someone who removed the background from Darla's exposed legs.
Darla's upskirt shot. What the fuck have I
to
become?
make it a trophy showing that we watched that movie
and that's gonna be here forever.
forever.
Can we all just be in agreement that we will not answer Jerry's questions about that souvenir?
No, that we don't say a word.
Okay, cool. We
We'll
just
have
say
to come to his own
that's our souvenir
conclusions.
from Cats Don't Dance, and that's all we'll say about it.
What? Why? What do you mean?
What do you mean? That's
And
the most.
I
Cats Don't
desperately
Dance. Most
hope,
memorable
I
part.
desperately hope that he thinks that those legs belong to an older person than it actually is.
Oh,
I hope he makes a comment
bitch.
around that stuff before.
Oh yeah, Ninja did ask for a shot.
Oh, that's right.
well, you're not gonna get it by yelling about it.
She already called shots.
Jared was so.
I was
we were
distracted. I was
clearly-
distracted. I'll
It was
admit
very
that.
distracting.
Something.
Yeah,
You know, it's hard.
it was important work. It was important work. My magnum opus, if you will.
I think so.
You know what's
One of your best.
You know what's really rum? You know what's really depressing is I'm pretty sure I spent more time on those fucking thighs than I did the Encanto genie.
Wow.
Wow, is that possible? Yeah,
That upsets me.
Yeah, that does make sense.
That
It probably took us a little longer from the start to finish of looking for it and stuff.
oh my god.
But the artistic
God.
time that you spent constructing it.
I feel like I need a shower, but that won't help.
Nope. You can't
Oh.
rub memories out with soap.
Pomo's not a fan of the rum.
I could probably rub some memories out with that picture.
Oh yeah.
Get fucked, Pomo. It's rum again.
It's rum
Oh
again.
my God! Rigged wheel. Rigged wheel.
What do you think about that?
That is probably my least favorite souvenir we now have on this board.
How dare you? Wait, what's it up against? What would have been?
I like the rest of them. That's the problem,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Maybe
It makes me the most uncomfortable.
I don't think that the souvenir that we have for Transformers properly conveys my feelings about the movie, but
Well,
it's still
it
a
was our
hilarious
very-
image.
That was
Yes.
was that our first?
No, our first one was the pie. Yeah.
Pie.
And that
No,
was
that's
just that's what
kickstarted
started
the
it
Oh
all
shit.
out.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Ninja. I wasn't paying attention to the wheel. It's whiskey. Whew. Pomo wants either gin or Jaeger.
Well, obviously, everybody knows that.
I just like
You
how he
can't always
spelled
get what you
Jaeger.
Unless you're Danny. If you were Danny, you would struggle for like a second and then immediately get what you want.
Yeah, then it's all good. Like,
Oh,
directly after.
nobody thinks I'm the best person in the world? I guess my plans are going to get set back by a day.
Half a day.
Nah.
And then we wonder why millennials are so entitled. These are the movies that we were watching. It is kind of a shitty message for kids, though. You're just telling them, you want to be famous. That's good. And anyone in your way is racist.
Yes.
And don't worry, even despite that, you will be famous. And it takes zero effort, zero work.
That's a message I want my kids to learn. So
Don't worry, kids. You won't even have to try that hard. Fame is just around the corner.
wow, it's so easy.
It really is all about you. Thanking Pomo for just not re-rolling the wheel. Showing some restraint. Man, this movie was only an hour and 14 minutes, but
But boy,
I am glad that we fit time for another movie this week, so that this wasn't the one movie I watched this week. Because
That
you
would
pointed
fit.
this out before, that this starts to become the movie night now. You know, Thursday nights or whatever, whenever we sit down to watch these movies.
yeah.
And if I had only watched Cats Don't Dance this week,
It's not a good feeling.
No, it feels like I lost a week.
What happened?
Toilet water.
The
Toilet water. Nanas used to love Jaeger. Nanas was the person that actually would just bring a fifth of Jaeger with him and
Gross.
just drink it all.
It's just crazy.
Nanas, that's what you were drinking at the Weston with the ginger. Ninja's easy to get along with if you have a drinking problem.
It's an easy in.
The gross, dude. Those ginger nips.
All right. I've been
we
drinking
go.
whiskey all night. Might as well take a shot of it. Kampai, Ninja.
Why not?
Man, how much of that Woodford Reserve must be left?
I started with a different bottle of nicer whiskey.
Oh, you actually have just given up on trying to
No,
push through all the Woodford Reserve.
This is now Woodford Reserve, but when I'm at my
With a shot.
most sober, I like to start with a nicer one that I'll enjoy the taste of more.
Yeah,
And then once the inhibitions start going
Yeah.
away, like, well,
Then my
I can just drink the cheap shit.
standards get lower in terms of quality of alcohol.
Yeah, that's fair.
Man, I haven't had a drink since that night I told you about where I woke up and then slept on the bathroom floor.
I'm not surprised
that's
because that
pretty
sounded
tough.
like an awful night.
Does sound awful.
Now, like, I actually am living in fear of feeling like that again.
Well, thank
So
God
I
you
had-
never
'cause
felt that
I
in your
even
20s.
No, and because I bought that I'd started to not regularly drink, but I was like, this is actually good, and I was drinking when we were doing the stream and stuff now,
Yeah.
and I just pour like a little bit. I was like, that's, you know what, I'll build up to where I don't really need to drink beer anymore, since that always makes me sick, and I'll just start drinking this whiskey. This is good.
Yeah.
Or this bourbon. And so I actually had just bought, I literally have a full bottle of something in my cabinet, and I'm like not opening it because I'm scared I'm gonna have to sleep on the ground
Oh
again.
no.
Just don't eat a bunch of like what was Taco Bell or something.
I did. Okay, that was it. Technically, that was a unique day. I woke up at 2 p.m., ate a 4-egg burrito, and then 2 hours later had the same amount of Taco Bell I would eat if I hadn't eaten all day, and then
4
dumped a bunch
eggs.
of whiskey on top of that.
I don't think the
Jesus.
alcohol did anything to me.
It probably
think
is
that
not
was
the
the
reason.
food
It
mostly.
probably is not the reason.
Holy moly!
My appetite has been insane lately, though. I just
really?
eat way too much.
I've been
I'm
there.
always hungry.
I gotta eat
Always
till I'm
hungry.
bursting.
Maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm depressed.
I'm just eating because I'm
Just
bored.
not eating because I'm bored.
I just feel that's the only time where I actually feel good.
Oh, Steven, that reminds me. So I did get. So I told you I keep going to that burrito place here in town.
Oh yeah.
And I finally have reached the point where these guys treat me as a regular, and I kind of don't like it.
Oh no.
It's good on the surface of he literally sees me, and I don't even do this one as regularly as I do the calzone every single week. This one's fairly irregular. It might be once a month, and I just happen to go by. But I've been there enough times now that they do know me. So where yesterday I went, and the guy just nodded at me as I was coming in the door and just gave me my stuff. But the problem with this of reaching this point of familiarity is he's being more chatty. Where before they wouldn't say anything. They would just hand me my stuff and I'm out. But this time, and I felt bad, but he said something to me the first time and laughed, and I didn't really hear it, and I just went, haha, I laughed as well. But then he came up closer with my food and then said something else again, and it was longer.
Oh.
And I still didn't get it, and he looked at me and laughed, and then I just laughed and said, haha, yeah, and then walked away. I still have no idea what he said. But
He was probably
that's the sort of thing I dread, though, is now I have to entertain
Yeah.
other people's wish to socialize.
I think what he was saying is like he was like haha, drugging women and taking advantage of them. That's really
He
fun.
might
Like,
have said that, and I
And
said,
you
yup.
You just agreed with him.
Yeah, I
the hell's
mean,
wrong with you?
I don't know what else to say to that. Wouldn't you have to agree with that guy in that situation? Because what happens when you disagree?
I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah.
If you're in a sticky situation and someone's like, "Man, I love raping," and then you're like, "No, rape is bad." They're like, "Well,
fuck
I'm gonna
did
rape
you
you
just
then.
say?
I'm gonna rape you."
Yeah, that
if
would
you
that
think
would
it's
be
so
their
bad, why don't
their
it, why don't it
go-to.
happen to you?
I think in those moments you are just whatever they are to stay safe. Until they ask you to come along to help out.
that's somehow better.
Yeah, you just have to join in on it.
Oh. Yeah, I never understood like the need for, because I've worked at plenty of places and then I've seen regulars come in. I don't want to talk to them any more than I would have if I've never seen them before. So I don't understand
Right.
the need of like, oh, I work in this place, I see you all the time, let's be friends now. Like, no, fuck
No.
Yeah,
off.
we don't. The only thing we have in common is this geographic location we're sharing at this moment. That's it. You work at the place where I went to get my food. That's it.
We're not gonna be friends, and I don't like small talk. So just give me my food so I can leave.
Sorry.
So that was a bummer. So now I'll probably be a little hesitant to go back. I mean, it's not so bad. He wasn't at least asking how my day was going or trying to tell me something like some other people do.
Yep.
Like the McDonald's guy, where he actually does want to talk about his life and ask stuff.
That's Gucci, man. That's Gucci.
Oh, Gucci. Gucci goo. Yeah, I don't think he works there anymore because I haven't seen him since. Thank goodness.
Oh, no.
And the people there, I love the people there because they're these just really upbeat old Mexican women, and I love them because they're not looking to chat. They're just smiling and sending
They're
me on
just
my
happy
way.
to see you, like, and then give you your food and go.
Yeah, they don't have conversation. They just smile and hand me stuff. It's amazing.
That's the thing that I would want.
That's all I want. You can be happy to see me or something. Just let me go. We don't need to talk.
Yeah, don't mind me. I was
We got a
just
bunch
busy.
of bots here.
I just opened up the who's in chat thing and I saw like 12 of those. I'm like, oh, those shouldn't be here.
But it
Well,
Not
says
a bot
not
deaf.
a bot.
Mhm.
So they're not a bot.
They're not a bot.
Oh shit! Then
So-
I fucked up. Then. Oh damn it.
Yeah, I think you.
Steven, can you fix
apologize.
that? I apparently.
Yeah,
just...
I'll unban it. I'll unban
Okay.
them.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm opening this up. Mastiff, I don't know if you're actually here and listening, but I feel like I haven't heard from you in a long time. Usually you have opinions about movies.
Calling
Clearly
out
he
the
doesn't love us
lurkers.
anymore.
Yikes.
Yeah, I'm calling you out, Mastiff, because you have a history of engaging.
It's because they don't
They
know
don't know.
English. No, we actually
Well, are you
physically
talking
know
about
that person.
the Mexican ladies?
Oh.
Oh,
I think that's probably what he's referring to.
probably.
Not Mastiff. I bet he just doesn't know English.
For all we know, that could be true.
Something could have happened.
I've never heard him speak.
Not once.
Oh boy. I keep like my heart stops for like half a second every time my eyes accidentally glimpse the bottom left corner of the screen. I hate it. I don't like it.
While it's there,
That's
Forever.
That's sticking around.
God damn.
that's a forever piece. We can delete everything else, but that one has to stay.
I like
I'm actually less comfortable looking at that than the Willem Dafoe actual sexual act happening.
That's true.
The Willem Dafuck.
There you go. That's the official name.
Lil Cab.
There you go, Lil Cabby.
I-
How's that sit with you?
That's pretty lame, if I'm being honest.
Well,
That's what it is.
I like what somebody said earlier in the review stuff, where it's becoming harder to tell what is originally part of this background and what is a souvenir.
Yes,
And that is that
absolutely
is very
true.
much
That's the
intentional. That
goal,
was the
baby.
goal.
It is
'Cause
I am
otherwise-
attacked by the screen.
Because otherwise, I'm just literally just stealing a Red Letter Media set. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, we're wallpapering them out bit by
Yep.
bit.
So now it's becoming our set.
This is our set. It's undeniably ours. Where else can you go and see a picture of Denzel
Pastor Andy.
Washington? Pastor Andy.
Oh, Pastor Andy.
This
good old
one's probably
Pastor
one of my
Andy.
favorites.
I love that one. No one.
Now
no
I will always
ever
remember what it's from, but no one else will ever get it.
That's kind
Even
of the
if we
point
tell
for some
them.
of these things.
Even if we tell them, we're like, why?
But
Oh yeah, that's
why?
Boondock Saints. Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
It really seems like this Among Us guy blends in a lot of the time too.
I constantly lose that one.
So only the main movie
Wait a
gets added. Yes. Yeah. We don't have a. We
don't
don't.
have
Well,
a
we
Puss in Boots
we don't have a
memento.
Puss in Boots one. We technically don't have a Chippendale one, but it is the souvenir for Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
They,
Yes, it can get a little confusing because
Yes.
it's just
I understand.
anything we talked about during the discussion is fair game.
The highlight of the review usually makes it the souvenir,
Yeah.
which upsettingly
fair.
this time is
Oh, that
a
was the
pair of
highlight.
toddler thighs.
Those damn legs.
That is extra upsetting. Was it actually voiced by a child?
It absolutely sounded like a child. That had to be a young girl.
Probably.
This will blow my mind if it wasn't.
That's
Let's
a-
see here.
60-year-old woman.
Ashley Peldon. Oh dear. Hang on. Let me do some
boy.
math here.
How old was she in 1997?
Oh
She was
God.
born in 2002. What the fuck?
No, Ashley
Which-
Peldon. Ashley Peldon was
what?
born in 1984, which means she
Oh,
was
so
6
she
plus
was
7.
13.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was a kid.
Oh no.
That's still a child.
Yeah, it
what-
is.
so those are legs drawn as a 5-year-old looking, but voiced by a 13-year-old, drawn by a 50-year-old man.
None of that is making it sound any better, if I'm being honest.
But doesn't it frame it in a more understandable way?
You know what's hilarious? I'm going through her IMDb right now. She still does things. She was in Arcane.
Again?
Well,
Recently?
so here's the thing. She was in like Arcane, What If,
Oh.
but you,
Oh.
you say all of these are credited as additional voices. So she's been
Oh,
doing a lot of
no.
like additional voices stuff. Interestingly, she plays a named role called Brittany in a 2008 movie called Dimples.
No way! No
Was that on
way!
No.
Okay, now I need to look up Dimples. Is it is it an animation?
It looks like a horror movie, actually. I don't know.
What?
Hang on. Let's pull this
It
up.
looks scary.
It looked
could
like,
say
yeah,
the
it is a
same.
horror movie, a
Well, that
horror
does.
mystery
That-
thriller.
And she's Brittany.
On a
in
Saturday
Dimples.
morning, Frances jolts awake from a frightening dream. That afternoon, while on a trip with 4 friends, a bizarre chain of events leads to a secluded house, where a little girl lives with a man she refers to only as the Doctor. Here, Frances uncovers
Doctor?
grisly horrors the little girl is subjected to, and Frances fights to save her young soul. Her friends fight to save themselves from the monster the Doctor has created. So she's probably a character that gets killed off.
Yeah, she's definitely a dead character.
There she is, though.
There she
Ashley
is.
Peldon.
She
What's
looks
her
like a
voice
really
sound like
actor.
these days? Unmute that. Unmute that.
Utter blood-curdling fear.
All right, give us the performance.
Shock fear. I'm Ashley Peldon. I'm a scream artist.
A scream artist. Okay, that explains the additional voices.
TV shows. I naturally
Wow.
can go really loud and have a range of different screams.
God, that
It's
must be
gritty,
murder
gritty,
on the vocal
gritty,
cords.
fit the emotions to
Whoa.
I don't practice screaming. I really don't. It's kind of a nice exertion, but you really do feel drained after
She's a
8
monster.
hours of screaming.
Dude, what the
fuck
fuck?
that.
But reducing in the car.
How can you still talk?
As a
Oh, great.
child actor, I had a couple of roles that sort of helped me discover this gift for screaming.
Oh, that's true. She does scream and grunt a lot.
Does.
Developing this
She
niche as
had a
scream
natural
artist
gift.
in voiceover has been really fun because
How would you like for this to be your job? Your voice is her vocal cords are going to be wrecked by the time.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
She's gonna
that's
sound like a
interesting.
chain smoker when she's 40.
Dude, she is
You
going to
never-
have some serious problems.
You never really think about like just like a scream
A scream
voiceover,
artist.
like,
Yeah.
a scream artist,
Yeah.
but, like it really exists.
Because it
Interesting.
is one of those things that I've
Interesting
heard is
niche.
just like exhausting and murder on
Wait,
your vocal
Dimples-
cords to do.
Dimples was a movie by Shirley Temple. That can't be.
No,
No.
I don't know what you are referring to, but this was a horror
Dusty
movie. not by-
Dupree.
Oh, Dupree.
Dupree D's nuts.
Also, I never know the answer to this. Is Shirley Temple alive? Like, is she dead?
I also never know the answer. See, because in my mind, I can imagine a few scenarios in which there was a conspiracy of her death and she died young.
She died in 2014.
Wow.
Born 1928. Wait, no,
was an
that's
old
the
gal.
former chief of protocol of the United States. That's not who I'm talking about. Jesus.
Wait,
Oh, I want
but-
the
wait,
actor.
maybe that was Shirley Temple, though.
No way. Oh.
Is she alive?
No, wait. She died February 10, 2014. Okay.
It is her.
Okay.
Can we find pictures of Shirley Temple when she was legal?
Nope. But we can do this.
Animal crackers in my
suit.
Oh, this
From Baby Take a
Ew!
Bow to Curly Top and Heidi, America's favorite little darling, Shirley Temple,
What a
has
fucking
been
nightmare.
entertaining us for generations. And now,
Against
through
our
this
will.
exclusive TV offer, you can experience the most
There's a different
comprehensive
movie called
DVD
Dimples
collection
from
of one of the
1936
brightest stars
that
in
Oh, really?
film
Shirley Temple was
history. But you haven't seen Shirley
completely
until you've
different
seen
movie.
her brilliantly restored in black and white and
Finally.
in color.
Wow.
Presenting
And
the
in
Shirley
color?
Temple Little Darling DVD collection.
I saw this
Teen
commercial
timeless
so
films
many
Is this
fucking
the
times.
one?
hours of her
I think it is. Just
unforgettable
wait for it.
singing.
Okay. There we go. In my soup, monkeys and rabbits loop the loop.
Spectacular dancing
Wow.
and pure wholesome fun. The entire family will enjoy
I don't know enough
together.
about her, but I would assume there are some dark conspiratory.
No doubt
theories
this
around
kid
her.
got fucked up. Being
Some
like
dark shit
the
happened to her,
classic
guaranteed.
Shirley Temple
star
films have stood
child
the test of
actress
time, and you'll cherish
this
sharing
era,
these heartwarming adventures
ain't no way
again
she
and
came
again
out of it
with your
unscathed. You
family
kidding
and
me?
friends.
No way.
Bring home the magic of Shirley Temple with the new Shirley Temple Little Darling
Listen, look what
DVD
happened to- look at
collection.
what happened to Britney
18
Spears.
classic family
You can't-
films,
you can't assume that
beautifully
Shirley
restored
Temple
in
somehow
black
had it
and white
easy.
and in
Yeah.
color
Yeah,
for
like
just
what?
2 payments of
what was the last
$24.99.
what was the last movie Shirley Temple was in? And how
Let's
old was she?
check that
Because
out.
I don't think she. I
How
don't
did
think
she
she ever
fall
made
out of
it.
fame?
Even, I don't think she ever even made it to like.
No way. No,
Even-
no way.
Did
They
she-
absolutely had to have dropped her.
Did
as
she
a
get
kid.
Bobby Driscoll?
She probably did.
buried out on Hard Island?
1960, 1963. Hang on. Let me get her
She would've
birthday
been
again.
old in six. It was 29.
29.
29. Where was why
There it is.
born? April 23rd, 1928.
28.
Okay.
8.
So she made it to like what? Her 40s in terms of acting things?
Okay.
Late 30s, yeah.
Okay. She was in a lot of stuff in like her 20s.
Okay. So she,
All right,
so
show me-
she
I
was
wanna
like
see
a
what- hold on.
lifelong
I want to
actress.
see what she looked like. Show me that.
It
What
wants
do
to see
I
if
wanna
she's
see it.
hot or not.
Have you ever looked up Betty White when she was young?
No,
Hot
actually.
damn.
Am I really doing this?
You
Yeah.
do it.
No.
Hang on. Hang on.
I'm pretty sure there's nudes of Betty White when she's young.
Hang on. Let me
Ooh.
just
Oh, you want to get some blur ready?
Yeah, I think I overwrote this thing.
Oh.
Filter toggle. Which one is it here? Source name. Wait, fuck.
NSFW, y'all.
Yeah.
But I'm not at work.
That's
Main
right.
scene.
And I'm alone, and no one can see what I'm doing right now.
Full nude.
Wait, what
She's
was-
nude. A full nude.
A nude full nude. A tasteful nude. Oh, there it is. So we got 16
A
by
drop
9.
of golden nude.
Nude. A drop of golden nude.
Nude. She's nude. She's fully nude.
Fucking Christ. Hang on. I want left monitor scene. Where is the L? There it is. Censor. Yay. Does this toggle it?
This is going to be
All right,
censored right now.
Just for safety. All right.
We don't know what we're going to come across just yet.
We don't know, but I did Google Betty White Young. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Nudes exist, though.
Okay. I will not scroll, but I get it. All right. So that's Betty White.
I'd fuck her.
Now let's check out
Imagine
Shirley
how
Temple.
many men Betty White's been with.
Man, she's
Okay.
got so much experience under her belt.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty lady. Look at that top right. She really filled out.
Oh, this is Shirley Temple now.
This is
Okay.
Shirley Temple
Yeah.
now. But I have not seen her other than like this fucking kid.
I know
That's
because like
the only thing I'm familiar with.
I didn't even know she was in like stuff when like she was older.
No.
Oh.
You never hear about her.
Zoom. Yeah, all I know about her is her child acting stuff. Because I would assume that that's her most iconic stuff anyway. So us born in this era, that's the only thing that we would know.
That's fair. Yeah.
You know what? Let's just real quick.
We're gonna look at
Thank you for switching us over to the full
Oh
view version.
dear!
Oh,
Oh
no,
dear!
there-
All
There
right.
was like a deep.
saw some fucked up ones.
There was an old lady one. Go back.
I saw the old lady one. That freaked me
All
out.
right.
It was clearly a Photoshop.
Where?
Photoshop job.
Where you?
Like the middle of the screen.
God, look at that.
It's like a huge.
Oh my God, that's so big.
Anyway, here's Shirley Temple.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Whoa.
That
I'm
was
gonna be
that
good
was
for
all I
now.
needed to see there.
That was a journey.
Ooh, that did something to me.
Ah. So
That did something.
maybe don't Google Shirley or Betty White
do.
nudes, but I mean, if you're curious, you'll find some things.
Well, let me put it this way: you won't be disappointed.
Yeah,
you will have
you
plenty
will-
to look at.
You will find some things.
Even Yunnan is if you look up for the 80 plus.
Yeah. They got him.
Gilf.
They should make a new version of OnlyFans called Only Grands, and it's just for ladies 80 and up.
I would love that.
Past their prime is just right.
Think of all that experience.
Past their prime, just my time.
Yeah, here
Now
it
it's
is.
my time.
I think for anybody currently watching the stream or VOD, that is a copyrighted idea. You're not allowed to steal it.
Yeah, no skill.
We're about to get on that shit. I'm going to fill out that paperwork
Jared,
right
you gotta-
now.
You know how to
You
make
know how
an
to
app.
code.
You know how to make an app, right? So.
You can make an app, right?
If I
just
have
give you
the
an
right
idea.
motivation, I can make an app.
So I have this really cool idea about working organizations.
Oh, and we could probably partner this app idea with like Instagram.
Instagram. Instagram.
Here we go.
Oh wow! It just writes itself. The ideas just keep flowing, baby.
How has nobody done this yet?
I can just smell the profit.
Only grams.
And then we can
Jesus.
also have only Bams, where it's just nude pictures of Bam Margera.
Bam Margera.
It brings a whole new meaning to the phrase "do it for the gram." You know, it's just it's an untapped market, really.
It really is, yeah.
Only grams, just pictures of things that weigh 1 gram, like a $1 bill.
Or like a
Wow.
a
Graham.
gram of steel.
Just
Oh.
gram, like sized chunks of thing. How much
would
would
actually-
1 gram of that look like?
That's actually really funny.
Suddenly want to make this. Jared, start making that.
I mean, some of them could be interesting. I want to know what a gram of steel, like how small is that?
Yeah, and then you
This is
compare
a
that.
gram of a feather.
Yeah, you compare that to like a gram of feathers. It's like, wow, their
Whoa.
densities really are different. This is a money-making machine right now.
Again, no stealing ideas over here.
And then
If I
every
could,
once in a while
if
you
I could
sneak
just
in,
get,
like,
if
a-
I could just get a gram of Betty White nip.
oh wow, ooh, just a little
Ew.
gram of nip.
A gram of gran.
Oh,
A gram of gram.
Wait, what's a graham cracker?
Grandma?
Oh.
Is that where you went?
I guess if she's really spongy, she can soak up soup just like a cracker.
God. Her skin is so porous, it absorbs the liquid.
A nice steamy beef broth that you soak up with Graham.
You just
Or-
suck
or-
out of grandma's skin. You gotta wring her out over your mouth and
Bring out
all the
Bring out
juices.
the granny broth.
Or in the spirit of Cats Don't Dance's like racial tensions, you could call it
course.
Graham Cracker, just Diane.
White grandmothers. Yeah, lest anyone forget that Cats Don't Dance has serious racial undertones
Oh yeah,
that
That's
are
the
not
theme of
that are
the movie.
not resolved, by the way.
Nope.
No, they're resolved because like everyone loved that fun, goofy dance they did up on stage.
Remember when they danced?
Yeah. Gram of Gran is the powdered milk from them tits.
Comes out in powdered form.
New
Dude,
new
yeah,
new
it's like
suggestion
condensed
for a Krusty Krab menu item. The Grammy
Graham
Patty.
Ew. Ew.
Is that what the Grammys
Grammy
are?
patties.
Oh.
that was a roller coaster of oh.
Oh no. Oh.
From excitement to despair to curiosity.
How did I end up here?
Back to excitement, maybe.
I think I might actually Google that.
It's literally kind of just like the Miss Universe pageants, but it's all 80 plus.
Dude, you know what? That would be amazing.
I would watch
Because-
that over the Grammys. I don't think I've ever watched the Grammys.
I don't think I've ever watched the Grammys
The
either.
Yeah.
Grammys is specifically music, right?
I think so.
So like Grammys are music, Emmys are TV.
Emmys
yeah?
are TV. What
Okay.
the fuck are the Golden Globes?
That's
Fuck,
movies.
That's a great question.
Golden
Why-
Globes are
what-
movies. They
what
got the
separates-
Oscars. Don't be greedy.
Yeah,
They also
what
have the
separates-
Academy Awards. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Hold on.
Are the
What-
Academy
so the
Awards
Oscars-
different from the Oscars?
Jared,
What's up? No, am I
or
gone?
is it me?
Hello?
Oh, it's me.
Steven,
Okay.
it must be you.
I was like, oh, Jared, your connection's going sour, but it was me. the
My
whole
my
time.
connection has been like fluctuating, but it's been live at least.
Yeah,
Yeah, what the fuck are the Golden Globes? Those are movies? I thought those were
movies. Yeah,
Well,
you got
then
the
what are
Golden
they-
Globe, you got the Oscars, you got the Academy Awards. There's just a
I
bunch
thought
of
the
different
Academy
bull-
Awards were the same as the Oscars. Fuck.
No, I think they're different. So I think like I don't know how any of it works. Because I just don't give a shit.
Yep. Well, we can go through the list of Oscar nominees because those just got released recently,
Oh wow,
and we can absolutely find some reasons to pad some time.
warm
Oh, and
ham.
enjoy your warm hams.
Have fun driving home.
Thanks for hanging out, Nanas. We'll see you later, bud.
Go look at pictures of Betty White naked while you're.
I
at
know
it.
exactly what I'm doing tonight.
Thanks for the last dude's got to drive home, drink some warm.
Enjoy some warm hams.
I thought you were actually talking about
Warm
the food.
ham.
Warm ham.
Jesus. But yes, bottom line, I would watch the Grammys if they were different. That's all I'm gonna
Do
say.
they still do? Do they still do? Like,
Yes. Award
Miss
shows.
Universe stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
I actually don't
I think
know.
so.
Where they literally just have who's the prettiest lady in the world kind of thing.
The
I
next
think
Miss
so. I just don't
Universe
think
was
they're really-
Saturday, January 14th, 2023 at 6 p.m.
Oh, it just happened,
It just
Shit.
happens.
and I missed it. Fuck! Damn it!
Well, now my night's ruined.
Oh fuck! I can't come back from this.
Miss Universe 2023 was Miss USA, Rabani Gabriel
Yeah, we
How
won.
hot is she? I want to see a
in
picture.
New Orleans. All right, let's see.
All
Oh.
the way from New. Is she one of the levees that broke?
Because she's so wet. Container.
Hang on.
She's in my presence. You know what I'm saying?
Let's just make sure here. Okay, there she is. Ba-ba-da-ba.
She looks like a woman.
I don't.
She's certainly a woman.
I guess it's because it comes unnaturally to me. But I don't understand people who smile with both rows of teeth.
Oh no, that's a gremlin. This is a
That's weird.
This is an evil creature that's smiling with both sets of teeth. You don't want to do that. No, you don't want that.
I mean, like, I get it. Like in that picture, she's like probably really excited.
Yeah,
so it's probably
yeah.
just like kind of.
Yeah, I'm not
smile.
seeing that anywhere else, but I do see people whose default smile is like.
It's a Jim Carrey cackle smile. Grinch smile.
You will be happy to know that my goddaughter really gets a kick out of whenever she's FaceTiming with anybody. Her favorite move to pull is the Jim Carrey Grinch smile.
Ew! What are you doing to this poor girl?
I didn't do anything about
You
that.
set her up on this
No.
path, Jared. This
I
is all
have
your fault.
I have
Inevitable.
no connection to the Grinch movie, and I've never seen the Jim Carrey Grinch movie. She
No,
just
but
thinks
you
it's
made
really
her
fucking
weird.
funny.
You made her
You
weird. and
made her
she's going to
weird.
Seek out weird things.
She will be stronger for it.
No, I don't know. I think
If
she's
she
just gonna go.
survives.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
I hope one day she looks back and she's like, man, that Jared guy really fucked me up.
Yes.
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 What did you do?
The next thing is she's going to be looking back fondly on movies like Cats Don't Dance because of you.
No, she won't. I only gift her good movies.
No, she's going to find furry friends that love this movie.
I
That's true.
may or may not be responsible for her inevitable furry. Well, no, am I? Am I even? I don't think I gave her any sort of furry bait.
You didn't push her, but you supported and fostered
I
that
sent her down a parallel path, perhaps. But
Yeah.
I did not guide her towards the furry. I will not be surprised though if she stumbles into those woods.
Those furry woods.
Wait, I think
They're so inviting.
Those fantastic creature-filled woods.
Oh fuck, this might be hard to find. I have a picture that she drew the last time that a couple of years ago back when I visited her. And she
I
was
think I
just
remember
randomly
you bringing
drawing
this
some
up.
stuff.
She was imagining a character of herself, or
Yeah, she drew like herself in a fantasy world and like took on a lot of aspects, particularly like in the face and head area of like she gave herself like antlers and like a deer
Antlers,
nose and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can find
Yeah.
that because I definitely have that somewhere. I was
I
not
remember you bringing
I was
this
not
up
going to
before,
let
which
her
was-
throw that away.
It was one of the first times you said, "Guys, I think she might be."
I was like,
a furry."
oh fuck, I might have pushed her a
This-
little
I think
too
I-
far.
Me? Did I do
I
this?
think I broke it. That's my bad. Oops.
It's alright. Steven and I are probably ruining Ashton because she's
Oh,
getting
yeah.
into anime and stuff now.
Well, I don't know because she's already like dabbling in like the TikTok space, so that's definitely not going.
no.
that's
Ashton
definitely
doesn't
going to-
make TikToks and doesn't think highly of them either.
But she
just
is
kind of,
she is
like-
immersed enough to know all the lingo and stuff.
Yeah, I say that's probably her friends because
That's
she
just-
has
yeah, that's
friends that want to make
generation.
TikToks and do TikTok dances, and her generation is just immersed in that.
Yeah.
Probably unavoidably so.
Yeah.
I mean, she taught us what Riz is.
Hey,
That's true.
when you
Now
got,
I got
W Riz,
and I have that you don't know what you're gonna.
we
jizz.
we could maybe like rebrand as like the El Riz Club.
Oh,
El Riz Club.
El Rizzies.
The El
Little
Rizzlers.
Rizzies.
Little Rizzlers.
The Lil Rizzlers.
The Lil Rizzlers abbreviated to El Riz.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Man, would be so cool. And then we could do like a TikTok edit of us doing something really fun.
edit, and then we can make some
Yeah.
thirst traps.
Make that into a thirst trap.
Oh yeah, we could totally
Shit,
post
my
some
internet.
thirst traps. Oh god. God. Just the
Can we-
thought
can
of
we-
even like trying to do that ironically just like sends shivers up my spine.
I vomit a little bit in the back of my throat.
What the fuck is Riz? Spoken like a true
Whoa.
boomer ninja. Just
Yeah,
don't know what,
a
Riz
boomer
is.
here.
Jeez, how old are you?
We definitely didn't learn what that was like a month ago.
Well,
I proudly taught that to people at work, and they were all blown away.
you're so cool to them now.
I'm
you know
the
all
cool.
the.
I'm the cool one now.
I need like a word of the day calendar, but for news.
Like a Zoomer word of the day.
Yeah.
Hang
That
on.
actually would be a great calendar.
Let me pull one up right now.
if I could think of how, like what the words were, I'd make one and sell it.
Gen Z slang. Oh, these are easy. Fam, glow up, cancel culture, stan. That one's already gone.
Big man.
Dan.
Oh, this one upsets me. It's BOUJEE.
Oh, bougie.
Bougie. There's a word for that called bougie.
Bourgeois.
Yeah. But they just spell it differently and it means the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like bougie has been around for a long time.
very
'cause
long.
It was just
Bougie,
like a funny way to say bourgeois.
Yeah.
And the fact that they've just changed the spelling is not really that creative.
All right, hang on here.
Call me boomer again.
Calling someone
you know
a
what
snack.
you know what I hate when people say no cap.
Oh, no cap,
No
no
cap.
cap. man.
No cap.
On God, no
Hate
cap.
that. On God, no cap. Low key, I was pretty down bad, and no cap, I was
Low key.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
Yeah, when I hear people use these things unironically and they're in their mid-20s, that feels uncomfortable to me.
hate it.
If you're 12 or 13,
Whatever,
you're, fine.
yeah, I
You're a
don't-
product of your culture. But when you're in your mid-20s, time to shed YouTube and stuff and start having your own personality.
All right. The Zoomer word of the day is guap.
What?
Guap. Guap.
Is that kind of like guar?
I don't know, but it means money and lots of
Huh?
it.
Sweet.
Guap.
Like you have guap, or is guap an onomatopoeia?
I got W guap, baby.
W guap. All right, let's take a look here on Urban Dictionary. Guap,
guap.
a slang term for money. It can mean you have money in your hands. Take a moment. Count my guap. Count my guap. All these racks bombing in, they bombing in. Is this...
Okay.
I-
Okay.
It's just nonsense. It doesn't even come from anything.
No,
Guap.
that's nothing. Guap. You have to say it like that too, because there's no just simple way to. Because you can't just say guap. It doesn't make sense to just say guap.
It's like-
you have to say guap.
Take a moment. Count my guap. Count my guap. I think I get the feeling these are rap lyrics, and I'm reading them like the whitest man who's ever read rap lyrics.
Well, that's my problem. You can't just like rappers these days. They just make up a word and
because
then
it sounds musical, it turns into a,
turns
a
into this
word.
thing. I'm like, no. You can't
Still
just
not
like
a
start
word.
saying gibberish and then just be like, well, I guess I could assign some meaning to it, whatever. And
Yeah,
then
just
everyone
'cause you were looking
on-
for a rhyme or something with the right number of syllables that you wanted, so you just made something up because you're not actually talented.
my guap.
The thing goes skrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr We have 3 minutes left to wrap up our opinions on Cats
Oh,
Don't
shit.
Dance.
It's gonna be so hard to wrap up my opinion about this movie.
Yeah, I can go first. I did not like this movie. It was... The first 30 minutes were legitimately stressful for me, which I did not
Yeah.
expect. There were like 2 max scenes that got like a faint chuckle. At worst, the musical numbers were forgettable. At best, one of them might get stuck in my head for the next couple days. But for the most part, this was a boring movie to look at, and I didn't like it. I didn't like the world building. I didn't relate to any of the characters. Why was racial undertones such an important part of this film? I don't know. Oh, that's good to know, Ninja.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm wavering here, so let me think. Let me really think here. I think. Hang on.
Are you trying to find a good thing to say about it?
No. I'm trying to think of what my score is going to be.
Oh, a score. Okay, got you.
Because I think I've said all that I would like to say about it.
But putting a number to it now.
Hang on.
It's a tough.
Is this the lowest score Jared's ever given? I think that's what he's wondering right now.
Oh.
I think this one's gonna be a 2 out of 10 for me.
That's the
I'm
lowest
not-
you've ever given.
I was debating like, do I dislike this movie
You
enough to
should
give it
give
a
it a
1?
one.
I don't
Oh,
think so. I don't think so. But I'm not 100% certain. Like there are aspects of this movie that do make me like mad and confused. And it would be painful to watch this again for me. I think I still need to try and figure out what a 1 means for me though. For some reason I'm
what makes
hesitant
something
to
a
give
1?
this a 1. But
That's a
It's like-
threshold
it's like-
that you cross.
It's like a 10. You're not going to see a lot
I
of
was
10s
trying
out there.
I was trying
gonna see a
to
lot of
figure
ones,
out
right,
I was trying
right.
to figure out if that crossed that threshold, but I don't even know what that threshold is yet. So I think
Well,
for
the question
now
is there,
2.
I think getting legit angry at the movie. being
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Fuck this movie is the worst movie I've ever fucking seen. And
Yes.
just being upset that you even watched it. That's
Yeah.
a 1.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
2, like
yeah.
for this movie, you're kind of just be like, well,
2
this
is like
movie
it's
just wasn't
bad.
good.
It's bad.
I didn't want to watch it ever again.
It's
Yeah,
bad.
I hate it, but I'm not like mad. I'm not like raging, like pumping my fist, like fuck.
This movie is insulting. It's a unique evil to movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 1, I guess. But for
So
me
2 makes
personally, in terms of my experience watching this movie, it's a 2 for me. And I'm sorry if you're surprised by that, Ninja, but if you go back on the stream when we were actually talking about the movie,
Yeah.
you might understand where that comes from a little more.
Well, and also, if you've watched the movie recently, this shouldn't be a shock.
You're up, Steven.
Yeah, my internet has been a little spotty for the past couple minutes, so I basically missed the entirety of Jared's.
I
until
basically
you got
just
to the number.
recapped what we were talking about.
Okay, yeah. So basically, like, obviously, not a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna be a little bit more forgiving, mostly because like I have a tiny bit of nostalgia for it, just because like I remembered scenes that are like,
Weirdly
oh,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
And like
Interesting.
I think I remember like being as a kid trying to remember this movie
Mm-hmm.
because I had like seen it once and then trying to remember. I remember an instance when I was a kid trying to remember this movie.
Wow, you are really
weird.
deep back there.
I'm really going deep because I was like one of those movies I saw like half of it one time on TV and then I kept looking for it again, trying to like figure out like what it was.
Oh, he wanted to
That's
find
wild.
more Sawyer scenes.
Exactly. Goddamn, Sawyer's so fucking hot, and now I'm a furry.
There you go.
So, yeah,
I'm the
just,
spoiler.
like I liked some of the songs. They're fine. Like whatever. They're not like amazing, but they're not bad. I like the song that Andrew was talking about. That's just like a good sounding like.
It's just
90s song.
wholesome 90s
Like
kind of
peak
spiritual.
Oh,
90s. I don't really like the Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now. Like
That
it's
one.
obviously I know it's a catchy lyrics, but not in a good way. Just like they're just so repetitive that you're gonna remember them.
yep.
Yeah.
Obviously the story of the whole movie just kind of blows. Danny is not a redeemable character. I don't like how everything just comes so easy to him. He gets on a bus for like 2 seconds and he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. No one's gonna help me through this like pain. I'm good. I don't need it. It's fine. I'm gonna be famous. One thing I kind of like the very intro scene where he's like getting to Hollywood, where they're like the credit sequence where they're putting credits
Oh
in
yeah.
like
Yep.
unique ways, and like that was kind of interesting. Like they at least like were doing some fun things with that. Like, all right. The movie didn't keep that going, obviously, very much.
Yeah.
That was like the most like detail they would put into shots, and I think my internet just cut.
I still hear you.
We can hear you, but maybe you can't hear us.
Okay. Am I back?
Yep.
Yeah, you technically weren't gone.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't? Oh. Whatever. Yeah, art wise there wasn't a lot going on for it either, just kind of really cheap animation.
Mhm.
I didn't mind like when they were in the alleyway where they were kind of like brightening up when they were starting to do stuff. I'm like, that's
That was
kind of a
fine.
neat
It was
little
fine.
interpretation. Like
Yeah.
that's fine. Like I kind of liked how Sawyer was kind of like
The
jumping back.
level of
Like,
effort, though. Oh,
yeah,
It's literally just turning
but-
up a dial.
Yeah, yeah. It's not hard. It's like super easy.
It's
But when you
something.
compare it to the rest of the movie, it's like they at least were trying to do like some sort of visual indication of
Yep.
like happiness and like passion and like
Yeah.
kind of following your dream sort of thing.
Mhm.
Not to say that they did a great job. It was like,
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously Max is the best character. Darla's thick as fuck.
Just look at that corner there.
Oh,
Solid.
Knowing the fact that this movie served up on a silver platter, like quintessential furry bait, we went for the toddler thighs.
yeah.
should
I
say
actually
a
thought
lot.
we would.
I don't know.
I thought we
That's-
might do everything.
Is that more indicative? Yeah, I don't. I
Let's
don't wanna
not
know what
dwell
that-
on that. Let's not dwell on
Let's
that.
dwell on that.
Yeah.
Let's move past it.
Yeah.
I'd probably say solid 3 out of 10.
Mm.
Like,
More
I
forgiving.
don't know. I probably won't ever watch it again. But like,
Yeah.
I don't like hate the movie. It's just
Sure.
I'll forget about it until I remember it randomly in like 20 years and be like, oh yeah.
I remember when I thought about this movie when I was a kid, trying to remember this movie.
I hope Darla's as thick as I
I'm
remember
done.
her.
Oh yeah. And then what they need to do is they need to make a sequel where Darla's all grown up, and then it's okay.
And we have the exact same shots.
Yeah.
God. But they do like some time jumps, so it's like every cut is like she's a different age. So you don't know how to feel. You just know
It keeps
that
going
you
back and
turned
forth.
on.
Yeah. God damn it.
And on that note, Andrew, what did you think of the movie?
All right, let's
Yeah.
wrap it up. I think this movie is dumb. It's really bad. It falls into the category of just really cheap, lazy, hollow animation from soulless artists. I don't even want to call them artists. They're basically just people mechanically doing the work of a production company. There's no passion in this movie whatsoever. You can see it in the art. You can see it in basically how everything's story told. The music is literally just stuff that they took. They didn't do anything really original for this movie. Even the style of the movie is just ripoffs of either Disney characters or just Warner Brothers properties as they already are. It didn't do anything original. I'm trying to be nice. I'll give it a 2 for originality because at least I don't even know what to give it credit for. I'm just not mad enough to give it a 1. That's basically the only reason it gets a 2 for originality.
Although, is there ever a precedent for something to get a 0?
Oh,
I
that's a
don't
good
know.
question. That would have to be, at least for me, it would have to mean that it just didn't do anything.
See, I
They're
don't know
basically-
though, because like in my opinion, a 1 almost feels like it actively damaged me in some way, and
Yeah,
0
1
almost
yeah,
sounds better
yeah.
than that. Where like it didn't do anything, you know?
It like omitted
Yeah.
it. Like, just
yeah.
not.
Like a
non-existent.
1 for me is like I would have preferred it to be absent than it have existed, sort of thing.
Yeah,
I think
that's-
that's true. So
fair.
I probably wouldn't give something a 0 unless it just didn't have something altogether. No, I don't think I could see a 0.
Mm.
So obviously not original. There's just nothing original about it. It's not a creative movie. They don't do anything creative. They don't do anything creative with the animation. Even though the medium invites creativity, they don't do anything new or fresh. They have some ideas with character design, but even those aren't really fresh. It's just all of these characters exist. They're not doing anything really new, and they're not using that creativity to create fun scenes that couldn't otherwise exist. The theme, there is no theme to this movie. There's a generic
Racism
motivation.
is the thing.
There's a generic motivation from Danny to be famous, which he shares with these other characters. And the reason they can't be famous is because of some weird prejudice from Hollywood, which has no real rules to it. We don't really know what the consequences are, but that conflict goes away rather quickly. And it's not resolved through the theme in any way. I think the message of the movie is just don't give up, which it's really hard to believe that when they didn't really have to experience that much hardship. They
Yeah.
failed one thing. So there's nothing that binds all of this together. The only thing that binds the movie together is cartoon. Like, this movie is just a cartoon. So the only all it has is aesthetic and style, and those are some of the weakest parts of the movie. At least the story does exist and that you can follow it. There's not any like major holes in what they're trying to do, and it's just, yeah, he wants to be famous and he is. but it's void of emotion, and there's really not much to it. It wasn't a broken story, I guess, by any stretch. So I give it a 3 for that. And then presentation, I give it a 3. Like, it's fine. Like, some of the 2D animation actually is fine, and it is emphatic, and they do some emotive things.
Yeah.
But there's just nothing else to this. And again, the music is not original for the movie. There's just nothing special about it. There's nothing special about this movie. It's just uniquely cheap and hollow, and a very mechanically produced Warner Brothers animation, which, standing out against the other pieces released in this time, makes this thing even lower. So you can't even look at this thing by itself or compared to its surroundings. It's just kind of all bad. So I give it a 2. This is a very 2 movie right here. I'm not mad at it, but I think it's kind of just a portrayal of shameful artwork, not even artwork, portrayal of money making from animation in the 90s. There's nothing special about this movie.
Which is sad to think about, because, like, all things considered, just at like a base level, even like the shittiest 2D animation is a lot of fucking work to make, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, think about all the effort and talent that went into something like this. It's a bit of a shame, you know?
I almost, just from seeing some of the other aspects of the movie, I wouldn't put it past that there's a lot of Xeroxed, quote unquote, portions where these animations are just on file at Warner Brothers, and they're just taking dances from people. It didn't feel special enough to me that I wouldn't believe it if someone said, yeah, a lot of that stuff was just sketched over or literally pulled from another bit of content that Warner Brothers owned.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm
wouldn't
saying,
be
though, is
shocked
like,
at all.
even if it was sketched over, it still takes a
It's
lot
still
of
work.
time,
It's still
you know?
work. It's
Like,
still
that's
work, but
that
in a
sucks.
lot of these studios will just overwork. That's why I said it's very mechanical. They just literally put you there and you just sketch. Like, early Disney had major problems with this too.
Oh yeah,
It's just
back when
the
they were
way
really
they worked.
struggling. Yeah.
Yeah, the way they work animators was insane, and it's probably still bad to this day, if I'm being honest, because it's a very hard. That's why
Well,
a
you
lot
you
of
look at all the news stories
animation-
about like Marvel VFX artists getting just like
Oh, I can't even
burnt to the
imagine.
bone,
dude.
you know? Yeah.
That's why these movies now, like movies today, have multiple studios around the world working to get it together, whereas back in the day it really was kind of one studio.
Yeah.
And the way they worked these people, and they had a lot of people that times they just had women in the back doing in-betweens or something, or a lot of like just sort of the busy work, and paid them nothing, and it was grueling. Hours and hours and hours of work just to basically finish a movie.
And to think that you could either be working on like Lion King
Oh,
or Cats
or
Don't Dance.
Cats Don't Dance.
But you
Yeah,
could,
like your dream is to animate movies, and this is what you get.
well, Ninja, you're not allowed to try this round because your movie got
Yeah.
picked.
And also, if you tried this round, I would have kicked it out because you gave us Cats Don't Dance last week, which even you said you don't like. So
Maybe we should make another rule of sober suggestions only.
please. Well, I'm wondering. I'm wondering if Nana's. Did he submit something? What did he do?
Con Air.
Okay.
Submitted Con
I
Air.
want Connor to stick around.
So
I was gonna say I was wondering if it was bad or if he's gonna even be around for a review. So I'm hesitant on keeping it.
I'm
mean,
trusting
I
the
feel
fact
like-
that even if he's not around, you guys would be excited enough to
I
see
vouch
Con
for
Air.
Con Air.
I
just
honestly, most people don't stick around for their movies anyway, so I'm not gonna
I know,
single
it's
people- I'm
hard.
not gonna start singling people out for that.
So
Yeah.
our wheel options are Hardcore Henry, The Fifth Element, Whiplash, Sword of the Stranger, Akira, Clue, Con Air, and Jurassic Park. Not
Is
a
Sword
bad
of the
wheel.
Stranger Jerry's.
That is
That's fine.
Stevens.
Oh,
I don't think
should we
Jerry
put Jerry's
has
down
one. I don't think we put it down for last one, did we?
last week? Did we not?
We didn't.
I thought we did. I thought it was that love movie.
No, because I this wheel keeps its options every time I load it up, and that wasn't on there last time.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sorry,
So,
Allie. I know mine won't be picked. So
well, let's see about
that's all that
that.
matters.
Wabam! Here we go.
Oh, rigged. He clicked it at the wrong time. And there goes with
Oh, it's Clue.
It's Clue. Okay,
Clue.
so Ninja gets it one week and then Diesel gets it the next week.
They're conspiring.
They're working against us.
If I've seen Clue. I probably
I
have.
not.
You definitely have. We rented it a long time ago,
All right, I need to do
and
this in the main.
our parents rented it.
I don't quite remember a lot of it, I guess.
I don't remember any of it, but I know we've seen it.
Alrighty, let me.
It's Clue.
Let's
It's Clue.
let's take us out of here. Bam. Nice. Let's see who's on, who we can harass.
Oh, it's just cats.
It's cats. How on theme.
That actually,
Wow.
yeah, that does make sense.
Oh, we forgot to talk about Cats. The
Oh, right.
2019 blockbuster hit.
Oh, quick, let's get.
Cats 2019. Fucking horrifying in all of the most entertaining ways possible. I would love to see it again, honestly. I only ever saw it in the movies. I'm sure it holds up.
Watch it on an airplane. Highly recommend it.
You
Probably.
just gotta watch it with people. You gotta watch it with
That's true.
people. You can't watch it by
Yes.
yourself.
Oh no, this is
Okay.
not a movie you would want to watch by yourself.
What's your score that you would give Cats?
By myself, probably like a 4 out of 10. With friends, probably a solid 7.
Yeah,
It is a
That's fair.
blast to
Yeah.
watch with friends.
I'll
Yeah.
agree with that.
I have an analytical score and a watch score. Analytically, it's a 2 or a 3.
Oh my god,
but-
it's atrocious. Yes.
But watching it with friends, it's like an 8. You know,
Oh.
like, it's the amount of
So
fun
much
that you
fun.
have.
So much fun. Anyways, until tomorrow when we get some more results as Special Agent Ethan. Love you, miss you, mean it. Rogue Agent, sorry. Love you, miss you,
Yeah.
mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. Pause for effect and stream delay.
Extra Rogue.
Goodbye. So, no, first.